Welcome to Programming Knowledge. In this series, we are going to learn how to use Firebase for our Android apps. Firebase is Google's mobile platform that helps us quickly develop and deploy apps. So let's explore Firebase a bit. You need to go to firebase.google.com and then Docs and then click on Get Started for Android. And in the left panel, you can see what all things Firebase has for us. So as you can see, there is an authentication section, which means Firebase allows us to authenticate the users of our app. So if we go in Android section, you can see the various method in which we can authenticate the user, and if we click on any one of them, so then we get a step-by-step guide on how to authenticate the user using this site. Other than authentication, we also have real-time database. So real-time database is the database where details are stored in JSON format, and real-time means if there is some change in data done by the client, it will directly reflect in our database. So you can see this there. Over here also we get the step-by-step procedure on how to do this, how to implement this in our app. And similar to real-time database, we have Cloud Firestore. So Cloud Firestore and real-time database both have the same task of storing data, but Cloud Firestore has an extra feature that it gives offline usage to users. That means if the user is even offline, he can get the access to all the data which is stored in the Firestore, but it is not available in real-time database, and rest all the codes are same. Then after that we have storage. Storage means we can store our images, audios, and any other kind of stuff except JSON data over here, and then we get a download link for it also, and every data over here is in synchronized manner. Then there is this hosting feature. So we'll not study about hosting because that is related to web development, where we have to host our apps on the web server. But since we are studying Android, so we don't need to study about hosting. And then there is cloud functions. It helps us in sending cloud notifications, device to device push notifications, like in WhatsApp. If you send a message from here, then the other user will get a notification. So that functionality can be implemented in our program using cloud functions. After that, there is ML kit. So ML kit is a machine learning kit to solve real world problems, which we can use to make our app more efficient. And then we also have Firebase security rules. So over here we provide security to the user's information and to the app. Then there are in the quality section, we can get the report of the crash that happens during the development and running of our app, performance monitoring, test lab, we can test our apps, and then the distribution. And similarly there are in the grow section we have the predictions, testing of our app, cloud messaging, in-app messaging. So in-app messaging is also a feature which can be done in using Firebase. Then we can add Google Ads, Google Ad Mob. So in this tutorial we will be learning how to sync our Android Studio project with Firebase. So let's start a new project with an empty activity. Let's name it as Firebase Demo. Click on finish. Now once the Gradle build has finished, we need to click on Tools, Firebase, and then the Firebase assistant will open over here. Now once the assistant has opened, we can start with Analytics, log an analytics event, and then we need to click on Connect to Firebase. So then a connect dialog will start. Okay, so then it will show you some options. If you are having existing Firebase project or Google project, you can select from that, but we will go for creating a new Firebase project. Connect and then click on connect to Firebase. Okay, so once this is done, it will show connected over here, which means that our app has been connected with Firebase. So let's check it. So you can go to Google and search Firebase and open this link, firebase.google.com. Over here click go to console. It will redirect you to the Firebase console. And over here we can see our Firebase demo that we have just now created. So it has successfully synced with Firebase. We will be starting by authenticating our users with the help of email and password. So first let's log into our console and then click on the project. So we can accept both and click on finish, and then click on authentication and then go to sign in method, and we need to enable the email and password login. So click on enable and then save. So we have now enabled our users to authenticate with the help of email and password. So let's implement it in our program. So in the main XML file, I'll create two buttons. Okay, so I have created two buttons, one with an ID register and then another with ID login. So these are my two buttons. Now let's implement this in our main activity. So I'll create two data members, namely two button variables, register and login. Now I'll link this with my XML file. So I'll write register is equal to find view by ID r.id.register, and similarly for login I'll write login is equal to find view by ID r.id.login. So after this I'll create two activities. First activity will be our register activity. So I'll create an empty activity and name it as register activity. And then I'll create another activity named as login activity. Empty activity, I'll name it login activity. Okay, so in our main activity, whenever we click on register button, we want this register activity to open. So we will add an on click listener to the register button. So I'll write register dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and then in the on click method I'll start the activity. I'll write start activity, create an intent from this class reference to register activity class, and then when the user hits back button, I don't want to return back to my main activity, so I'll end it with a finish. Similarly, when the user clicks on login button, I want it to be resend to login activity, so I'll add an on click listener to login button also. So I'll write login.set on click listener, new on click listener, start activity, new intent from this class reference. So I'll write main activity dot this to login activity class. and then a finish. So now let's register our user in the register activity. So I'll change a little bit in the register XML file. I'll use a relative layout, and then I'll add basically 2 text fields and a button. So in this XML file I have added 2 edit text, one for email, another for password, and a button named register. So I'll add these components in my .java file. So for that I'll create them as my data members. I'll write private edit text email, private edit text password, private button register. Now I'll link this with my .xml file. So for that I'll write email is equal to find view by id, r.id.email, password is equal to find view by id, r.id.password, register is equal to find view by id, r.id.register. Okay, so now whenever this register button is clicked, we need to check if some value is entered in our email text field and password text field. If so, then we need to register the user. So for that we need to add the register library in our project. So for that, click on tools, go to Firebase, and then once the assistant opens, click on authentication, email and password authentication, and then click on this add Firebase authentication to your app, and then accept changes. So then the Gradle sync is happening. So after this has finished, if you go to your app level Gradle file, you will see a implementation, that is com.google.firebase auth 16.0.5. That means the authentication library has been added to our project. Okay, so now we can register our user. So for registering our user, I'll first set an on click listener. So I'll write register, which is our button, dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and then I'll get the text which was entered in email and password. So I'll write string text email is equal to email dot get text dot to string. We need to convert it to string as we have a string variable over here. Similarly for password, I'll write string text password is equal to password dot get text dot to string. Now let's check if these values are empty. That means if some value is entered in our edit text or not. So I'll use text utils for that. So I'll write if text utils dot is empty text email or text utils dot is empty text password. Then I'll create a toast saying empty credentials. And if the password is less than 6 digits, then I'll display another toast. So I'll check else if text password dot length is less than 6, then the toast will say password too short. Else we are good to go. So I'll create a method register user and send the email and password. Now then if you come back to register user and click on options plus enter, then it will pop up create method for register user, click on enter in register activity. So you can see the method has been created automatically. So now we need to create an auth variable, that is Firebase auth. So I'll write private Firebase auth auth variable. Now let me initialize my auth variable. So I'll write auth is equal to Firebase auth dot get instance. Once done, I'll register my user in this method. I'll write auth dot create user with email and password, and then I'll enter the email. I'll enter the email and then the password. And once this task completes, we need to see a toast or some message should be displayed. So we'll add an on complete listener. So I'll write dot add on complete listener, and over here we'll call the constructor new on complete listener. Before that we need to write our activity name. So I'll write register activity dot this, then a comma. Okay. So now if let's check that if our task is successful or not. So I'll write if task dot is successful, then I'll display a toast which will tell registering user successful, else another toast telling registration failed. Okay, so with this we will register our user. Everything seems fine. There is some error. Oh, some mismanagement, I guess. Now it's fine. So I'll be using Visor to run my app. Let's try running it. The Gradle build has finished and now it's installing the app. Okay, so as you can see, as we have designed our main activity, it is looking exactly same. I'll click on register and then 2 text fields and a button appear. I'll enter my email. And then my password 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then I'll click on register. Then I'll click on this button and registering user successful. So I have registered a user with this email and this password. So in our project, if we now click on authentication, we can see the user. So as you can see, the email is this and this is user's UID and this is the provider, that is our email and password. So I'll be sharing the project on GitHub and providing the link in the description. So in this tutorial we will be learning how to add login feature for our registered users and also the logout feature. So for that, first we need to refactor our main activity as start activity. So I'll change the name to start activity refactor. So the main activity is now refactored as start activity, and I'll also refactor my XML file to activity start. Click on refactor. Okay, so it's done. Now we'll create a main activity. So let's create an activity an empty activity and let the name be main activity. Click on finish. So whenever a user is registered or an user is logged in, we want to redirect to our main activity.java. So for that, if the task is successful in our register activity, we will start a new intent of main activity. So I'll write start activity, new intent from this class reference, that is register activity dot this to main activity dot class, followed by a finish. So once the Gradle build has finished, we'll design our activity login.xml file. So I'll add two edit texts over here, namely one for email, other one for password, and a button to login. So let's do that. Okay, so as you can see, I have added two edit text and a button. So let's program this in our .java file. I have named the first edit text email and the second edit text as password and the button as login. So I'll create three data members, two of edit text and another one of button. So I'll write private edit text email, private edit text password, and a button private button login. So I'll link these three data members with my components in XML file using find view by ID. So I'll write that in my onCreate method. I'll write email is equal to find view by ID or dot id dot email, password is equal to find view by ID r dot id dot password, login is equal to find view by ID r dot id dot login. Now we'll also need a Firebase auth variable, so I'll declare it as globally. I'll write private Firebase auth, name it as auth. Over here I'll write auth is equal to Firebase auth dot get instance. Now once the login button is clicked, we want to log into the app. So I'll add an on click listener to the login button. So I'll write login dot set on click listener and I'll create a constructor new on click listener. So whenever the login button is clicked, I want to call a method named login user. Now before that, I want to extract the email and password from the edit text. So I'll write create string variable string text email, which is equal to the edit text name, which is email dot get text dot toString, because we have a string variable over here. Similarly for password, I'll write text password is equal to edit text name, which is password dot get text dot toString, as we have a string variable over here. And in the login user, we will pass these two variables. So I'll write text email and then text password. So I'll create a method named login user in my login activity, which will take email and password as their parameters. So over here I'll use the method auth, which is Firebase auth variable, dot sign in with email and password, and the first value will be email and the next value will be password. And with this I'll add an on click listener dot add on successful listener. That means we have successfully logged into our app. I'll then again create a constructor new on success listener, and I want to go back to my main activity .java file. So I'll start an activity. First I'll display a toast saying login successful, and then I'll start the intent for main activity class. So I'll write start activity new intent, this class reference which is login activity dot this to main activity. So I'll write main activity dot class, and I don't want to return back to this intent when the user clicks back button, so I'll end it with a finish. Over here I need to put a semicolon. Perfect. So we can try running our app. So I'll be using Visor for running my app. So when I click on run button, let's wait for the Gradle build to finish. I'll click on install and it will start the app. So as you can see in the previous tutorial, I have created a user with this email and the password was 123456. So we will try logging in with that username and password. So I'll click on login. I'll enter the email rishavk1102@gmail.com and the password was 123456. Once done, I'll hit on login button, and as you can see, login successful. So now let's program our logout button. So for that we need to go to our main activity class and our main activity XML file. So in the main activity XML file we'll add a button saying logout. Okay, so as you can see, I have created a button which is having logout written on it, and I have given it an ID as logout. So now I'll program it in my main activity.java file. So first I'll create a data member of button. I'll write private button logout. I'll link this with my XML component. So for that, in my onCreate method, I'll write logout is equal to find view by ID r.id.logout, and I'll add an on click listener to it, so that whenever we click on the logout button, the user is logged out from the app. So I'll write logout dot set on click listener new on click listener, and for logout, logging the user out, we need to write this code. I'll write Firebase auth dot get instance dot sign out, just this much. So now let's try running our app again. So as you can see, we are now logged in as rishavk1102 email account, and we can see the logout button. So as I click on logout, we can see there is no change because we have logged out the user, but we have not updated the UI. So let's do that. First we need to log out the user, then we can display a toast telling logged out. And then we will return back to our start activity. So I'll write start activity new intent main activity dot this to start activity dot class. Now let's try running our app again. So now as we click on logout button, we can see the toast logged out and we are redirected to our start activity. So in this tutorial we learned how to log out a user and add the login feature. So in this tutorial we will be learning how to add our data to real-time database. So real-time database is a cloud hosted service provided by Firebase where data is stored in JSON format. So to activate this service in our project, first we need to click on database and then we need to look for real-time database and then create database. As we are now learning, so let's start it in test mode and then click on enable. So as you can see, our database has been created and it is ready for use. So now let's try adding a single value to our database. So before adding values to database, first we need to import the library in our project. So click on tools, Firebase, and then the assistant will open, and over here you need to look for real-time database, save and retrieve data, and then you need to click on add real-time database to your app and click on accept changes. So then it will start the Gradle build once again and it might take a few moments. Okay, so once the Gradle build has finished, now let's try adding values to our database. So for that, first we need to create an instance of our database. So we'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child. Let's name it programming knowledge. And to that child I want to add another child. I'll name this branch as Android and I'll add a value to it. So I'll click on set value and then maybe I can add anything like A, B, C, D. Okay. So this will add a branch in my database called programming knowledge, and that will have another branch Android which will have a value of ABCD. So let's try running this and see it in action. So click on run. So once the app has started running, you can see in your database we have a branch called programming knowledge, and that branch has a child Android which has a value of ABCD, which is exactly the same we have added in our program. So now if we want a branch to have more than one child, then we can use hash map. So let's try that. I'll create a hash map object with string and object. And I'll add a few values to it. So I'll add map dot put name and the value to it be reshuff, another value, the name be email and the value to it be my email, and now let's try to add this map in our database. So I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child programming knowledge, and to that I want to add this map. So to add a map we use the keyword update children and then map. So now let's again try running this app, or maybe let's create another branch. I'll name it as child multiple values and then click on run. So once the app has started running, when you will come back to our database, you will see that programming knowledge has another branch named multiple values, and it has two values, email and name, which means that in our Firebase database we have the branch programming knowledge, and in that we have a branch multiple values, and in that we have added map, where map contains two value, one with the key name and the value as Rishabh, another with key name email and the value as this email. So you can see the same values are reflected over here. Small thing that I'd like to mention is that whenever you run the app, you need to log into the app with a registered user, because all the code that we have written is in our main activity.java file, which is only called when you log in or register. So now let's try taking some input from user and adding it to our real-time database. So I'll go to my main.xml file. I'll add an edit text and a button. One edit text that will ask for a name, and a button which on clicking we will add the value from the edit text to the Firebase. So as you can see, I have added two components. One is the edit text which is asking for user's name, and another one is a button which has a text add on it. So now let's add these two components in my .java file. So I'll create two data members, one of edit text and another one of button. Now I'll link these two data members with my XML component. So I'll write edit is equal to find view by id r.id.edit, and similarly for add button I'll write add is equal to find view by id r.id.add. And now we don't need this code in our project. So now I'll add an on click listener to add button. So I'll write add dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and then I'll extract the text from my edit text. So I'll create a string variable, string text name is equal to edit, which is the name of my edit text, dot get text dot toString, as we have a string variable over here. So now if the string variable is not empty, that means if we have added some value to our edit text, we will push that values to our database. So I'll check it. I'll write if text name dot is empty. I'll create a toast saying no name entered, and if this is not the case, then I'll directly push the name to my database. So I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child programming knowledge, and to that I'll write push dot child name dot set value text name. So this means in my database, in the branch programming knowledge, I'll create another branch with some unique ID which will have a child name, and that will have the value entered in my edit text. So let's try running this app. So once the app has installed and started running, I'll click on login, log in with my registered user's email and password. Password I have set to be 123456. Then click on login. Now it asks for a name, so first let's go to our database. So over here you see, if I add the name Rishabh and click on add, it adds the name Rishabh with a unique ID. Similarly, if I change the name, I add ABCD and click on add, it created another unique ID, and then that has a branch name with value ABCD. So this is how we add values to our real-time database. So in this tutorial we will be learning how to retrieve our data from real-time database. So what I have done is that in my database I have created a branch named languages, and I have created 4 sub branches with key name N1, N2, N3, N4 and values Java, Kotlin, Flutter and React Native. So what we are going to do is we are going to retrieve these data in our app and show them as a list view. So for that I am going to do a little bit change in my main activity.xml. So as you can see, I have pushed the logout button to the bottom and I have added a list view in the space between, and I have given the list view an ID list view. So now let's program this in our .java file. So over here I'll add a data member of list view type. I'll write private list view. Now I'll link it with my XML component. In my onCreate method I'll write list view is equal to find view by ID r.id.list view. Okay, so now as we are working with list views, we need an array list to store the values. So I'll create an array list of string type, name it list and initialize it over here only, array list. And I'll also need an array adapter. I'll name it adapter and I'll initialize it over here only. I'll write new array adapter of type string. The reference will be this. The design of each item in my list view will be r.layout.list item, which is a XML file that I have created over here. You can pause the video and look at it. And then I want the array list to be my this list whose name is also list. Okay, and then I'll add this adapter to my list view. I'll write list view dot add adapter set adapter. So now as we want to access our database, we need a reference of this database in our program. So I'll create a database reference variable which is provided by Firebase, and I'll name it reference, and to initialize it we write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference. So this returns a reference of the root branch, but we want a reference of languages branch. So I'll write dot child languages, which will now return a reference to languages branch. And to access all the branches inside this languages branch, we use an value event listener. So I'll write over here reference dot add value event listener, new value event listener. So now this data snapshot has all the details of this languages branch, and to iterate through each sub branch of this languages branch, we can use a for each loop. So I'll write for data snapshot data snapshot, which is our parameter over here, and to get its iterable we write dot get children, and then I'll just add each value to my array list. So I'll write list dot add snapshot dot get value, and before that I must clear my list, so I'll write list dot clear, and after this loop has completed I'll notify the adapter. I'll write adapter dot notify dataset changed. So now our array list has all the details. Okay, so I need to convert it to string, so I'll write toString. So now our array list has the values Java, Kotlin, Flutter and React Native. So now let's try running it and see it in action. So click on the run button and wait for the Gradle build to finish. Okay, so once the app has started running, you can see we have Java, Kotlin, Flutter and React Native as the values in our list view, which is similar to the values we have under our languages branch. So this is how you can retrieve data from list view. Now let's try something else, that whenever we add some value over here, it should be shown over here. So for that, what we can do is, whenever we click on this add button, the value shouldn't be added to programming knowledge but to languages. So I'll change this child to languages, and over here I'll create a child called name and set its value to the text view, and let's try running it again. Okay, so once our app has started running, we will now try adding some values. So I'll write Python over here and click on add. So as you can see, now Python is shown in our list view, and over here you can see in our database we have created a child with key name as name and value as Python. So this is how we can retrieve single values from our database. Now let's try to retrieve a set of information from our real-time database. So for that I have created a branch information with 3 sub branches, branch 1, branch 2 and branch 3, all having 2 children, name and email. So what we are going to do is, we are going to retrieve this complete branch as a single object and display the name followed by a colon followed by the email as an item in our list view. So let's try doing this. So out of many techniques, the best technique is creating a model class. So in my com.package, in my package name folder, I'll create a new Java class. Let's name it information and click on OK. So as we have 2 children, email and name, over here we will create 2 private variable data members, email and branch, private string email, private string name. Now click on command N, constructor, select none. Again click on command N, constructor, select both. Click on command N, getter and setter, select both. and this our model class is ready. So now let's try programming this. So now we want a reference to our information branch and not languages branch. So I'll change this languages to information. And over here I'll create the list of strings only. But what we are going to retrieve is, we are going to retrieve an object of information. So I'll create a variable, I'll write information, let's name it info, is equal to snapshot dot get value, and over here I'll specify the class type. I'll write information dot class. So now this whole branch name and email will be in my info variable, and to get the name and email we can use the getter and setter methods we have just now defined in our model class. So I'll write it like this. I'll write string, let's name it txt, is equal to info dot get name plus I'll add a colon plus info dot get email. And now instead of this snapshot dot get value dot toString, I'll simply add txt. And now let's try running it. So I'll click on this run button and wait for the build to finish. So once the app has started running, you can see we have the name over here, followed by a colon and followed by their respective email as we have defined in our database. So this is how you can retrieve a group of information or a set of information as a single object. So I hope this tutorial was clear. So in this tutorial we are going to learn about Cloud Firestore. So Cloud Firestore is another service provided by Firebase which helps us store our data on cloud. In real-time database we had to store data in the format of JSON tree, but in Cloud Firestore we store data in the form of collections and documents. So let's get started. First of all, we need to open our project and go to database, and then when over here where real-time database is written, click on it and then click on Cloud Firestore. Then it will ask for some permissions. Let's wait. Yes, so now click on start in test mode, as we are now learning how to use Cloud Firestore, and click on next. Click on done. So once it is done, you can see something like this. Now we need to add Firestore in our project. So open your Android Studio project, click on tools and then click on Firebase, and once the assistant opens, toggle to last, and over there you can see Firestore. So click on that and then click on this read and write documents with Cloud Firestore, and then click on add Cloud Firestore to your app. Then click on accept changes and wait for the Gradle build to finish. So once the Gradle build has finished, we are good to go. So we don't need this right now. Okay, so now there is a small problem in our application that we have to log in each and every time we build our app. So to avoid this problem, I'll go to my start activity and I'll instantiate my onStart method, and over here I'll create a variable of Firebase user. I'll name it user and I'll get the current user. So for getting the current user, we write Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user. Now I'll check if the user is null. So I'll write if user is not equal to null, that means the user has already registered with some email and password, then I'll directly go to main activity. So for that I'll write start activity new intent start activity dot this to main activity dot class and dot add flag clear task. Okay, so this will do our work. Now let's get started with Cloud Firestore. So first go to our main activity. Let's try adding some data to our Firestore. So for that first I need a Firestore variable. So I'll write Firebase Firestore and I'll name it DB. And to initialize it I'll write Firebase Firestore dot get instance. So this will return us an instance to our database over here. So now let's create a map. I'll write map of type string and object. I'll name it as city, let's say, and I'll initialize it as a hash map, new hash map. Now I'll add values to my hash map. I'll write city dot put name, let's name it Jamshedpur. Again I'll write city dot put, let's name it state, which is Jharkhand. And the country as India. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add this hash map to our Firestore. So to do so we write db, which is our Firestore variable, dot collection. So I'll create a collection with name cities, and over here I'll create a document. I'll write document whose name I'll put as JSR, and to add the hash map I'll write dot set and then my hash map name, which is city, and then I can add an on complete listener, new on complete listener, and over here I'll check if the task is successful. So I'll write if task dot is successful, then display a toast values added. Now let's try running this app. So I'll be using Visor to run my app. Let's click on run button and wait for the Gradle build to finish. So once the app has installed, we are directly redirected to our main activity, and you can see the toast values added. Now let's check our Firestore. So if we refresh it, so now you can see we have a collection named cities, which has a document JSR, and JSR has these values: country India, name Jamshedpur, and state is Jharkhand, which is similar to what we have written over here. Over here we have created a collection cities, over there we have created another document named JSR, and then we have added the hash map over here. Let's try merging some values to our database. So for that we don't need these because we have already added the value. I'll create another map of type string and object. I'll name it data, and I'll initialize it as a hash map, new hash map, and I'll add some data to it. So I'll write a data dot put capital comma false. Now I want to merge this data hash map to my JSR document. So to do so, we write db, which is our Firestore database variable, dot collection. We have named the collection as cities, dot document, and we have named the document as JSR, and over there I'll write dot set data comma set options dot merge, and then we can again add an on complete listener. And if the task is successful, we'll display a toast. Telling merge successful. Now let's try running it again. Okay, so there is little bit of error. I have missed a semicolon over here. I'll put that and rebuild. Okay, so once the build has finished, over here you can see the toast merge successful. Now let's check our database. So now in our database you can see we have another field which is capital and has the value of false. So this is how we merge data to our Firestore. If we want to add a set of data to our database with a unique ID, we can use the dot add method. So let's see it in action. I'll remove these because we don't need this, as we have already merged the values in our database. I'll create another set of values. I'll write data dot put name, and let's name it Tokyo. And then data dot put capital as Japan. And to add this set of data with a unique ID, we write db, which is our Firestore variable name, dot collection, and I want it to add in my cities collection, so I'll write CITIES cities dot add data, which is the hash map, and then again I can write an add on complete listener, new on complete listener, and if the task is successful, I'll display a toast telling values added successfully. Now put a semicolon over here and let's again build this app and wait for the Gradle builder to finish. So once the build has finished, over here we can see we get a toast displaying values added successfully. So now in our database we can see we have a unique ID which has the values capital as Japan and a name as Tokyo, which is similar to what we have added in our hash map. So this is how we add data with unique ID. Now let's try updating our existing data. So for that we don't need these. We can use Firebase Firestore variable, or we can also use database reference, document reference, I'll name it ref, and to initialize it I'll write Firebase Firestore dot get instance dot collection CITIES cities dot document JSR. So this will now return a reference to my JSR document. So now I want to change the value of capital from false to true. So to do so, we write ref dot update and the key name, that is capital, and I want to change the value to true. Now let's try running this. We can also add an on click listener over here if we want, but let's avoid that for right now and let's try running this app. So once the app has started running, now if we go to our database, we can see that the value of capital has changed from false to true. So this is how we add, update and merge values to our Cloud Firestore. So in this tutorial we are going to learn how to retrieve our data from Cloud Firestore. So for this I have created a sample document in my Firestore. I have named the collection as cities, and inside that I have added 5 documents: BJ, DC, LA, SF and TOK, and all of these have these details. BJ is for Beijing and its country is China, it is the capital, true. This is the population over there. Now let's try downloading these details in our program. So for that I'll go to my main activity, and in my main activity I'll create a document reference variable. Document ref, I'll call it docref, and I'll initialize it by writing Firebase Firestore dot get instance dot collection cities dot document, and let's give the document parts, let's say SF, that is for San Francisco. So I am writing the document name over here as S and F. Now to get the value present in this document, we use the keyword get. So I'll write docref dot get dot add on complete listener, new on complete listener. Now I'll check if the task is successful. So I'll write if task dot is successful, then I'll get the document in the form of document snapshot. So I'll create a document snapshot variable and call it doc, and I'll get a task dot get result. And now let me check if this document exists or not. So I'll write if doc dot exists, then I'll just log it. So I'll write log dot d, and I'll write document, and then over here I'll write doc dot get data, that returns the data inside the document snapshot. Else I'll log no data. Now let's try running it. So I'll click on the run button over here and open the logcat to see the logs and wait for the Gradle build to finish. So there is a compilation error over here which says that, oh, so I need to convert it to string. So I'll write over here dot to string. Now the error will be gone. Let's try running it again. So once the Gradle build has finished and the app has started running, we can see in our logcat we have got the document over here, and it has the value name as San Francisco, state as CA, capital as false, and population as this much, country as USA, and regions, and in regions we get an array list of West Coast and NorCal, which is similar to what we have in our SF document over here. The capital is false, country is USA, name is San Francisco, population is exactly the same number as we have seen in our logcat. Then it has another region list and it has two values, West Coast and NorCal, and the state is CA. So this is how we download the values from Cloud Firestore to our app. Now suppose we want to download some documents based on some condition. Let's say for example I only want to download those cities which are the capital of their respective country. For let's say Beijing, which is the capital of China, and Tokyo, which is the capital of Japan. So to do this, we don't need this in our program right now. I'll write Firebase Firestore dot get instance dot collection cities, and then to check the condition I'll write dot ware equal to capital and true, which means where capital is equal to true, I'll get those values and I'll add an onComplete listener. And over here I'll check if the task is successful, and if the task is successful I'll run a for each loop. So for that I'll write for query document snapshot, I'll name it doc, and to get the iterable we write task dot get result, and and over here we can log the details. So I'll write log dot d document, and over here I'll write doc dot get id, which is a unique ID of the document, plus an arrow plus doc dot get data. And now let's try running it. So I'll click on the run button, open the logcat and wait for the Gradle build to finish. So once the app has started running, you can see we have 3 documents over here and they have their ID and then the details. In this case the ID is the name of the document and the details are exactly the same as we have in our database. So this is how we download data based on some conditions. Now suppose we want to add a real-time listener to any one of the document present in our collection. Let's say I want to add a real-time listener to my LA document. So what I am going to do is, first I am going to remove these codes as I don't need them anymore, and then I'll write document, the document name, and then I'll write dot add snapshot listener, new event listener, and then over here we can do all the tasks that we want to do. This is very similar to value event listener which we had in our real-time database. So this is it about Cloud Firestore. So in this tutorial we are going to learn how to upload and download data from Firebase storage. So for that, first we need to go to our project and then click on this storage over here and then click on get started, then hit the next button and then the done button, and then it will create us a default bucket. So once the loading has finished, we can see a screen something like this. Now we need to add the storage library to our project. So for that we will go to tools, click on Firebase, and the Firebase assistant will open over here. And then in the storage section, we need to click on upload and download a file with cloud storage, and then click on add cloud storage to your app and then accept changes, and then wait for the Gradle build to finish. So once the Gradle build has finished, what I am going to do is I am going to change the functionality of this add button over here such that whenever I click on the add button, I can upload an image to my cloud storage. So I'll go to my main activity and remove all this code which I have written inside add on click listener and just replace it with a method upload image. And then I'll create this method upload image, and over here when we start uploading I can display a progress dialog. So I'll write progress dialog, let's name it PD, is equal to new progress dialog, and the context will be this. Then I'll set the message PD dot set message uploading, and then I'll show the progress dialog. So I'll write PD dot show. Now over here I'll create a URI. So I'll write private URI image URI. This will have the URI of the image we have selected for uploading. So now over here I'll check if the image URI is not equal to null, then I will upload the URI. So for that I'll create a storage reference. I'll name it as file reference, and to initialize it I'll write Firebase storage dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and I'll name the child uploads, and then in that I'll create another child folder and I'll give it the name of the current time. So to get the current time we write system dot current time in millis, and along with that I'll add the extension as get file extension, which is a method we are going to create in a minute, and I'll pass image URI. So now first let's create this get file extension method. So for that I'll write private string get file extension, and it will take an URI. So I'll write URI. Now I'll use a content resolver, so I'll write content resolver. Content resolver is equal to get content resolver, and then I'll create a MIME type map. So for that I'll write MIME type map, and I'll name it as MIME type map, and to initialize it I'll write MIME type map dot get singleton, and then I'll return the extension by writing return MIME type map dot get extension from MIME type content resolver dot get type, and then I will pass the URI over here. So I'll write URI. Now this will give me the extension of my image selected. So now back in my upload image, once I have got the path to my storage, I'll put the file. So to put the file in the cloud, I write file ref dot put file, and then the URI, that is image URI dot add on complete listener, new on complete listener, and in this on complete listener I'll try to get the download URL. So I'll write file ref dot get download URL dot add on success listener, new on success listener, and over here I'll get the string, which is the download URL. String URL is equal to URI dot get data, or just URI dot to string, and then I'll log this URL. So for logging I'll write log dot d, then download URL, and then I can dismiss the progress dialog. So to dismiss the progress dialog, I write pd dot dismiss, and then I can display a toast. Image upload successful. I need to change this progress dialog PD to final. Now the error over here has been removed. Now to select the image, what we need to do is, before calling this upload image, we need to select the image. So for that I'll use another method. I'll name it as open image, and I'll create this in my main activity only, and over here I'll start the image picker intent. So for that I'll write intent is equal to new intent, and then I'll set its type. So for that I'll write intent dot set type image, and then intent dot set action, and in this I'll write intent dot action get content, and then I'll start the intent. So I'll write start activity for result, and then I'll start this intent, and then I'll pass a code. So I'll name it as image request, and before that I need to define it globally. So for that over here I'll write private static final int image request as 2. So now once this activity has taken place, we will get some result. So to handle the result, we'll override the on activity result method. So for that I'll write on activity result, and now I'll check the request code and result code. So to check the request code, I'll write request code is equal to image request. That means we are getting the result for the intent that we have requested. And then I'll check the result code. So result code is equal to result. Okay, that means everything is alright. And then over here I'll get the image URI. So I'll write image URI is equal to data dot get data, and then over here I can call the upload image. So now everything looks fine. I have missed the semicolons over here, which is a very big mistake. Now everything looks fine. Let's try giving it a run. So now let's wait for the Gradle build to finish. I'll be using Visor to run my apps. So once the Gradle build has finished, when we click on this add button, we are directly redirected to the image selector option. And then if we click on photos, and then I have just downloaded a sample photo. So now you can see the progress dialog uploading has appeared, and let's wait for the file to be uploaded. So you can see image uploaded successful toast has been shown there, and we have got the download link over here. So now if I copy this download link and paste it over here, so I'll be able to see the image which I have uploaded, which is this image. And in my storage section, if I refresh it, I'll be able to see the image which I have just now uploaded. So over here you can see we have a folder called uploads, and inside that we have the current time dot the extension, and if we click on it we can see the image right over here. So this is how we upload an image to cloud storage and gets its download link. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will be trying to create the real world application Instagram with the help of Firebase. So for that you can create a new project, but I'll be continuing in the same project which I have created with the name of Firebase demo. So first of all, I don't need all these intents except the start activity. So I'll select them all, go to refactor, then save delete, and then click on OK, and then click on delete anyway. And similarly I'll go to my resource folder, then layout, and then delete all the layouts except the start layout. So then again I'll click on refactor, save delete, click on OK, and similarly for the list item I'll click on refactor, save delete, and then OK. Now I'll remove all the code that I have in my activity starter.xml and as well as the Java file. Sorry, I need this XML coding version, and in my start activity I'll remove these, then all the code inside on create method, and then the on start method. plus I'll remove this redundant import statements. Okay, so for now we can give it a relative layout. I'll give it an width of match parent, a height of match parent. Okay, now I'll go to my project in the Firebase and then click on database. Now once the database has opened, I'll empty all the data I have in my Cloud Firestore as well as the real-time database. And along with that, I'll also clear all the users that I have registered in my authentication section, and I'll also remove all the data from my Firebase storage. So I'll select, then click on delete, again click on delete, and then all the data will be deleted. Now everything is clear. Now we can start with our project. Now first we'll go to strings.xml and change the app name from Firebase demo to Instagram. Then we'll go to styles.xml and change the dark action bar to no action bar. And then we'll go to colors.xml and I'll change the color primary to 455 CDE and the color primary dark to 000 D3D and color accent to C2BD BF, and along with that I'll add a few more colors. I'll write color and I'll name it color black and its code is 6 zeros. And then I'll add color white and its code is 6 small f. Done. Now once done, you can see I have downloaded an icon image and a logo image which you will get from Google, and now I'll put these two in my drawable folder. So I'll just drag and drop, click on leave on drawable, then click on OK, add, and now you can see I have icon and logo in my drawable folder. So now let's start designing our start activity.xml. We'll go to the text area and over here in our relative layout we'll add an image view. The width will be 100 dp, the height will also be 100 dp, and the source will be icon. I'll keep it in the center, so I'll write true. I'll give it an ID as icon image, and for now I'll set its visibility as invisible. Now I'll create a linear layout. The width will be match parent, the height will be wrap content, it will also be in the center. Now over here I'll add an image view. The width will be match parent, wrap content, the height will be 150 dp, the source will be logo. Okay, now after this I'll add a button. Before that, I'll go to my drawable folder, right click or double click, then go to drawable resource file. I'll create the background for button, so I'll name it button background. Now I'll change this selector to shape, and the shape will be rectangle. Now I'll define its corner, give it a radius of 3 dp. Now after corner, we'll give the solid a color of #EEE, and then the stroke. The width of the stroke will be 1 dp, and the color will be color primary. Now back in our activity start, I forgot to mention the orientation, so let's do that. I'll give the orientation as vertical. Now I'll add a button. The width will be match parent. The height will be 50 dp. The background will be button background. The text will be login. I'll give it an ID of login. Now I'll add another button for register, so I'll just copy the code and paste it over here and change the text from login to register and the ID from login to register. Now I'll add a padding to my linear layout. I'll give it a padding of 10 dp. And a margin between both the buttons by writing space, and the width will be 0 dp and the height will be 10 dp. Now I'll give this linear layout an ID of say linear layout, and now I'll make the image also visible. Okay, so now let's write the code in our .java file. First of all, I'll declare all the components as my data members. So over here I'll write private image view, icon image, private linear layout, private button, register, and login. Now we'll link these data members with our XML file in our onCreate method. So over here I'll write icon image is equal to find view by ID, r.id.icon image, linear layout is equal to find view by ID, r.id.linear layout, register is equal to find view by ID, r.id.register, login is equal to find view by ID, r.id.login, and then over here we'll write linear layout dot animate dot alpha 0f dot duration 1, and now in the icon image we'll add an on click listener, icon image dot set on click listener, new on click listener. And before writing code inside that, we'll create another private class. So I'll write private class my animation listener implements animation listener. Now I'll import the methods, and in the method on animation end, I'll write icon image dot clear animation, and then icon image dot set visibility invisible, and after that I'll write linear layout dot set visibility linear layout dot animate dot alpha 1f dot duration 1000 milliseconds, that is 1 second. And over here in the on click method, I'll write translation animation or translate animation is equal to new translate animation, and then I'll define the coordinates 0, 0, 0, minus 1000. Then I'll write animation dot set duration 1000, animation dot set fill after as false, and animation dot set animator animation listener new my animation listener. And after this we can try running the code. So I'll click on the run button and wait for the Gradle build to finish. I'll be using Visor to run my apps. So once the app has started running, if we click on this button, nothing happens. That means there is some kind of problem in our app. So here is the problem. We have not added this animation to our image view. So what we can do is we will remove this on click listener and just paste the raw code over here and then add the animation. So I'll write icon image dot set animation, and now I'll try running it again. So you can see once the app starts running, the icon floats towards the top and the linear layout appears. So now we'll start with the functionality of these buttons in our next video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will be writing the code to register a user to our application. So first we need to go to our module app Gradle file and add the authentication dependency and the database dependency, and along with that we need to go to our project and go to the authentication section, click on sign in method, and over here we need to enable the email and password method. Click on save, and then now we can start writing the code. So first I'll create two intents. The first one will be for registering a user. So I'll write register activity, and the other one will be for login activity. hit finish. Once done, we'll go to our start activity, and over here we'll add an on click listener to our register button and the login button. So over here we'll write register dot set on click listener, new on click listener, start activity, new intent, start activity dot this, comma register activity dot class dot add flags, clear task, and along with that clear top. And similarly I'll add a on click listener to login button. I'll write login dot set on click listener, new on click listener, start activity, new intent, from start activity dot this to login activity dot class, and I'll add flags, clear task and clear top. Okay, so now we will design our register activity layout. So for that I'll be using a linear layout. The orientation will be vertical. Gravity as center, padding as 12 dp. Now inside this I'll have a image view. The width will be match parent, wrap content. The height will be 50 dp and the source will be drawable logo. Okay, so now I'll go to my drawable folder, right click or double click, go to the new and then drawable resource file, and over here I'll create edit text background, hit OK. Now instead of this selector I'll write shape, and the shape will be rectangle. It will have a corner of radius 3 dp. It will have the solid color of #EE, and it will also have a stroke. The width of the stroke will be 1 dp and the color will be color accent. Okay, now after this we'll add a edit text. The edit text will have a width of match parent, height, wrap content. Background will be edit text background. The margin top will be 15 dp The hint will be username, and it will also have a padding of 10 dp. I'll give it an ID username. Now similar to this will be for my full name, and email, and password. Okay, so this will be our basic register activities layout. If you want, we can add another field of re-enter password so as to be double sure that the password is correct. Now after this we'll go to our register activity, and over here we'll declare the variables as data members, private edit text, username, private edit text name, private edit text email, private edit text password. Now we'll also have a reference to the root database, so private database reference mrootref. Okay, now we'll link these variables to our XML components in the onCreate method. Over here I'll write username is equal to find view by id, r.id.username, and then copy paste this other 3 times. And we will initialize our reference mrootref is equal to firebase database dot get instance dot get reference. So we need to add our register button over here, so I'll write button, width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, the background will be button background, margin from top will be 15 dp, the text will be register, this will also have a padding of 10 dp, and it will have an ID register. Now after this we'll have a text view, the width will be wrap content, height will also be wrap content, and the text will be already a user question mark login. This will also have a margin from top as 15 dp, and this will have an ID of login user. Okay, so now back in our .java file we will create two more data members, private button register and text view login user. So first of all we'll add an on click listener to our login user. That if the user is already registered, then we will redirect him to the login intent. So over here we'll write start activity, new intent, register activity dot this to login activity dot class. Now we will add an on click listener to our register button, but before that we have forgot to link them with our XML components. So over here I'll write register is equal to find view by id r.id.register and login user is equal to find view by id r.id.login user. Now over here I'll write register dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and over here I'll get the text value that the user has entered in the edit text. So I'll write string text username, we need to use camel case, is equal to username dot get text. It is in editable format, so we need to convert it to string dot to string text name is equal to name, that is an edit text, dot get text dot to string. Similarly for email, string text email dot get text dot to string text password dot get text dot to string. Now we will check that if any of the field is not empty. So for that first we will change all this to camel case. This is a bad practice to use snake case, that is to be used in XML. Now over here I'll write if text utils dot is empty text username or text utils dot is empty text name or text utils dot is empty text email or text utils dot is empty text password. Then we will display a toast saying empty credentials. Else we will check the length of the password. If the password length is less than 6, then we will again display a toast telling password too short. Else we will register the user. We will send the username name, email and the password. I'll create a method register user that will get username, name, email and password. Now over here I'll create a Firebase auth variable. So I'll write private Firebase auth mauth and I'll initialize it by writing mauth is equal to Firebase auth dot get instance. Now in this method I'll write mauth dot create user with email and password, and now I need to send the email and the password, and then I'll add an on complete listener, or maybe I'll add an on success listener. So if the task is successful, we will add these values to our database. So for that I'll create a hash map of type string and object. I'll call it map and I'll initialize it. Now in the map I'll add put name as the name, email, username as username, and I'll add the ID of the user. So I'll write map dot put ID and it is mauth dot get current user dot get uid, and now I'll add this map in my database. So for that I'll write mrootref dot child users dot child mauth dot get current user dot get uid dot add children dot set value map, and then I'll add an on complete listener. So maybe I'll first check if the task is successful. If task dot is successful, I might display a toast telling the user to go to settings and update the profile. Okay, and then I'll go to the main activity. So for that first I need to create a main activity, new activity, empty activity and main activity. I'll hit finish, click on add. Now then if the task is successful, I'll redirect to main activity. So I'll write start. I'll first create an intent, and I'll initialize it as new intent from register activity dot this to main activity dot class. I'll add flags, clear task and clear top. Then I'll start the activity and then finish, so that when the user clicks on back button he doesn't come to the register activity again. Okay, and then over here I'll put a semicolon, and over here I'll add an on failure listener. So over here we will display a toast. The toast will be e dot get message, that is exception dot get message. So it will show the actual reason of the error. Okay, so this is how we register a user. So now let's try running this. I'll click on run button and wait for the Gradle build to finish. Okay, so once the app has started, if I click on register button, I am redirected to my register activity. Now over here I'll give my username as Rishav Kumar 1102, which is also my Instagram's ID. My name will be Rishav Kumar. Email is rishavk1102, and I'll give it a password of 123456. Okay, so now if I click on register button, it is showing password too short. Now if I add 5 and 6 and then click on register button, it will take a few moments. We can add a progress dialog if we want, and then you can see we are directed to our main activity. So the code is working fine. Now we will add a progress dialog. So for that, over here I'll create a progress dialog. And name it PD. Over here I'll initialize the progress dialog. PD is equal to new progress dialog, this. Now once the user clicks on the register button, the progress dialog should start. So in the register user, over here I'll write PD dot set message, please wait, and then PD dot show. And once the values are added to the database, over here we can write PD dot dismiss, or over here PD dot dismiss. Now let's try running this again. And while it is running, I'll go to my project, and in the users section I'll remove this that I have created just right now, delete now, and also from the database. So as we go in our real-time database, we will be able to see the user that has been added just right now. Okay, so we will delete this, and now again try running the app. So I'll click on register. I'll give the username Rishav Kumar _1102. Name will be Rishav Kumar. Email will be rishabk1102. Password will be 123456. And now if I click on register button, the progress dialog appears, and as soon as we go to our main activity, the progress dialog disappears. So this is how we register a user. We will see how to send a welcome email to the user in our next video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial, we will be trying to send a welcome email to our newly registered users using Cloud Functions. So for that, first we need to open our Android Studio project, go to the assistant, and then click on Cloud Functions for Firestore, and then click on Setup Functions and trigger a function. Then add functions to your app and then click on Accept Changes, and then wait for the Gradle build to finish. Once done, open your browser and look for Node.js and then download it. And if you are using Mac OS, then you can use Homebrew to download this. Now once done, let's open our terminal and check if everything is installed properly. So to check that, I'll write node --version. So it tells that I have a node of version 10.16.3, and similarly for npm, I'll write npm --version. So I have the npm of version 6.13.6. So and we don't need to download npm, but when we download node, npm is downloaded automatically. Npm stands for Node Package Manager. Now once installed, we will now install Firebase tools. So for that we write npm -g, that stands for global. Sorry, I need to write install -g, that stands for global, then Firebase -tools. Then hit enter. It will take few moments to download, and then once done, you can check by writing Firebase --version. So it says that I have the Firebase of version 7.12.1. You might face some difficulty downloading Firebase. So then what you need to do is go to the root user and enable the root user. Okay, so now we are ready to write our Cloud Functions. So first we will create a folder in our desktop. So for that I'll write cd desktop, and then to create a folder I'll write mkdir, and I'll give it the name of my project, that is Instagram demo clone. Okay, so once we are inside the folder Instagram clone, now we will initialize the Firebase. So first we need to write Firebase login. If you are not logged in, then it will open your browser and ask you to log in. I have already logged in and this is my email. Now I'll initialize Firebase. So for that I write Firebase init. So now Firebase has been initialized, and right now we will write functions. So we will select functions using arrow and space button. So with arrow we will toggle to functions, and to select we hit the space button, then press enter, and then I'll click use an existing project. So I'll press enter. Now it will show me all my projects. So I'll be using Firebase demo. Now the functions is setting up. It might take a few moments. So the language which we will use be JavaScript. Click on small y, then again click on capital Y, then it will install the dependencies. Okay, so once done, our folder has been created, and now we can write the functions. So for that, open your Finder or documents in Windows, go to desktop, and then you can see we have Instagram clone over here, and then inside this we have some files and a folder functions. open functions, and then you can see index.js. We will write all our code in index.js, but before that, to be extra sure, we'll come back to our terminal and write npm install Firebase functions @latest, then a space, then Firebase admin @latest, then space and double dash save, then hit enter. This will also take a few moments. So once done, we will go back to our Android Studio, minimize it, and then open one of your editor, your favorite editor. Over here I'll be using VS Code to write my functions. So over here one of my project is already open. I'll just close it, close folder, and then I'll open the Instagram clone folder. So for that I'll go to file, open, and then to the desktop, Instagram clone, and then click on open. So now you can see my project has been loaded over here. I'll open the functions folder and then open index.js. So I'll write all my functions over here. Now once this is opened, we will go back to our browser and search for node mailer. Then when the search results appear, we will open this site npmjs.com package node mailer, and then we get the code over here. Copy this code and then go back to your terminal and then paste it. Then hit on enter, and then node mailer will be downloaded. So node mailer is a package that helps us send mail to the user. So once done, come back to your index.js file and then remove all the things that is written. Now we will start writing the functions. So we start by writing use strict, then const functions require Firebase functions, then const node mailer is equal to require node mailer. Now after this we'll write const Gmail email is equal to functions dot config dot gmail dot email. Then we'll write const Gmail password is equal to functions dot config dot gmail dot password, and then we'll write const mail transport, and we'll write node mailer dot create transport, and over here we'll give a curly braces and write our code inside this. So I'll write service, and the service name will be Gmail, a comma, then I'll write auth, then again open curly braces, user will be Gmail email, and password will be Gmail password. Then over here I'll give a comma, and over here I'll give a semicolon. Then after that I'll write const app name, and we'll give the application name Instagram clone. Then after this we'll write exports dot send welcome email is equal to functions dot auth dot user dot on create, and inside the method we'll write user, then an equal to and angle, then I'll open the curly braces, and over here I'll write const email is equal to user dot email, and I'll write const display name is equal to user dot display name, and then over here I'll write return send welcome email and then I'll write email and display name. I'll remove this keyword from here, then over here I'll give the semicolon, and then I'll write the function send welcome email. So for that we write async function send welcome email, and it takes email and display name as inputs, then curly braces open. Over here I'll write const mail options curly braces open from, then I'll give the symbol that appears above the tab key. I'll write dollar curly braces app name and then a space angle brackets open no reply @firebase.com, and then a comma to email, then again a comma, and over here I'll give a semicolon. Then after that we'll write mail options dot subject, then again that symbol above the tab keyword welcome to dollar curly braces open app name, okay, then a exclamation mark if we want, then I'll give a colon, and then I'll write mail options dot text, and in that text I'll again give that symbol and write hey dollar curly braces open display name, and if we don't have the display name then space, then an exclamation mark welcome to again dollar curly braces open app name, we hope you enjoy our service, or you can write any customized message of your own. then again we'll give the colon, then I'll write await mail transport dot send mail, and in the mail I'll write mail options. That's it. And then we can add a log to the console. I'll write console dot log, and inside this I'll write new email sent to, then a comma and email, then I'll give a semicolon, and then at last I'll write return null. Okay, so this is our cloud function which will send a welcome email every time the user registers. So just as a security check, we will open our package.json, and yes, we don't have our node mailer dependency over here. So to add that, I'll write inside double quotes node mailer, and then after that I'll give a colon, then a space, again double quotes, and shift 6 and 6.4.2, and then a comma. Okay, so this is also done. Now to deploy our functions, we go to our terminal and then write Firebase deploy, and then wait for a few moments. Okay, so we got an error over here. That is because we have not defined our admin email and password. So to do so, we write Firebase a space functions colon config, then again colon set a space gmail dot email, and then equal to, and inside double quotes we write our Gmail email. So I'll write my Gmail email, then a space and Gmail dot password, then again equal to, and we write our secret keyword over here. Now once done, again try writing Firebase deploy. So once done, if we open our project and then go to functions, we can see our function. So you can see we have our send welcome email function over here, and it will be triggered whenever a user creates an account. So let's see this. I will build my app and run it once again. Once the app has started running, we'll click on register, then give the username, the name will be Rishabh Kumar, and the email, I need to give a different email, so I'll write rishabhkumar.codeq@gmail.com, and then I'll add a password. I'll write 1 2 3 4 5 6, then I'll click on register. Now as soon as I register, if I pull down, I can see I have a mail, welcome to Instagram clone. And if I see the mail, I see the subject is welcome to Instagram clone, and the message is, hey, welcome to Instagram clone, we hope you enjoy our service. So this is how we send a welcome email to the user. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will design the layout for login activity. So for that, first I'll open my register activity and I'll copy all the code and paste it in my login activity. And over here I'll just remove a few things. I'll remove this username and name edit text as I don't need them, and I'll change the text from register to login, the ID from register to login, and this text from already a user login to new to Instagram register, and then I'll change the ID to register user. Okay, now I'll go to my login activity and over there I'll create the variables as my data members. I'll write private edit text email, private edit text password, and I'll also create a Firebase auth variable. So I'll write private Firebase auth mauth, and I'll also create a button. Then I'll create a text view, private text view register user. Now I'll link these data members to my XML components. So for that, in my onCreate method I'll write email is equal to find view by ID r dot id dot email, and for password is equal to find view by ID r dot id dot password. For login I'll write login is equal to find view by ID r dot id dot login, and for register user I'll write find view by ID r dot id dot register user, and then I'll initialize my mauth variable. So I'll write mauth is equal to Firebase auth dot get instance. Now I'll add an on click listener to my register user text. So I'll write register user dot set on click listener new on click listener, and then over here I'll start an activity. I'll write start activity new intent login activity dot this to register activity dot class, and then I'll add a flag. I'll write add flags clear task. Okay, now I'll add an on click listener to my login button. So for that I'll write login dot set on click listener new on click listener, and over here I'll check if all the edit texts have some value. So for that I'll extract the values from the edit text. So for that I'll write string text email is equal to email, that is our edit text, dot get text dot to string, and then I'll write string text password is equal to password, that is our edit text, dot get text dot to string. Now I'll check if they have some value. So for that I'll write if text utils dot is empty text email or text utils dot is empty text password, then I will display a toast telling empty credentials, else I'll call a method called login user, and to that I'll send my email and password. Now I'll create the method over here. I'll create it in my login activity, and I'll change this text password to only password and text email to only email. And over here I'll write mauth dot sign in with email and password, and the first parameter will be email and the second parameter will be password, and I'll add an on complete listener. So I'll check if my task is successful. If task dot is successful, then I'll just copy the code from my register activity. So if the task is successful, we display a toast and then start our main activity. I'll do the same over here. I'll paste it over here, and I'll change this activity from register activity to login activity, and over here also from register activity to login activity. And if the task is not successful, so for that I'll add an on failure listener. So if the task has failed, we'll display a toast with the actual error. Over here I'll write e dot get message. Okay, so this code should work. Okay, so it is having some error. Yes, I forgot to give a semicolon over here. Okay, so now let's try running this app. So once the app has started running, if I click on login and then I enter my email and password, the same email that I have used to create an account earlier. Password is 123456, and then if I click on login, I am redirected to the main activity. That means my login is successful. And now that we have both register activity and login activity, we don't want to log in every time we build our app. So for that I'll go to my start activity, and over here I'll override my on start method, and inside that I'll write an if condition. If Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user is not equal to null, then it should redirect directly to the main activity. So for that I'll create an intent, or I'll make it as an inline function. I'll write start activity new intent start activity dot this comma main activity dot class, and after this I'll add a finish. Okay, so now if we run the app and the user is already logged in, then we should directly be redirected to our main activity. So let's check it. Okay, so you can see as the app starts, we are directly in our main activity. So this is how we create the login page for an application. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will design our main activity. So for that, first we will need some icons. So to download icons, go to the drawable folder, double click or right click, and then go to new and image asset, and then look for home in the clip art section. Home, select it and save it as IC home or whatever you like. Make sure that the theme is HoloLight. Click on next, finish, then again go to image asset and look for search. I'll give it a name IC search. Then again I'll go to image asset and then I'll look for add box. Okay, and I'll save it with the name add, then click on next, hit finish. Then again go to image asset and look for favorite, and I'll give it a name as heart. Click on next, hit finish. Then to the image asset for the last time, in the clip art section search for person and give it a name person. Click on next, hit finish. Now once done, double click or right click on resource and go to new, then directory, and give the directory name as color. Okay, and now in the color go to new and color resource file and give it a name of selector. Okay, now over here we will define how our icon will look when it is selected and when it is not selected. So inside this I'll write item color black and state selected as true. Then item and the color will be @Android color darker gray. Okay, once done, again go to the resource directory and create a new directory, and the name of the directory will be menu, and in the menu create a menu resource file and the name will be bottom menu. Now in the menu we will add the icons we have downloaded just now. So first I'll write item, then I'll give it an ID. The ID will be nav home. The icon will be r.drawable. Sorry, we are in XML. The icon will be IC home and the title will be nothing, or if you want you can give something. Then we will have 4 more like this, so I'll just copy and paste. And I'll change their IDs. The next one will be nav search, the third one will be nav add, the fourth one will be nav heart, and the last one will be nav profile. And I'll change the icons. The second one will be IC search, third one will be add, fourth one will be heart, and the fifth one will be profile person. Okay, so our menu has been created. Now we will go to our main activity. So in the main activity I'll be using a relative layout. And in the relative layout, first I'll have a frame layout. The width will be match parent, height will also be match parent. It will have an ID as fragment container. Okay. After the frame layout, we will have an app bar. So the app bar dependency is not present in our project. So to add that, go to the module app, and over here we will add another line which says com.google.android.material material 1.0.0. Then click on sync and wait for the Gradle build to finish. Once done, go back to the activity main.xml file and now try writing app bar layout, and the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and I'll give it an ID of say bottom, and I'll align it to the bottom. Now over here I'll give it an ID as, I'll add one more constraint. I'll write layout above bottom. Now inside the app bar layout, I'll add a bottom navigation view, and the width of the bottom navigation view will be match parent, height will be wrap content, the ID will be bottom navigation, the item icon tint will be selector, the file that we have created just now, the label visibility mode will be unlabeled, the background will be question mark Android :attr / window background, and the menu will be bottom menu. Okay, so once done, we can try running our application. So once the app has started running, we can see the bottom navigation view as we see in the Instagram. So this was for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will write the Java code for our main activity, but before that I'll open my register activity and add two more fields to my hash map. Over here I'll write map dot put bio, and the default value will be null, and also a image URL. So for that I'll write map dot put image URL, and the value will be default, which will be changed later when the user updates the profile. Now back in our main activity, over here, before starting to write the code for main activity, we need to create the fragments. So for that, double click or right click on com.yourname.firebase demo, go to new, then click on package and give the name as fragments, and inside fragments we will create 4 fragments. So look for fragment and then go to blank fragment. The first fragment name will be home fragment. Hit finish. and then remove all the unwanted code from here. Similarly, we will create 3 more fragments, namely search fragment, notification fragment, and profile fragment. Now once the fragments have been created, I'll open the XML and change the text. So over here I'll change it to home fragment. Similarly, in the notification I'll write notification fragment. Then for the profile fragment I'll write profile fragment. And similarly for the search XML file I'll write search fragment. This will help in testing the app. And after this I'll create a new activity, an empty activity, and name it post activity. Then hit finish. Once done, we can close all these. And now over here in our main activity, we will create the bottom navigation view, private bottom navigation view. The name will be bottom navigation view, and fragment selector fragment. Now over here I'll link the XML files with my data members. So for that I'll write bottom navigation view is equal to find view by ID r.id dot bottom navigation, and then I'll add an on click listener. So for the bottom navigation view we write bottom navigation view dot set on navigation item selected listener. And over here we write new bottom navigation view dot on navigation item selected listener. Now over here I'll write switch menu item dot get item ID, and then the first case will be r.id dot nav home. Over here I'll write selector fragment is equal to new home fragment break. Then I'll write case r.id dot nav search selector fragment is equal to new search fragment break. The third case will be r.id.nav add, and the selector fragment will be null followed by a break.
The fourth condition will be r.id.navheart, and the selector fragment will be new notification fragment followed by a break, and the last case will be r.id.nav profile, and the selector fragment will be new profile fragment followed by a break. So after this we will check if the selector fragment has some value. So we will write selector fragment not equal to null, and if it is true we will write get support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace r dot id dot fragment container comma selector fragment dot commit, and after that we will return true. Now by default we want the home fragment to start, so for that we will write get support fragment dot begin transaction dot replace r dot id dot fragment container comma new home fragment dot commit, and over here the where nav underscore add we have made the selector fragment is equal to null, we will start our post activity. So for that I will write start activity new intent main activity dot this comma post activity dot class. Now once done we can try running the app. So as I have added 2 new fields in the register activity, I had to remove all the previous registered users. So once again I'll click on register and give a username Rishabh Kumar. The name will be Rishabh Kumar. Email will be rishabk1102. Password will be 123456, and then I'll click on register. So then you can see as the main activity starts, by default we are in the home fragment, and if we click on search it takes us to the search fragment. Similarly for the notification fragment and profile fragment, and if we click on this plus button the post activity has started. So this was for the tutorial. We will start configuring our post activity in the next tutorial. Thank you.
Welcome to Programming Knowledge. In this tutorial we will start designing our post activity. But before designing post activity we will need some dependencies. So for that open your browser and search for social view, and then go to this GitHub link, and below you will find the dependencies that we need in the project. So I'll just copy this and open my app level Gradle file and paste it over there. And I also need a version. So for finding out the version I'll go to the releases section, and over there you can see the latest version is 0.2. So over here I'll change this version to 0.2, and here also. Along with that we will also need one more dependency, that is Android image cropper.
So search for this in the browser and open this link. And over here also you can copy this API and paste it in your Gradle file and then click on sync now. Once done, we are ready to design our post activity. So I'll just close all of these, and before designing we will need a close icon. So for that I'll double click on the drawable, go to new and then to image asset, and over here I'll search for close. And I'll give it a name of IC close. Click on next, hit finish. Then open the post activity, go to text, and I will be using a linear layout to design the post activity. I will give it an orientation of as vertical, and now inside that first I will have an app bar layout. The width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, it will have an ID bar. After this I'll give it a background, and the background is written as question mark, then Android colon attr stands for attributes, and then window background. And then inside this I'll have my toolbar. The toolbar will have a width of match parent, height will be wrap content, background will be same as the app bar, and it will have an ID of toolbar. Now inside toolbar I'll have a relative layout. The width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and then inside the relative layout I'll have an image view. The width will be wrap content, height will also be wrap content, align parent start will be true, the source will be IC close, and it will have an ID close. After this we will have a text view. The width will be wrap content, height also wrap content, the text is post, the ID is also post, the text size is, let's say, 18 sp. Okay, 18 sp looks fine. Then after that we will have align parent end, that should be true. Then we want to have a margin at the right, so layout margin right, let's say we give it a margin of 15 dp, looks good. And then the text color will be color primary, and it should be in the center. And then the text should be in the center, so I'll write center vertical true. Okay, so this is done. After this, over here we'll create another linear layout. The width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and it will have a padding of 10 dp, and it will also have orientation as vertical. And then inside this we will have an image view that will display the image selected by the user. The width will be, let's say, match parent, and height will be 200 dp. That means any image selected by the user will be shown in this rectangular area. After that I'll give it a gravity as center. The scale type will be fit inside, center inside, sorry. And for test purpose I'll give it a image, and its ID will be image added. Now after this we will have edit text for description, and over here instead of edit text we will use social autocomplete text view. This is in the dependency that we added just now. It helps us in giving options for hashtags and mentions. We will see how to use it in the later in this tutorial. I'll give it a width of match parent, height as wrap content, and I'll add some margin at the top. Let's say the margin is 15 dp. There should be a space, and also a hint description, and then it can only have maximum 5 lines. It will have an ID of description. After the ID description, let's see what else do we need to add. So I'll go back to the social. In the code section I'll just have a look at the edit text. So over here you can see we need to add the social flags. So I'll just copy it from here and paste it over here. And also we need to add a hashtag color. So I'll again copy it from here and paste it over here, and in this case the color will be color primary. Okay, so our designing is done. This is how our post activity will look. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will write the Java code for post activity. So for that, first I'll create the data members of the XML components. So for that I'll write private image view close, private image view image added, private text view post, and social autocomplete text view description. Now I'll link these components with my XML file in the onCreate method. So for that I'll write close is equal to find view by id r.id.close for image added. We should not use snake case. I will prefer using camel case. Image added is equal to find view by id r.id.image added.
After this we have post. Post is equal to find view by id, r.id.post, and then the description, find view by id, r.id.description. Now after this, whenever the user clicks on close, we should go back to the main activity. So for that I'll add an on click listener. So I'll write close dot set on click listener, new on click listener, start activity, new intent, post activity dot this, comma main activity dot class, followed by a finish. Now after this, when we click on the post activity, we should go to the gallery and select the image. So for that we will use the crop image dependency that we have downloaded just now. So over here I'll write crop image dot activity dot start, and the activity will be post activity dot this, and then this will return us an image. So to get the image we need to overwrite our on activity result. So in the on activity result we will check the condition if request code is equal to crop image activity request code and result code is equal to result OK, then we will get the result. So to get the result we write crop image dot activity result is equal to crop image dot get activity result, and then we need to pass the intent, and the intent name is data. So once we have got the result we need to get the URI. So over here I'll create a global URI variable, private URI image URI. Now over here I'll write image URI is equal to result dot get URI, and then I'll also add this image to my image view. So to add that I'll write image added dot set image URI, and if the result code is not OK, then we can display a toast telling try again, and then we will move the user back to the main activity. So for that we write start activity, new intent, post activity dot this, comma main activity dot class, followed by a finish. Now let's write the code to upload the image to Firebase storage. But before that, please mark that you have the storage dependency in your Gradle file and you have enabled storage in your Firebase project. Okay, so back in the post activity.java, over here I'll add an on click listener to post text view. So for that I'll write post dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and then I'll just call the image upload. I have created a method called upload, and now in the upload we will first create a progress dialog, call it PD is equal to new progress dialog. The context will be this, I'll set the message as uploading and then show. Now after this we will check if the image URI is null or not. If the image URI is null, that means no image has been selected. So I'll write image URI is not equal to null. If it is not null, that means it has some image. So then we will store it to the Firebase references, Firebase storage. So for that I'll create a storage reference and call it file path, and I'll initialize it by writing Firebase storage dot get instance dot get reference, and inside the reference I'll create a folder posts, and inside that I'll have a child, and I'll give the name to the child system dot current time in millis, that means the current time, a dot, and then the file extension. So I'll now create a method called get file extension, and over there I'll try to get the extension of the file. Its return type will be string, and it will only take an URI, not a image URI. Inside this method we will write return mime type map dot get singleton dot get extension from mime type, then this dot get content resolver dot get type, and then URI. After this, back in the upload method we will write storage task and we will call it upload task is equal to file path, I think A is missing here, dot put file, and then the image URI. After this we will write upload task dot continue with task new continuation, and inside this we will check if there is any error. So for that we will write if not task dot is successful, that means task is not successful, then we will throw an exception, throw task dot get exception, and if the task has been executed successfully, then we will return file path dot get download URL. And now over here we will add an on complete listener. We'll add new on complete listener, and inside that we will get the download URI. So for that I'll create a URI variable, and I'll write task dot get result. Now it will give us an error, so to remove the error over here you need to write URI, and over here also. Then after this we will get the URL. So to get the URL I'll create a global variable private string image URL capital URL, and then over here I'll write image URL is equal to download URI dot to string. Then after this we'll add the details to our database. So for that I'll create a database reference, and call it ref. Then to initialize it, I will write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference, and inside the reference I'll create a branch posts. Now after this I'll create a post ID, a system generated post ID. So for that also I'll take the help of our database. I'll write ref dot push dot get key. This push creates a unique ID and we are getting the unique ID and storing it in our post ID. Now after this I'll create a hash map of type string and object, and I'll call it map and initialize it over here only. And then to the map I'll add some values. First will be post ID, the post ID that we have generated just now. Then after that the image URL, and for that also we have a variable. Then we will add the description. The key name will be description, and to get the description we'll use the description edit text social view autocomplete text dot get text dot toString, and then also the publisher details. So for that I'll write map dot put publisher, and to get the publisher ID we'll use the Firebase auth. So for that write Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user dot get UID. That will give us the UID of the current user. Now after that we will push these values to our database. So for that I'll write ref dot child post ID dot set value map. Now after that we will deal with the hashtags. That means if the user adds some hashtags in the description, it will be stored in another branch of the database. So for that I'll create another database reference and name it hashtag ref and initialize it as Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child hashtags, and after that I'll create a list that will have all my hashtags. And to get all the hashtags from the description we will write description dot get hashtags. Now after that we will check if the user has added some hashtags in the description. So to check that we will check if the list has some value or not. So we'll write hashtags dot is empty. So if it is not empty then we will add all the values to our database. So for that I'll create a for loop, a string variable called tag, and it will iterate through all the values of hashtags. Then inside this I'll use the hash map that I have created earlier, but before that I need to clear it. So I'll write map dot clear, and then I'll write map dot put the tag, and its value will be tag dot to lowercase, so that it is easy for the users to search about a tag, and then also the post on which the tag was used. So for that I'll write post ID and the post ID variable. After that we'll add it to the database. So for that we'll write m hashtag ref dot child tag dot to lowercase dot set value map. Once done, we are done with the maximum part of the database. So after that we need to dismiss our progress dialog. So we'll write pd dot dismiss, and then once done we will go back to our main activity. So to go back to main activity, we'll write start activity, new intent, main activity dot it will be post activity dot this comma main activity dot class, and then followed by a finish. Now after this I'll add an on failure listener. So now if the task has failed, we can get the exact message in our on failure method. So I'll display a toast telling about the problem that has happened. So to get the actual reason, we can write e dot get message. That will give us the exact reason why the code has failed. And then after this, that in this if condition, we will add an else and display a toast that no image was selected. Now once done, we can try running our application. So I'll be using Visor to run my apps. So once the app starts running, if we click on this plus button, we are getting an error. That means we are missing something. So the mistake is that in the Android image cropper, we also need to add the activity. So for that, I'll copy this code from here and go to my manifests, and over there I'll add this activity, and along with that I need some permission. So for that I'll write users permission, read external storage, and users permission write external storage. Now if we build the application once again, so once the application has started running, if we click on this plus icon, we get an option to select the source of the image. I'll click on gallery, select an image, and I can adjust the size as and how I like. And if I click on crop, we should be moved to the post activity. So over here you can see we are in our post activity, and I can add the description. So I'll write Flutter image, as this is our Flutter image. And then as we have used a social text view, if we write something with an hashtag, it will automatically convert to blue. So suppose I write my name, you can see it has automatically changed to blue, or our color primary. And now if I click on post, the dialog is appearing, and it will take a few moments. So once done, we are redirected back to our main activity, and if we open our database, go to the database section, we can see we have our post branch that has the description, image URL, post ID and publisher, and also we have a hashtag that has the hashtag name and the post ID where it was used. Now if you want to check, if you click on the image URL and paste it in your browser, just remove the quotes, and if you click on enter, you will be able to see the same image. So over here you can see the same images appearing. So this is how we post an image. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. In this tutorial we will start building our search fragment. So for that, first I'll go to its XML file and change it from frame layout to relative layout, and I don't need this text view anymore. Now in the relative layout I'll have an app bar layout. The width will be match parent, height will be wrap content. I'll give it an ID as bar, and it will have a background of question mark Android attr/window background. Inside this we'll have a toolbar. The width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and it will have an ID as toolbar, and this will also have the same background as our app bar layout. So I'll just copy it from there and paste it over here. After this we have an image view, and before adding the image view we need to add the image in our drawable folder. So I'll double click or right click on the drawable, go to new, then click on image asset. Now over here I'll search for search, and here is the icon. Click on OK. I'll give it a name as IC search. The theme should be hollow light. Click on next, hit finish. Once done, we can proceed with our image view. So I'll give it a width of wrap content, height also wrap content, and the source will be search, IC search. Okay. Now after this I'll have my autocomplete text view. So for that I'll write social autocomplete text view. It will have an ID. The width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, its ID will be search bar, it will have a background of transparent. So I'll write Android color transparent, and the hint will be search, like SEARCH, and 3 dots maybe. Okay. Now once done, we need to align it in a proper manner. So what I basically need to do is I'll cut it from here and paste it over here. So it looks pretty fine now. I'll add some margin in between to make it look better. So I'll give it a margin from the starting, say 10 dp. So this appears fine. Now below this we will have a recycler view that will have the list of the users. So I'll write recycler view. The width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, it will have an ID as recycler view users, and it should be below bar, that is the app bar layout. Okay, and below this we will have another recycler view for our tags. So the width will again be match parent, height will be wrap content, the ID will be recycler view tags, and it should be below recycler view. Sorry, it should be below recycler view users. Okay, so I'll also add a margin in between, say margin top of 5 dp. Okay, so this is how our search fragment will look like. Now let's design the item for the recycler view. So for that I'll click on my layout and go to new, then click on layout resource file, and I'll give it a name as user item. And now in the text I'll change it to relative layout. I also don't need a orientation for relative layout, so I'll just remove this. And now before moving forward we need a dependency, so I'll go to my browser and look for circle image view and open the first GitHub link that appears. And over here I got the implementation, so I'll just copy it and paste it in my app level Gradle file. So over here I'll just paste it, click on sync and wait for the Gradle build to finish. Now once done, I'll go back to my user item.xml, and over here the next thing that we are going to add is a circle image view. Okay, so sometime it doesn't load instantly, so all you need to do is close it and open it once again. So once opened, now let's try adding the circular image view. So you can see the first one is circle image view, the dependency that we just added, and the width will be 50 dp, the height will also be 50 dp, the ID will be image profile, and I'll give it a source to see everything works fine, that is mipmap IC launcher. Okay, once done, before that I'll give it a padding of 10 dp, and I'll also reduce the width height from match parent to wrap content. Now after this I'll have a linear layout whose height and width both will be wrap content. It will be at the end of image profile, and it will also have a margin start, say 5 dp, and the orientation will be vertical and it will be center vertical. So I'll just enter true over here. Now it will have two children. The first one is text view, the width will be wrap content, height will be wrap content, the ID will be username, and the text will also be username. Just to check if everything looks fine, and it can have a maximum of 1 line. The text style will be bold, and it will also have a text color of color design default color primary dark. Now after this there will be another text view. The width will be wrap content, height also wrap content. It will have an ID saying full name. Its text will be full name, and max lines will be 1. Okay, so this is how our user will look like, user item will look like. Now along with this we need to have a button to follow or unfollow. So for that I'll create a button. The width will be wrap content, height will be 30 dp, the background will be button background, the ID will be button, follow. The text color will be color primary. I'll align it to parent end. Center vertical as true, and visibility by default gone. Okay, so this is how our user item will look like. We will continue writing the Java code for this in the next tutorial. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. In this tutorial, we will continue writing the code for search fragment. So before that, we will need to create a model class. So for that, I'll open my database, and while it opens, over here I'll create a new package called model, and inside that model I'll create a Java class that will be a model class as user, and click on OK. Now while it is done, I'll go to my real-time database, and over here add these fields as the data members of the model class. So I'll write private string name, full name, private string email, private string username, private string bio, and along with that we also have a image URL and the ID. So I'll write private string image URL and private string ID. Keep in mind that all these names should match exactly to the key names that we have in our user branch. Now once done, I'll create a constructor, an empty constructor first, and after that parameterized constructor, and then I'll set the getter and setter for them. Now once done, I'll create a new package in my project and give the name as adapters or just adapter, and inside this I'll create a new adapter, a new Java class, and call it user adapter. And now inside user adapter, I'll first create a view holder class. So I'll write public class view holder extends recycler view dot view holder, and inside this I need to create a constructor which will be automatically done by Java. And along with this, in our view holder, I'll have all the components that I have used in my user item XML file. So I'll write public circle image view, image profile, public text view, username, public text view, full name, public button, button follow. And to link this with the XML components in the constructor, we will write image profile is equal to item view dot find view by ID r dot id dot image profile. And similar for the rest three, I'll just copy it and paste it 3 times. and over here it will be button follow, that is the snake case. And now back in the user adapter, we will extend the adapter class of recycler view. So we'll write recycler view dot adapter, and inside angle brackets we will write user adapter dot view holder, and then close the angle brackets. And now we will need to implement three methods. I will just implement it, and then we will take some parameters, and they are the context, context, and a list of users. User is the model class that we have just now created. I'll call them users, and I'll also take a boolean stating whether it is a fragment or not. We are taking this because we have planned to use this user adapter in fragment as well as in an activity. So there is a slight change in code when we have to use an adapter for a fragment and for an activity. That's why we are taking this. And along with this, I'll also need a Firebase user. So let Firebase user. The Firebase user comes with Firebase auth implementation. Now in the get item count, I'll write users dot size. U should be capital, following camel case. And now in the view holder, I'll create a variable of view, and it will be layout inflator dot from context dot inflate r dot layout dot user item, and the view group will be parent, and attached to root will be false. And after this, I'll return this view by calling the view holder class. So I'll write new user adapter dot view holder, and then passing the view. Now to take the input of these three values, that is context, list, and the boolean value, will create a constructor. So I'll write command n, a constructor for the first three values. And now inside the bind view holder, first we will initialize our Firebase user. So for that we'll write Firebase user is equal to Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user. Now after that we'll get the user. So for that we'll write user is equal to users dot get position. And now after this we will write holder dot button follow dot set visibility visible. And after this we will set the username and full name. So I'll write holder dot username dot set text user dot get username. And for the full name, I'll write holder dot full name dot set text user dot get full name. And I will also like to check if we have full name or just name. So over here you can see we just have the name, so that's why we'll have to change it in our model class. So I'll change this full name to name. Over here also full name to name, this full name to name, and this full name to name again. After this I'll remove these two, and instead of that I'll add the new getters and setters. Now in the user adapter, instead of get full name, I'll write get name. After this we will load the image, and to load the image we will need another library file. So for that I'll open my browser and look for Picasso. You can use Glide also if you want. So I'll open the GitHub link for Picasso. And over here I'll get the implementation file. I'll just simply copy this and paste it in my app level and sync it and wait for the Gradle build to finish. Once done, we will go back to the user adapter, and over here we'll write Picasso dot get dot load user dot get image URL dot a placeholder. That means it will be at the image view until the image is being loaded, and it will be map dot IC launcher and dot into, that is the target, and our target is holder dot image profile. Now after that I'll create a method called isFollowed, and it will take two parameters, the user ID, user dot get ID, and the button, that is holder dot button follow. Now I'll create this method. Now in this isFollowed method I'll create a database reference, call it reference, and initialize it by writing Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child follow, and inside this child we will have Firebase user dot get UID dot child as following. So this will check that whether the user is being followed by the current user. Okay, so after this we will add the value event listener. So for that I'll write reference dot add value event listener, new value event listener, and over here we will see if data snapshot dot child user ID or just ID dot exists, then we will set the button text like button follow dot set text to following, else we will set the text to follow. In following also we can have a small f. So this will close this. Now back in the bind view holder we will write if user dot get ID dot equals Firebase user dot get UID, then holder dot button follow dot set visibility as gone. Okay, now I think we need to convert it to final. Yes, this was for the tutorial. See you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome to programming knowledge. Now after this we will go to the search fragment, and over there we will just remove this commented line and create a view variable. So I'll add view, and then instead of this I'll just cut it and write view over here and paste the cut statement over here. Now after this we will link the recycler view. So for that first I'll create a global variable private recycler view and call it recycler view, and to link it I'll write recycler view is equal to view dot find view by ID r dot id dot recycler view users, and after that I'll write recycler view dot has fixed size set has fixed size as true, and then recycler view dot set layout manager, new linear layout manager, and the context will be get context. Now after that we'll create a global variable for the edit text, let private social autocomplete text view search bar, and now we will just link this. We will add the functionality to the search bar in the upcoming tutorials. So over here I'll write search bar is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot. Okay, so what was the id that we have given to the search bar? So over here we have given it an id as search bar. So in the search fragment I'll write search bar. Now after this I'll create another list of users that I'll be sending to my user adapter. So for that I'll write private list user of type user, and I'll call it m users, and I'll initialize it over here. I'll write m users is equal to new array list, and I'll also create a user adapter variable. So I'll write private user adapter, and I'll call it user adapter, and over here I'll initialize it. User adapter is equal to new user adapter, and inside this I'll first pass the context, then the list of users, and then true because we are inside a fragment. Now after this we'll set the adapter. So for that I'll write recycler view dot set adapter user adapter. Now after this I'll create a method called read users, that means adding the value to my m users list. So I'll create this method read users, and inside this I'll create a database reference, call it reference, and initialize it by writing Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child users capital U, and after that we'll add a value event listener. So for that we'll write reference dot add value event listener, new value event listener, and inside we'll write if text utils dot is empty search bar dot get text dot toString, then only we will proceed. That means the user is not searching about anything. So first of all we will clear the list. So for that I'll write musers dot clear, and after that I'll run a for loop, or to be more specific, a for each loop. So I'll create a data snapshot variable, call it snapshot, and it will be data snapshot dot get children, that returns the iterable. Now inside this I'll create user variable, call it user, and to get the value I'll write snapshot dot get value, and in the class type my class will be user dot class. Now after this I'll add it to the users list. So I'll write m users dot add user. Now after this, outside the for loop I'll write user adapter dot notify data set changed. Now if we run this, before that we need to create 2-3 more profiles, and after that if we run this we will be able to see the search bar. So let's try this. Okay, so once the app starts running, if I click on the search icon, you can see the username is showing. So my username is Rishabh Kumar and my actual name is Rishabh Kumar, where there is a space and R and K are capital. As I have not uploaded any image, so the default image is showing over here. And to check this, if I open the database over here, you can see the username is Rishabh Kumar and my name is Rishabh Kumar with a space, capital R, capital K, and we don't have an image URL. Okay, and now to check if the image URL is working or not, if we just simply copy this and paste it over here, then now if we go back to the application, we can see the images loaded over here, and as we have used a circle image view, the image appears as a circle. So now in the next tutorial we will learn how to search a user based on their username or name. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So before we move forward, there is a slight problem in our code that I just discovered, that if I try uploading any other post which has the same hashtag as I already used, then instead of adding the data, it is getting replaced. So to rectify it, all we need to do is we need to go back to our post activity, and where we are uploading the hashtags over here, instead of adding it directly to the tag, we will create another child value, and the child will be post ID. Okay, now after this I'll remove all the hashtags that I have. I'll also remove all the posts, and along with this I'll also remove the images that I have in my storage. And after that I'll upload a few images, create more than 3 users, dummy users, to see if our search feature is working properly or not. Okay, so you can see I have created 4 users and I have uploaded 2 photos and I have used 4 tags, and a single tag can store more than 1 image's data. Okay, so now back in the program, now we will add the search feature. So for that I'll go to the search fragment, and over there I'll create a method called search user. So it will be private void search user, and it will take a string that is the search request or the keys entered by the user in the search bar. So there are 2 methods to filter the names. I'll show you both the methods, one for searching the user and the other one for searching the tags. So for this we will use a query which is provided by Firebase. Query is equal to Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child users dot order by child username dot start at s dot end at s plus, and then a regex value backslash u f8ff. Now once done, after this we will write query dot add value event listener, new value event listener, and in the on data change we will clear the m users list, and then we will run a for each loop. So for that I'll write for data snapshot data snapshot dot get children, and inside this I'll get the value in a user object, the class that we created in our model package. User is equal to snapshot dot get value user dot class, and then I'll add it to the list. So for that I'll write users dot add user, and once the loop ends I'll notify the user adapter. So for that I'll write user adapter dot notify data set changed. Okay, and now we will call this method whenever we enter some text in our search bar. Okay, so for that in the onCreate method we will write search bar dot add text changed listener, and inside this we will create a text watcher constructor, new text watcher, and in the on text changed method we will call our search user method. So over here I'll write search user, and the string will be s, and we need to convert it to string as we get a char sequence over here. Okay, now let's try running this and see if the search feature works. But before that, it has red lines over here, that means we are missing something, and that is the semicolon over here and here. Okay, now the red line has disappeared, so let's try running this. Okay, so once the app starts running, if I go in the search fragment, and in the search if I search for any name starting with R, then that is Ram and Rishabh Kumar. If I type Ram, it is only Ram. If I type Rishabh, only Rishabh. If I remove, then all the values appear. Then similarly if I try Sneha, then it is Sneha. So our search feature is working fine. Now let's add the tag feature, like all the tags will be visible over here, and we can also search for tags as well. So let's do that. So the first thing that we need to do is create a tag item. So I'll go to my layout section, over there new layout resource file, and I'll give it a name as tag underscore item. Then I'll go to the text section. I'll change it from a constraint layout to linear layout. The width will be match parent, height will be wrap content. The orientation will be vertical. The layout will be layout center, vertical to be true, and it should have a padding of 10 dp. Okay, now inside linear layout I'll have two items. One is the tag name and the other one is number of posts it has. So it will be a text view. The width will be wrap content, height will be wrap content, the ID will be hashtag, the text for demo purpose will be shift hash tag. Okay, and the maximum lines it can have is 1. The text style will be bold. The text color will be @color design default color primary dark. Okay, and I'll also increase the text size to say 18 sp. Okay, now after this we'll have a text view for number of posts. So text view, width will be wrap content, height will be wrap content, ID will be number of posts, number underscore of posts following the snake case, max lines will be 1, the text will be 2 3 posts. This is just for demo purpose. Okay, so this is fine. This is how our tag item will look like. Now we will design the tag adapter and link it to our search fragment in the next video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in the last video we designed the tag item XML view. Now in this tutorial we will create the tag adapter to link it to our recycler view that we have created in our search fragment. So for that I'll go to my adapter package, create a new Java class and name it as tag adapter, and inside this tag adapter I'll first create a view holder class. So for that I'll write public class view holder extends recycler view dot view holder, and then I'll click on options, enter, and create constructor matching super, and then over here I'll declare two data members that are the components of my tag item.xml file. So they are basically two text views, so I'll declare two text views variable. The first one is tag and the other one is number of posts. I am following camel case over here. Now I'll link them with the XML components by writing tag is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot hash underscore tag, and then after that we have number of posts is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot number of posts. Now back in our tag adapter class I'll extend the recycler view adapter class. So for that I'll write recycler view dot adapter and then I'll call the view holder class. So for that I'll write tag adapter dot view holder. Now I'll implement the necessary methods, and along with this I'll also take a few inputs that will be given when the constructor of tag adapter is created. The first one is context. I'll name it mContext. Along with that I'll take a list. The list will be of string and the name is mtags, and then we will have a list of strings again and it will be mtags count. Now after this I'll create a constructor to take all this. I'll click on command n, control n on Windows, constructor where I take all these three. Now in view holder I'll create a view variable and I'll write layout inflator dot from, and my context is mContext dot inflate r dot layout dot tag item, and my view group will be parent and attached to root will be false. Now after this I'll return this view as the value to the constructor of this view holder class. So for that I'll write a new tag adapter dot view holder view. Now after that in get item count I'll return mlist mtags dot size, and in the on bind view holder I'll write holder dot tag dot set text mtags dot get position, and similarly I'll write holder dot number of post dot set text mtags count dot set mtags count dot get position. So our tag adapter class is ready. Now let's go and program the search fragment for the tag feature. So for that first I'll need to create some global variables. One will be the recycler view, private recycler view recycler view tags private list string, and let's name it m hashtags. Then another list that will store the count, string m hash tags count, and then our tag adapter variable, private tag adapter, just simple tag adapter. Now in onCreate method we will initialize all these things. So for that I'll write recycler view tags is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot recycler view tags. Okay, so this is outside the parentheses. Find view by id, paste it over here. Then after that recycler view tags dot set has fixed size as true, recycler view tags dot set layout manager, new linear layout manager, and the context will be get context. After that we will initialize all the lists and the tag adapter over here by writing m hashtags is equal to new array list, m hashtags count is equal to new array list, tag adapter is equal to new tag adapter, and then we need to pass the context. So for the context I'll write get context, then m tags, so m tags will be m hashtags over here, and similarly m hashtags count. Now after this we need to read all the available tags that we have. So for that I'll create another method called read tags. Okay, now inside read tags what we are going to do is, this is the, over here we will get all the tags available and store it in our m hashtag and m hashtag count. So for that I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child hashtags, the name should be similar as we have over here, and then over here we will add value event listener, new value event listener, and on data change I'll clear both the lists. After that I'll run a for each loop for all the available hashtags. I'll write data snapshot data snapshot dot get children, and now inside I'll write m hashtags dot add snapshot dot get key, m hashtags count dot add snapshot dot get children count, and since it is a long we need to convert it to string by giving empty quotes. Done. Now after this all we need to do is notify our tag adapter. So for that I'll write tag adapter dot notify dataset changed. We also need to give a semicolon over here, and one thing that I forgot was to link the tag adapter to our recycler view. So for that I'll write recycler view tags dot set adapter tag adapter. So now all the tags should be visible in our search fragment. So let's try running this. Okay, so once the app starts running, if you go to the search fragment you can see all the hashtags are available here. Just a slight mistake that the hash is not in the front of the string and the posts keyword is not after the number of posts, and also one problem that it is partially scrollable. So we will try to fix this in the next video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in the last tutorial we finished with the tag thing. Now in this tutorial we will add the functionality to search the tags, and over here we will use the second method to search anything from a list as I discussed in my previous tutorials. But before that I need to change something in design. So I will go to the tag item, and over here the text was very bulging, so I think I will reduce the size to, let's say, 12 sp. Okay, and in the tag adapter, instead of just displaying the text, before that I needed to get a hash sign, so I will just add that, a space and then plus, and over here after the number of posts the post keyword was missing, so I will just add that over here. So now this will work fine. Now we will add the search functionality to the tags. So for that, first I will go to my search fragment and create a new method called filter. So I will write private void filter, and it will also take a string, say text. Now after that I will create two local list string of type string, and I will call it as msearch tags, and I will initialize it over here only, new array list, another list also of string type only, and its name is msearch tags count, and I will initialize it also. Now after that I will run a loop, for each loop for string s in m hashtags, and then I will check if s dot to lowercase dot contains text dot to lowercase. If that's true, then we will add the text to our search tags and the count to the search tags count. So for that I will write msearch tags dot add s, msearch tags count dot add m hashtags count dot get m hashtags dot index of s. Okay, and after this we will call a method that we will define in our tag adapter. So for that first we need to go to the tag adapter, and over here I will define a method called filter. Okay, so for that I will write private, not private, it is public because I will call it from different class, public void filter, and it takes two list of string, and I will call it filter tags and list of string, filter tags count, and then what I am going to do is I will link this to the tags m tags and m tags count that we have in our adapter class. So I will write this dot m tags is equal to filter tags and this dot m tags count is equal to filter tags count, and after that notify dataset changed. And over here in the search fragment I will write tag adapter dot filter, and I will pass my m search tags and m search tags count. And now our search functionality for tags should also work. So let's run and see. Okay, so once the app starts running, if I go to the search fragment, you can see posts keyword is after the number of posts, and every hashtag has a hash symbol before it. So now if I try searching for programming, then still knowledge is visible. So that means the search feature is not working. Oh yes, we forgot to call the filter method. So to call the filter method, we will go to our on text changed listener, and over here after text changed we will simply call filter, and the string will be s. As it is in editable format, so we need to convert it to string. So for that I'll write toString. And now if I run this again, then the search feature should work. Okay, so once the app starts running, if I go to the search fragment and type knowledge, so knowledge and programming knowledge appears. If I type programming, then then programming and programming knowledge appears. And if I type Rishabh, then the user also and the hashtag also appears. So our search feature is working fine. So after this, since we have more than one hashtags, I'll add the hashtag adapter in the description section. So for that I'll go to my post activity, and over here I have the description as social autocomplete text view, and the role of social autocomplete text view comes to play right now. So I'll override the onStart method, and over here I'll create an array adapter, and it will be of type hashtag. It is a default type that ships with social autocomplete text view, and I'll name it as hashtag array adapter or just hashtag adapter, and I'll initialize it as new hashtag array adapter, and we have to pass the context. So I'll write get application context. Now after this I'll get all the hashtags and their count and store it inside the hashtag adapter. So for that I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child hashtags dot child. Sorry, we don't need a child, we need to add the value event listener, new value event listener, and inside on data change we will run a for each loop. So I'll write for data snapshot data snapshot dot get children, and then I'll add each value to my hashtag array adapter. So for that I'll write hashtag adapter dot add, and we can only add hashtag. So I'll create a hashtag class by calling its constructor, and I'll pass the hashtag name. So it is stored in snapshot dot get key, and also an integer telling the hashtags count. So for that I'll first override it, typecast it to integer, and then get the children count. So for that I'll write snapshot dot get children count. Okay, so once this is done, over here we can attach it to our social autocomplete text view, and our social autocomplete text view name was description. So I'll write description dot add, it will be dot set hashtag adapter, and the hashtag adapter name is hashtag adapter. And now if we try to post any image and try to write some hash tags in the description, then the available options will be shown to us in a populated view. So let's try running this. Okay, so once the app starts running, if I go to the add section and go to gallery, go to albums, or select the first image that is available over here, and if I click on crop and then try writing some description, so if I add a hashtag and then write something, then you can see the option is shown to me, like it is showing Rishabh and 2 posts. Okay, you can play with the size of this populated view as your choice. I will be removing this. This was just to show you the use of social autocomplete text view. Okay, so this was for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in the last tutorial we were dealing with the search fragment. So the last thing that is left in the search fragment is that after we search for a user, we should be able to send a friend request to him or a follow request to him. So for that, in my user adapter.java, I'll go to the bind view holder method, and then inside this I'll write holder dot the button follow dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and then inside this I'll write if holder dot button follow dot get text dot to string dot equals follow. Then we will write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child follow dot child Firebase user dot get UID dot child value, and the value is following, and it will also have a child that is user dot get ID, and I'll set its value to true, that is boolean. Okay, so this means that inside our database it will create a branch called follow, and that will have another child branch which is the ID of the current user, and then it will have another branch called following, and then the user whom it is following, and the value will be true. And along with this we also want another sub branch inside this follow branch that will have the user ID of the user whom we are sending the request, and inside the followers section of that user we will add this user ID. So let's do that. For that I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child follow dot child, and this will be user dot get ID dot child followers dot child Firebase user dot get UID dot set value as true. And the next thing is that if the text is not follow, then that means that the user is already being followed by the current user, and in that case if he taps on this button, then we want something different to happen, and namely we want to unfollow that person. So for that we will simply remove these values from our database. So I'll just copy it from here and paste it over here, and instead of set value I'll write remove value. Same goes here. Okay, so now let's run this and see this in action. So I'll be using Visor to run my application. Okay, so once the build has finished, if we go in this search section, we can see all our users and all the tags that we have. Okay, and now if I click on follow, then the text automatically changes to following. And then if we go in our Firebase demo database, then over there we can see we have a follow branch, and it has two sub branches, and the first branch has another branch called followers, and then it has an ID which is the same ID which we have over here, and then inside this we have a following and then the same ID as it is mentioned over here. So you can see how they both are related to each other. Okay, and then now if I again click on them, then the text changes back to follow and the data is removed from our Firebase database. Okay, so now if you are thinking how these texts are changing, because we have not written any code for this in this video, so then if you will toggle little bit, then you can see that we have written this is followed function in our previous video, in which we were changing the text that will be appearing on the button according to the database, that is this follow branch in our database. Okay, so this was for the search fragment. And another feature that we will be adding later is that if we click on any of the users, then it should be opening the user profile, and the user should be the user whose item has been tapped on. Okay, and then there is another flaw in this section, is that if we try to scroll, then we can see that it is scrolling partially. Okay, and so to fix this, what we need to do is we'll go to our search fragment. Okay, not the Java file, we'll go to our XML file. Okay, and inside this we are having two recycler views. Okay, so what we need to do is we will surround them with a nested scroll view that allows us to scroll in multiple things together. Okay, so the width will be match parent and the height will be wrap content. Okay, and then inside this I'll add these two recycler views. Okay, and now if I run this again, then I would be able to scroll both of them together. Okay, so let's wait for the Gradle build to finish. Okay, so once the app starts running, if I go to the search section, then you can see our application is crashing, and to find the reason, let's go to the logcat, and over there you can see the error is in search fragment.java 48. So this is the Java 48 line, and I can't see any specific error over here. So if you toggle a little bit more upwards, then you can see the reason is scroll view can host only one direct child. Okay, so this is the reason why our application is crashing. So all we need to do is inside this search XML, inside the nested scroll view, we will add a linear layout. Okay, and the width will again be match parent, height will be wrap content, and the orientation will be vertical. Okay, and then inside this we will add our both the recycler views. Okay, and this nested scroll view should be below our bar. Okay, so now let's try running this again. Okay, so now once the application starts running, if you go to the search section and you try to move the screen, toggle the screen, then you can see everything moves upwards at once and downwards at once together. Okay, and that is not evident over here. If you try adding more images or creating more users, then the difference will be evident. Okay, so this was for the video. In the next video we will start with designing our home fragment. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will start designing our home fragment. So for that I'll go to fragment home.xml and then I'll remove all this code that is inside this, and then I'll create a relative layout whose width will be match parent and height will be also match parent. Okay, and then inside this relative layout I'll have an app bar layout, and that will have a width of match parent and height of wrap content. It will have an ID bar and it will have a background as question mark Android :attr as in attributes, and then window background, and then inside this app bar we will have a toolbar. The width will again be match parent, height will be wrap content, ID will be toolbar, and the background will be same as we have over here. So I'll just copy it and paste it over here. Okay, and then inside this toolbar I'll again have a relative layout. The width will be match parent, height will again be wrap content. Now inside this relative layout we'll have an image view that will have a width of 180 dp and height of 30 dp. Okay, and then after that align parent start as true. Okay, and then margin from starting will be, let's say, minus 20 dp, and the image will be our logo, so src and then logo. Okay, and then after this we'll again have an image view. Okay, the width will be wrap content, height will also be wrap content. Okay, and the image that we are going to add here is first needed to be downloaded from our image asset. So I'll go to image asset, and then over here instead of search I'll search for near me, and this is the icon that we see in our actual Instagram which takes us to the inbox. So I'll give it a name of inbox. Okay, and then over here I'll write src IC inbox. Okay, and then let's give it as align parent end as true, and then margin from right say 10 dp. Okay, so then this is done. Okay, then we'll move out of our relative layout outside the app bar layout. Then we'll create a nested scroll view. Okay, and the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and it should be below bar. Okay, and then inside this As we saw, we got an error in the previous video. Nested scroll view can have a single child, so we'll create a single child linear layout. A linear layout. Okay, and the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, the orientation will be vertical. Okay, and then inside this linear layout we'll basically have two recycler views, one recycler view for the story and another recycler view for the post. That is how we see in our actual Instagram application. So relative layout, the width will be again match parent and the height will be wrap content. The margin from all the sides should be 5 dp. Okay, and then we can give it an ID as recycler view story. Okay, and then another recycler view as discussed. I'll just copy it from here and paste it. Okay, so there's a mistake. Instead of recycler view I have selected a relative layout, so I'll change it to recycler view. Similarly over here it is a recycler view. Okay, and over here instead of story it will be posts. Okay, so this is how our home fragment will look. Okay, now let's design the item for each post. Okay, so to start designing our post item, we first need a few images that we can get from our image asset. So I'll go to drawable, then new, then image asset. Okay, and then I'll search for a few icons. The first one is more, and that is more what, and this will be in the top right corner of our every post item. Okay, and I'll give it an ID of more. Okay, next finish, add, then again drawable, new, image asset, and then the name is chat bubble outline, and this is the icon. This is the icon that we see in Instagram for comments. Okay, so I'll give it a name of comment, IC. Comment, then next, click on finish, then again drawable, new, image asset, and the image this time is favorite, and this is the exact image we see for the like feature that we have in our Instagram. Okay, so I'll give it a name. As like. Okay, then next, and then again finish. Then the last image that we need from image asset is the save icon that we see with every Instagram post. Okay, so for that I'll write turned in not. Okay, then click on OK. Over here the name is save, then next, click on finish. Once done, go to layout, then new, create a new layout resource file, and the name will be post item. Okay, and then instead of constraint layout it will be a relative layout. Okay, and the width is match parent, but height needs to be wrap content. Okay, then inside this we'll have an image view, capital I am sorry, image view that will have height of wrap content, width also of wrap content. It will be at parent end. The src is more. Okay, the icon that we just got from the image asset, it will have a margin all around of, let's say, 15 dp. Okay, so this was it. Then after this we will have a linear layout. Okay, width will again be match parent, height as wrap content, orientation is vertical. Now inside this linear layout we have another linear layout. Okay, the width will be match parent, height is wrap content, orientation is horizontal, and inside this we first have a circle image view. Okay, and the width is, let's say, 40 dp, and the height will also be 40 dp, means as in a circular image. Or else if we give different dimensions, then we can get an oval image also, and then it will have an id profile image. Okay, and just for test purpose, let's give it a source. Okay, and then after this there will be a text view. Okay, as in the name, the publisher name, the width will be wrap content, height will be wrap content, the id will be, let's say, username. Okay, then the text for just demo purposes, username. Okay, the layout gravity should be center vertical to be specific. Okay, the text size should be 16 sp, and the text style should be bold, not just the style, text style should be bold. Text color should be color, I think, primary dark. Yes, this looks good. Okay, and then I think it should have a margin so that it is separated from the image, or it would be better if we give this circular image a, let's say, padding of 5 dp. No, that doesn't look good, so let's change it to margin. Okay, a margin of 5 dp, and the username also has a margin of 5 dp. Okay, so this was for the linear layout. This is how our top section will look of every post. Okay, then inside, after this horizontal linear layout, we'll have a constraint layout. Okay, and the width is match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, and then inside this constraint layout we first have an image view that will be for the post image. The width is match parent, height is 0 dp, that means we are not giving any specific height, but instead of that I'll give a constraint dimension ratio, and that is 1:1. That means the width and height will be same, that means a square image section is provided. Okay, then I'll give it an id, let's say post image, and then it will have a ignore. Okay, so if it doesn't show like this, then you need to write tools, and we need to add this tools ignore. Okay, then an equal to double quotes, and then we write missing constraints. Okay, and then we can just close this image view and come out of this constraint layout. Now after this constraint layout we have a relative layout, and the relative layout width is match parent, height is wrap content, and it has an overall padding of 10 dp. Now inside this relative layout I first have an image view, okay, and the height and width both are 30 dp. And the source is IC like. Okay, so this is the first image view. Then after that the second image view is for the comments. Okay, the height and width are same 30 dp. The src is comment. Okay, and it should be at the end of like. Okay, so we didn't give it a id, so let's give it an id. The id is like, and it should be at the end of like. Okay, and it should have a margin starting of, let's say, 10 dp. Then after that we add another image view. Okay, and the width over here is again 30 dp. The height is 30 dp, and the source is save. Okay, and it is at the parent end. Okay, so now I'll give this an id of comment, and this will have an id of save. Okay, and then after this relative layout we will have a text view. Okay, the width will be wrap content, height will also be wrap content, margin start should be 10 dp. Okay, and the id that I'll give it is, let's say, likes text. Okay, and let's give it a demo text. The text is 1 2 3 likes. Okay, so now let's change the text style to bold. Okay, and text color to color accent I think would be fine. Okay, so this is all right. Now after this text view I'll add another text view. Okay, that will be for the description or the author name, publisher name. So text view width is wrap content, height is also wrap content, margin start 10 dp. Text style is again bold. Okay, and let's give it another text. Okay, let's say Rishabh Kumar is the name. Okay, and let's give it an id, and the id is author, and the text color is color primary dark. Okay, and then we will have a social text view that is for descriptions, and the use of social text view over here is that it will highlight all the hashtags that we have. The width is wrap content, height is also wrap content. Okay, margin start is 10 dp, margin top is 5 dp, margin bottom is also 5 dp. Okay, let's give it a text. So I have given it a text, and the text color will be color accent. Okay, and the margin bottom should be 5 dp. Okay, so this looks fine, and I'll give it an id, and the id is description. Okay, then after this the final thing is we'll have another text view. Okay, that will tell us the number of comments we have. So the width is wrap content, the height is again wrap content. Okay, margin start is 10 dp, margin top is 5 dp, then we have margin bottom as 5 dp, id is number of comments. Okay, and okay, I'm sorry, there should be an @ plus id and something like this. Okay, and the last thing is the text color, and the text color will again be color accent. Okay, and over here in the like, instead of likes text, it is more understanding if we write number of likes. Okay, so this is how our every post item will look. Okay, so we'll program this in the next tutorial. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will continue with the backend part of our home fragment. So the first thing that we need to do is create a post model class. So I'll go in the model package and create a new class called post, and it should have the values as we have in our database. So if I open my real-time database, in the posts branch you can see every post has 4 values associated with it, namely description, image URL, post ID and publisher. So we need to have them in our post model class. So they are private string image URL, private string post ID, private string, and the last value was publisher. Okay, then we'll create a constructor. So to create a constructor, I'll just hit Command N or Control N if you are on a Windows. Select none, Command N, select all, then a getter and setter methods. So again Command N, getters and setters, select all. So our model class is ready. Okay, so now as in our home fragment we have a recycler view over here. Okay, the recycler view for posts, and we have created a post item accordingly for every post that we will see in our Instagram application. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do over here is create a post adapter. Okay, so for that in my adapter package I'll create a new Java class, call it post adapter. And inside this post adapter I'll first create a public class called view holder. that extends recycler view dot view holder, and it will if we click on options plus return, then we get a pop-up called create constructor matching super. Then just hit enter and you can see we get a constructor over here. Okay, now the next thing that we do in a view holder class is link all the components of our item with the adapter. So for that I'll declare them as data members of this view holder class. Okay, so I'll write public image view, image profile, public image view, post image, public image view, like, public image view, comment, public image view, save, and the last public image view is more. They are the three dots that we have at the top right of our post item. Okay, then after that we have public text view, username, public text view, number of likes, public text view, author. Okay, there will be a space over here, public text view, number of comments. Sorry, we need to use camel case. Then after that we have a social text view. So I'll write social text view, and the text view was description. Okay, then after that I'll link all these components with my post item elements in the constructor over here. So I'll just fast forward to that part. Okay, so once this is done, I'll come back to my post adapter class, and over here I'll extend recycler view dot adapter, and inside angle brackets I'll write post adapter dot view holder. Okay, and then if we click on options return, then this implement method pop-ups come, and then I'll just hit enter once again. Okay, so now you can see I have the three methods that is required for every recycler view adapter class. Okay, now along with this I also need some values that needs to be sent by the user. So I'll accept them as my data members over here. So the first one is the context, private context, m context, and the next one is private list. The list will be of post, the model class that we just created, and the name is m posts. Now along with this we will also need a Firebase user, private Firebase user, and I'll call it Firebase user. Okay, now to accept the first two values I'll create a constructor. I'll hit on command N constructor, and then I'll accept the first two values. Okay, now in the create view holder I'll create the view class, view layout inflator dot from m context dot inflate r dot layout dot post item, comma, the view group will be parent and attached to root will be false. Okay, and now we will return a new post adapter dot view holder and then inside this we will pass this view over here. Okay, and now over here in get item count, instead of returning 0, I'll return mposts dot size. Okay, now in our bind holder class, first of all I'll register my Firebase user variable I have created over here. So for that I'll write Firebase user is equal to Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user. Okay, then after that post is equal to mposts dot get, and the index is position that we receive over here. Okay, then simply I'll write Picasso dot get dot load post dot get image URL dot into holder dot image pro holder dot post image. Okay, so once done, after this I'll do the same for the description. I'll write holder dot description dot set text, and the text is post dot get description. Okay, now after this I'll query to my users branch and get the detail about the publisher of this post, and then show it accordingly in my post item over here in the username place and in the image icon place. Okay, and one thing that I changed over here was that I have added an ID over here, and now another thing that I would like to change is to remove these default values that I have, like the source of this circle image view will not be IC launcher, the text will not be username. Okay, and similarly over here the text will not be 123 likes, the text will not be Rishabh Kumar, the text over here will not be Rishabh description. Okay, so that's fine. Now back in our post adapter, I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child users dot child post dot get publisher dot add value event listener, and inside this new value event listener. And now over here I'll create a user class, not a user adapter, user class, user is equal to data snapshot dot get value of class type user dot class, and then over here I'll simply write Picasso dot get dot load user dot get image URL dot into holder dot image profile. Okay, and along with this I'll also do it for the username. I'll write holder dot username dot set text user dot get username. Okay, and similarly for the author name, holder dot author dot set text user dot get full name or get name. Okay, now once done, after this our post will show all the basic requirements of the post. Okay, we will add the liking feature, commenting feature and saving feature later. Okay, so now we will go to our home fragment. Okay, and over here instead of writing this return inflator, I'll just cut it from here and I'll write view and then here it is view is equal to, and then paste. Now after this I'll create a few variables as data members. The first one is recycler view. The name is recycler view posts. The second one is private post adapter, that is the adapter class we just created, and a list of posts. And I'll call it post list. Along with this I'll have another list of string type, okay, called the following list, as in the users who are followed by the current user, so that we will show only the posts that are posted by the users whose ID is in this following list. Okay, so over here first of all I'll write recycler view posts is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot recycler view posts. Then after that we have recycler view posts dot set has fixed size as true. Okay, then we'll create a linear layout manager variable. So I'll write, over here I'll write linear layout manager, and I'll name it linear layout manager is equal to new linear layout manager, and I'll pass get context. Now first of all I'll change a few things. Linear layout manager dot set stack from end as true, so that the latest post would be available on the top. Okay, and then after that along with this I also want to write linear layout manager dot set reverse layout as true. Okay, then after that recycler view posts dot set layout manager as linear layout manager. Okay, then after that we will initialize our post list over here. Post list is equal to new array list. Okay, and the post adapter is equal to new post adapter, and as we have seen in the post adapter class, it takes two things. The first one is context, so I'll just write get context, and the next one is a post list. So the post list that we have over here is called post list. Okay, then along with this I'll also set the adapter to this recycler view. So recycler view posts dot set adapter post adapter. Okay, then along with this I'll also initialize that following list we have over there. Following list is equal to new array list. Okay, then after that I'll create a method called check following users, which will add values to this following list for all the users who are followed by the current user. Okay, so I'll create this method, and inside this method I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child follow dot child Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user dot get UID. Okay, and then inside this I have another child which is following, and to this I'll add a value event listener. Okay, I'll just break it from here. Now inside this on data change, I'll first of all create my clear my following list. Okay, then I'll create a for each loop for data snapshot snapshot is data snapshot dot get children, and then inside this I'll write following list dot add snapshot dot get key. Okay, and then after this, after the for loop, I'll create another method called read posts. Okay, so that will read all the posts from this following list. That means all the users in the following lists post will now be seen in the home fragment of the current user. So the method name will be read posts. Okay, and I'll create it over here, and inside this again I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child posts dot add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, then inside this first of all I'll clear the post list, and then I'll write for data snapshot data snapshot dot get children, and inside this I'll take each value as a post object. Post is equal to snapshot dot get value, and inside the parentheses I'll write post dot class. Okay, then after that another for each loop for string id in the following list. Okay, and then over there if post dot get publisher dot equals id, then only we will add it to the post list. So I'll write post list dot add post. Okay, then after this for each loop, finally I'll write post adapter dot notify dataset changed. Okay, then finally a semicolon over here, and now if I run this I would be able to see posts on the screen. Okay, and before that I also missed a semicolon over here. Okay, now let's give it a try. Okay, so as soon as the app starts running it gets crashed, and when I looked in the logcat I found two reasons for this. The first is that our get image URL sometimes may not be a proper image URL. As you can see, the image URL over here is default. So for that we just need to add an if else condition over here. I'll write if user dot get image URL dot equals default, then I'll simply write holder dot image profile dot set image resource r dot mipmap dot ic launcher, else this line will be over here. So if I cut it from here and simply paste it over here, and the next error that I did over here was that over here I have written r.id.image profile, whereas in my post item I have given it an id of profile image. So I'll change it back to image profile. Okay, and now if I run this I think the error should not persist. Okay, so now you can see as soon as the app starts running, in our home screen we are able to see two posts, and both the posts are done by Sneha, and in our database Sneha didn't give a proper image URL, or that means she didn't set an image. So that's why the image URL was default and the application was crashing. Okay, so our application has started looking like the actual Instagram app. There are a few more changes that we need to do, and we will do in the coming tutorials. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to start by adding the like feature. Okay, so for that, in my bind view holder I'll add an on click listener to the like image view. So for that I'll write holder.like.set on click listener, new on click listener, and over there I'll have an condition to check if the image is not liked previously by the user, and if that is the condition then we will like it. Okay, so for that I'll add a query to my database, and for that I'll write firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child likes dot child post dot get post id. Okay, and then over there I'll have another child firebase user dot get uid dot set value as true. Okay, and if this is not the condition, that means the image has already been liked by the user, and if again the user clicks on the like button, then the like should be removed. So I'll just simply copy it from here and paste it over here, and instead of set value I'll write remove value. Okay, and now we also need to check if the image has been already liked or not. Okay, so for that I'll create a method private void is liked. Okay, and it will take two parameters, string post id and a image view. Okay, then inside this I'll write firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, that is likes, and inside this I'll look for the post with the post id, and to that I'll add a value event listener. Okay, and now inside this I'll check if data snapshot dot child firebase user dot get uid exists. That means it has already been liked by the current user. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to change the like image to a red color heart. Okay, so for that I need to add a red color heart in my drawable, and we can get that in from our image assets. Okay, so over here I'll go and look for favorite. Okay, and I'll name it as liked, and for now give the color as custom, and then now we will change it to red color. Okay, so for that I'll go in my drawable section and look for IC liked. Okay, over here, and in the XML, okay, I'll go in the text section. So now over here in the XML, instead of FFF I'll choose something that matches like we have in our Instagram. Okay, so this seems fine, I'll leave this. Okay, so our image is saved. Now over here, if the image has already been liked by the user, then all we will do is we will write image view dot set image resource r dot drawable dot ic liked. Okay, and then we can set the tag. Okay, so as to we can provide a condition related to tag in the if block over here. Okay, so over here I'll write image view dot set tag, and the tag is liked. Okay, else the same thing will be here but a little bit change. So I'll copy it, paste it, and instead of IC liked it will be IC like, and the tag will be like. Okay, now this method is done. I'll add a semicolon over here. Now in the if block I'll write holder dot like dot get tag dot equals like, and if that is the condition, then we will add it to database, and else we will remove from the database. Okay, so now one mistake that we are doing over here is, in our isLiked method we are using the Firebase user, but we are not initializing it inside this isLiked method, but we have initialized it in our onBind view holder over here. So what I'll do is I'll cut it from here and initialize it in the constructor. Okay, so now it is initialized throughout the program, throughout the Java file. Okay, now I need to call this isLiked method in our onBind view holder. Okay, so over here I'll call it isLiked. Okay, it takes a post ID, so the post ID is post dot get post ID, and the image view is holder dot like. Okay, now after this we also have a text view that displays the number of likes that the user has. Okay, so for that also we will create another method, okay, that will count the number of likes on a certain post and display it in the text view. Okay, so I'll create a method private void number of likes. It will also take a post ID, okay, and a text view. Let's say text. Okay, so now over here I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child likes dot child post ID, and then we'll add a value event listener. And then over here inside data change we'll write text dot set text data snapshot dot get children count. Okay, that returns the number of branches that we have as a long. Okay, and then we will add a likes. Okay, so if it returns 3, it will be written as 3 likes. Okay, so this method is also done, and now we need to call it. So over here in our onBind view holder I'll call number of likes. It also takes a post ID, so that will be post dot get post ID and holder dot number of likes. Okay, so now if we run the application we should be able to see the liking feature in our application. Okay, so once the application starts running, if we click on this heart, okay, then you can see its color changes to red, and if we go in our database we can see we have a brand new branch called likes, and it has a post ID, and inside that the user ID and the value is true. Okay, and now if I close the application and open it again, okay, so hold on for a second. If I close the application, remove the application, and now if I open it again, then you can see as soon as the image loads, it is already liked over here, and over here you can see in the text it is showing 1 likes. Okay, and now if I click it again, then the red color disappears and our branch also disappears from the database. So our liking feature is working fine. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to do is to implement the comment feature. Okay, so for that, first of all I'll create a new activity, an empty activity, and I'll call it as comment activity. Okay, I'll hit finish, and then in my activity comment I'll start with the designing. Okay, so first of all I'll remove this constraint layout. I'll be using a relative layout. Okay, now inside this relative layout I'll first have a toolbar. Okay, the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, the id will be toolbar. Okay, and the background will be question mark Android ATTR as in attributes window background. Okay, then after this we'll have another relative layout. Okay, the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content. Okay, then it will have a background of say hash FFF 6 times Fs, that stands for white. Okay, then we'll align it parent bottom. Okay, and let's give it a padding of 5 dp. Okay, now inside this relative layout, first I'll have a circle image view. Okay, the width will be, let's say, 40 dp. Okay, the height is also 40 dp. Okay, and it has an id of, let's say, image profile. Okay, and just for the test purpose, let's give a default image. So I'll give src map IC launcher. Okay, so our icon will look like this. Now after the circle image view, I'll have an edit text to enter the comment. Okay, so the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content. Okay, and it should be to the right of image profile. It will have a hint of add a comment, 3 dots. Okay, then it will have an id, say add comment. Okay, then layout center vertical as true, margin start, let's say I give it 10 dp, margin end also 10 dp. Okay, and then to remove this line that we have, I'll write background. Okay, and then @Android, and then I'll write color and transparent. Okay, so this will be our edit text. Now after this I'll have another text view. Okay, the height will be wrap content, width will also be wrap content, its id will be post. Okay, its text will be post, margin end is 5 dp. Okay, and I also need to align it at parent end, so true. Okay, and the layout center vertical again as true. Text color is color primary dark. Okay, so this is fine. And now over here I'll also write to left of post. Okay, so this is for adding comments. Okay, now in between, like the space that we have in between, that will be used for showing the already made comments. Okay, so for that I'll add a recycler view. The width will be, let's say, match parent, height is wrap content, id is recycler view. Okay, and it should be below the toolbar. And over here let's give this relative layout an id of bottom. Okay, and it should be above bottom. Okay, so we have added our recycler view also. So our comment activity designing is done. I'll remove this source that I have over here. Okay, now in our comment activity, okay, I'll initialize the XML components as data members. Okay, so for that I'll write private edit text, add comment, private image view, image profile, private text view, post. Okay, and there is little bit error, and the image profile is not an image view but a circle image view. Okay, so I'll add that, and I'll also remove this image view import statement from here. Okay, now along with this, for every comment activity I'll require the post from where it is generated. So for that I'll take the post ID and the author ID. Okay, and along with this I'll also need the current users ID. So for that I'll create Firebase user, F user. Okay, now in our onCreate method, first I'll program the toolbar. So for that I'll write toolbar is equal to find view by ID r dot id dot toolbar. Okay, then set support action bar as toolbar, then get support action bar dot set title, and the title is comments. Okay, and there is a red line over here, and which is because I have imported the wrong toolbar over here. It should be the second one. Okay, so the error is gone. Now after this, get support action bar dot set display as home up as up enabled will be true. Okay, then after that the last thing is toolbar dot set navigation on click listener, new on click listener, and on clicking the navigation view we just need to finish. Okay, that means the user is redirected back to the post. Okay, now after this we will link this data members with the XML components. So for that I'll write add comment is equal to find view by ID r dot id dot add comment. Okay, then similarly for image profile, find view by ID r dot id dot image profile, and for post it is find view by ID r dot id dot post. Okay, then we will get these two values from the intent which is being called. Okay, so intent I need to import the statement is equal to get intent. Okay, then post ID is equal to intent dot get string extra, and the string name is post ID. Okay, and similarly for author ID it is intent dot get string extra author ID. Okay, and then the last thing is to initialize our Firebase user. So for that I'll add Firebase user is equal to Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user. Okay, then after that, when everything is initialized, we need to add the user's profile image in this image profile, that is the circular image view. Okay, so for that, instead of writing in our onCreate method, I'll create a new method. Okay, so the method name is get user image. Okay, and now I'll create this. So inside this get user image, I'll add Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child users, okay, dot child Firebase user dot get UID dot add value event listener, new value event listener, then user is equal to data snapshot dot get value user dot class, okay, then Picasso dot get dot load user dot get image URL dot into image profile. Okay, so this is done. Okay, and we faced an error previously because the URL was not a proper URL. Okay, so for that I'll add an if condition. If user dot get image URL dot equals default, okay, then we will simply write image profile dot set image resource r dot map dot IC launcher, okay, else we will load using Picasso. So I'll just cut it from here and paste it right over here. Okay, so now back in our onCreate method, we'll add an onClick listener to this post text view. So I'll write post dot set onClick listener, new onClick listener, okay, and over there I'll check if text utils dot is empty, add comment dot get text dot toString. Okay, so if it is empty, then we will display a toast telling that no comment added. Okay, so I'll write no comment added, else I'll call a method called put comment. Okay, that will add my comment to our database. Okay, so I'll create this method put comment. Okay, now inside this put comment, first of all I'll create a hash map to store the data, hash map of type string, and value type will be object, and I'll call it map, and I'll initialize it over here, new hash map. Okay, then I'll put some values, that is map dot put. Okay, and the comment is add comment dot get text dot toString. Okay, then after that we also have another value to put dot put, and it is publisher. Okay, and the publisher is Firebase user dot get UID, that means the publisher of this comment. Now once the hash map is created, we will add it to our database. Okay, so for adding we will write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child. Okay, I'll create another branch called comments. Okay, and that will have a child of the post ID. Okay, and then inside this I'll first create a unique generated ID, and that is done using push. Then I'll set value and then pass the map. Okay, and then once done, I'll add an onComplete listener, new onComplete listener, and inside this I'll check if task dot is successful, then I'll make a toast. Comment added. Okay, else I'll display the error. Okay, and the error will be task dot get exception dot get message. Okay, so by this we will be able to add comments to images. Okay, but the next one important thing that we need to do over here is to call this image activity from our post adapter. Okay, so back in the post adapter in our on bind view holder, I'll write holder dot comment dot set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, and then over here I'll start an intent is equal to new intent. Again the intent is from m context, that is the present context, to comment activity dot class. Okay, and then I'll add the values intent dot add put extra, intent dot put extra, and the string name is post id. Okay, exactly like we have over here, that is post id. I'll simply copy from here and paste it over here for avoiding any typos. Okay, and the id is post dot get post id. Okay, and similarly intent dot put extra, I need to give the author id, so I'll copy it from here. Inside quotes I'll paste it, and the value is post dot get publisher. Okay, I have named it publisher over here. Okay, then we'll start this intent. So for that I'll write m context dot start activity, and it is intent. Okay, and I want the same functionality when we click on this number of comments text view. Okay, so for that again I'll write holder dot number of comments dot set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, and then I'll just simply copy it from here and paste it over here. Okay, and now one more thing that we can do is count the number of comments that we have and display it in our number of comments. Okay, so for that I'll again create another method. Okay, and for that I'll add private void get comments. Okay, it will again take post id and the text view, that is text. Okay, then inside again I'll query to my database Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child comments. Okay, to the branch that we just created in our comments activity. Okay, dot child the post id. Okay, and then to that we will add a value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, and inside on data change I'll write the text dot set text, and the text is view all a space, then data snapshot dot get children count. Okay, then again comments. Okay, so if this get children count returns 2, so the text will be view all 2 comments. Okay, so this method is done. Now all we need to do is call it inside our bind view holder. So over here I'll call get comments. Okay, and then I'll pass the post id, so it is post dot get post id and holder dot number of comments. Okay, so after this, now if we run the application, if I click on the comment image view or the number of comments, I should be redirected to my comment activity. So let's see this in action. Okay, so once the application starts running, if we click on this comment image view, we are directed to our comment activity. Okay, and even if we click on from the number of comments text view, okay, so again we are redirected to this comment activity, and over here if I add some comment, let's say comment test 1, and click on post, okay, so then if we open our database, we can see a new branch called comments, and inside this a unique ID that we created from push, okay, and then it has two values, comment and the publisher, that is the current user, which is this ID. Okay, so this is how we add comments. Okay, and in the next tutorial we will see how to retrieve all the comments and display in our recycler view, and maybe we'll start with few more things. Okay, thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to show all the comments that are there for a certain post. Okay, so in our comment activity we have seen that we are displaying all the comments via recycler view. Okay, so to use a recycler view, one very important thing that we need to do first is to create the comment item. Okay, so for that in my layout file I'll add a new layout resource file. Okay, and I'll call it comment item. Okay, and then over here I'll use a relative layout. Okay, now inside this relative layout, first I'll create a circular image view. Okay, its width will be 40 dp, height will also be 40 dp. Okay, then its ID will be let's say image profile. Okay, now after this I'll have a linear layout, okay, whose width, a linear layout whose width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and orientation will be vertical. Okay, and it will have a margin from start, say let's say 5 dp. Okay, and it should be to the end of image profile. Okay, now inside this linear layout we will first have our text view. Okay, width is wrap content, height is wrap content, its text style is bold. Okay, and its text color will be color primary dark, and the ID is username. Okay, let's try giving it some sample text, that is username. Okay, over here one thing that I missed, that the height will be wrap content. Okay, then over here then we will have another text view. The width is wrap content, height is wrap content, text style is bold, text color is color primary dark. Okay, and we can go to max lines, let's say 5. Okay, and it has an ID say comment. Okay, and I'll remove this text style bold as it will not look good, and also the color primary dark. The color will be the text color, that is the default color. Okay, then after this linear layout, I think this is it. So let's add some demo text to see if it works fine. And source over here, source is MIP map IC launcher. Okay, so this is how our every comment will look, and this is fine for now. Okay, So after this I also need to create a model class for comments. Okay, so I'll create a Java class, call it comment. Okay, now in our database inside comments, every comment has two values, that is comment and publisher. So over here I'll have two data members, private string comment, private string publisher. Okay, after that I'll create a constructor, first an empty one, then I'll create a constructor that takes parameters, and then I'll set the getters and setters. Okay, so our model class is done. Now we need to add the comment adapter. So in the adapter package I'll create a new Java class, and it is comment adapter. Okay, so if once opened, first we'll create a view holder class. Inside this class I'll write public class view holder extends recycler view dot view holder. Okay, then over there we need to create constructor matching super. Now after that, inside this view holder class I'll first have a public circle image view, that is image profile. There needs to be a space. Then I'll have public text view, username, public text view, comment. Okay, now I'll link them with my XML components in the constructor, and to do so I'll write image profile is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id. I'm sorry, I'll write r dot id dot image profile. Okay, once done, over here in our comment adapter I'll write extends recycler view dot adapter. Okay, and inside angle brackets I'll write comment adapter dot view holder. Now I'll need to implement few methods. I'll do so. Okay, now inside this I expect some values. Okay, and that I'll take via constructor. Okay, so first one is context. The context is mContext. Then there will be a list of comments. That will be the list of comment on that certain post. Okay, I'll call it mComments, and I'll also need a Firebase user. I'll call it fuser. Okay, now I'll create the constructor for the first two. Now inside this on create view holder, right, view is equal to layout inflator dot from, the context is mContext dot inflate r dot layout dot comment item, and the view group is parent, attached to root is false. Then I'll return new comment adapter dot view holder, and it will take view. Okay, and similarly in the get item count I'll return m comments dot size. Now in my on bind view holder, first of all I'll initialize my Firebase user, and to do so I'll write Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user. Okay, and then after that write comment, create a comment variable, and that will be m comments dot get position, which is this position over here. Okay, then after that I'll set the values holder dot comment dot set text, and that is comment dot get comment. Okay, and similarly for username I'll write holder dot username. Okay, we don't have the username, so we need to extract it from the users branch over here. Okay, because we have this ID over here, so for that I'll query inside the users branch. So for that I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child users dot child publisher comment dot get publisher dot add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, and over here I'll get user user is equal to data snapshot dot get value, and the value is user dot class. Okay, then I'll set the username. So to do so I'll write holder dot username dot set text, and the text is user dot get username. Okay, similarly for the image I'll write Picasso dot get dot load. Okay, before that I need to check if a proper image URL exists or not. So for that I'll write if user dot get image URL dot equals default. Okay, then we can simply write holder dot image profile dot set image resource r dot map dot ic launcher. Okay, else Picasso dot get dot load user dot get image URL dot into holder dot image profile. Okay, done. So this comment adapter is done, just a semicolon missing over here. Now next we need to program the recycler view in our comment activity, attach it to this comment adapter over here. Okay, so for that over here in my comment activity I'll create a few data members. First one is the recycler view, private recycler view private comment adapter Okay, then after that private list of comment, and I'll call it comment list. Okay, and in my on create method I'll write recycler view is equal to find view by id r dot id dot recycler view. Okay, then after that I have recycler view dot set has fixed size as true. Okay, then recycler view dot set layout manager, new linear layout manager, and the context will be this. Okay, after this I'll initialize my comment list and the comment adapter. So for that I'll write comment list is equal to new array list, and then after that comment adapter is equal to new comment adapter, and it accepts two value. First one is the context, so for that I'll simply write this, and then the comment list is also called comment list. Okay, now after this we need to get the comments that are actually on that post. Okay, so for that I'll create another method. So it was put comment, so the next method will be get comment. Okay, and I'll create the get comment in the same activity, and over here again I'll query to my database, Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child comments, okay, dot child post id, and then I'll add a value event listener, new value event listener, and inside on data change first I'll clear my comment list dot clear. For data snapshot data snapshot dot get children. Okay, so it returns an iterable. Now I'll extract all the values, that is comment is equal to snapshot dot get value, and that is of comment class, and then I'll add it to my comment list dot add the comment. Okay, then after this for loop I'll write comment adapter dot notify dataset changed. Okay, so now I think we should be able to see all the comments, so let's run and see. Okay, so once the Gradle build has finished, if I click on comment, the comments are not displaying, and the mistake that we have done over here is that we have not attached the comment adapter to the recycler view. So for that I'll just add another line, recycler view dot set adapter, and the adapter is comment adapter. Okay, now let's run this again. Okay, so once the Gradle build has finished, if you click on this comment, you can see our comment is over here, first the username and then the comment. And if I add another comment, let's say comment test2, and click on post, so you can see it adds automatically, and it is looking a bit congested, so I can add padding across the element. So for that, in my comment item over here I'll add a, let's say, padding of 10 dp. Okay, so now this will work fine. Okay, so our comment feature is finished. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to start by designing our user profile. So for that I'll go in fragment profile. Okay, and over there I'll remove this to do and change the frame layout to relative layout. Okay, now inside this first I'll have an app bar layout. Okay, the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, it will have a background of question mark Android attr as in attributes and window background. Okay, it will have an id bar. Okay, now inside this app bar layout we will have a toolbar. Okay, the width will again be match parent, height is wrap content, The background will be same as of app bar layout, that is question mark Android :attr slash window background. Okay, and it will have an ID of toolbar. Okay, now inside this toolbar we will have a relative layout. Okay, width is again match parent, and height is wrap content. Now inside this relative layout we will have our text view. Okay, the width and height both are wrap content. Okay, the text, let's say, is the username. For now let's write Rishabh. Okay, just for testing purpose. Then the text size should be 18 sp. Then max lines need to be 1. Okay, then text style needs to be bold. Okay, then we can give it an ID, username. Okay, and then the text color should be color primary dark. Okay, now I can remove this text from here. Okay, then after this I'll have an image view. An image view. Okay, whose width is wrap content, height is also wrap content, and the ID is options. Okay, and for that I need first to go to my drawable and get an icon from the image asset. Okay, so in my image asset, if I will look for menu, then I think I would be able to find. Yes, click on OK, and I'll give it a name of IC options. Okay, hit finish. Now the src will be IC options. Okay, and I will align it at parent end as true. Okay, and margin from end will be 15 dp. Okay, now this will be our app bar layout. Now after app bar layout we will have a scroll view. Okay, the width is match parent, height is also match parent, and it is below bar. Okay, now inside this scroll view I'll first have a linear layout. Okay, the width of the linear layout is match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, and the orientation is vertical. Okay, now inside this linear layout I'll have another linear layout. Okay, the width is again match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, and the orientation is horizontal this time. Okay, and I'll give it an ID, let's say top. Okay, @ID plus slash. Okay, sorry, we have a plus over here. Okay, ID is top, and I would like to give it a padding of, let's say, 15 dp. Okay, now inside this linear layout I'll first have a circular image view. Okay, whose width and height both will be like around 80 dp. ID is image profile. Okay, this seems good. Okay, now after this circular image view, I'll again have a linear layout. Okay, width is match parent and height is 80 dp, that is same as of our circular image view. Okay, and the orientation is vertical. Okay, and padding from start, let's say 20 dp. Okay, and padding end is 5 dp. Okay, now inside this linear layout, I'll have another linear layout, a lot of linear layouts. The width is again match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, and its gravity will be center. Okay, and the orientation is horizontal. Okay, now inside this linear layout, I'll have another linear layout. Okay, width is wrap content, height is also I guess wrap content. The orientation is vertical. Okay, now inside this linear layout, I'll have a text view. Okay, of width as wrap content, height also wrap content. The ID is, the ID is @ plus posts. Okay, and the text color can be color primary dark. Okay, and the layout gravity will be center. Okay, the text size will be our standard 18 sp, and the text style is, the text style is bold. Okay, and text size is 18 sp. Okay, so after this text view, I'll have another text view. Okay, width is wrap content, height is also wrap content, and the text is simply posts. Okay, as in the number of posts. Okay, now after this, I'll copy this last layout twice. Okay, because in Instagram you see we have 3 sections: post, followers and following. So I'll copy this and paste it twice. Okay, then over here the ID will be followers and the text will be followers again. Then over here the ID will be following, text over here will be following. Okay, and I maybe want to add a margin from starting. Let's try 35 dp. Okay, seems good. Over here also margin start 35 dp. Okay, now after this I'll come out of this linear layout and then I'll have a button. Okay, width is match parent, height is wrap content, and margin from top is, let's say 10 dp. Okay, and its ID will be edit profile. Okay, now after this button over here I'll have another linear layout. Okay, so linear layout with is again match parent height is wrap content. I'll give it a padding of, let's say, padding of, let's try 12 dp. Okay, then it will have an id that is mid, because earlier we have top. Okay, and okay, I forgot once again, plus. Yes, then I'll have an orientation, and that is vertical. Okay, now inside this linear layout I'll first have a text view. Okay, width is wrap content, height is also wrap content, max lines is 1. Okay, id is full name. Okay, then the text style is bold, and after text style we'll have text size, our standard 18 sp. Okay, and the text color is color primary dark. Okay, after this I'll have another text view. Okay, width and height both will be wrap content. Okay, and the margin from top will be 5 dp. Okay, its id will be bio, as in the bio that we have in our Instagram profiles. Max lines over here will be, let's say, 5. Okay, and the text color will again be color okay, the text color should be color accent. Sorry, not the text, but the text color. So the text color should be color accent. Okay, now after this linear layout I'll have another linear layout. Okay, and the width is again match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, and margin top is 10 dp. Margin starting is, let's say, 5 dp. Margin end is also minus 5 dp. Okay, and its id will be last, like top, bottom, and top, mid, and bottom. So I'll give it an id of bottom. Okay, and the same mistake again and again, bottom, and then after that the orientation is horizontal. Okay, now inside this linear layout I'll have a image view. Okay, and the image view width will be 0 dp, and the height is wrap content. Okay, and layout weight is 1. id is my pictures. Okay, and for then we need to download an image in our drawable. We can get it from image asset. Okay, now over here if we look for apps, yes, so this is the icon that we need. Okay, and I'll give it a name of IC my pictures. Okay, hit next, hit finish, and now over here src will be IC my pictures. Okay, then I'll give it a style of, let's say, question mark Android attr button bar button style. Okay, now after this I'll have another image view. Okay, another image view, the ID is save. Okay, saved pictures, and the src is something save, ic save. Okay, so this is the icon. Okay, now after all the linear layout, the last thing, okay, is a relative layout. Relative layout, width is match parent, height is wrap content, and the id is id recycler view pictures. Sounds good. Okay, and it is not a relative layout, it is a recycler view. Okay, then again I'll copy this, paste it over here. The id is not view saved. Okay, and its visibility for now will be gone. Okay, so this is our basic profile layout. This is how it will look. Okay, now let's program it in the Java file. So for that I'll go into profile fragment. Okay, now over here in profile fragment, first I'll cut this, return view, okay, now I'll declare my components as data members. Okay, so first is the circle image view, and the name is image profile. Okay, then we have an image view of options, then we have a text view of posts. Okay, then after that we have followers, following posts. Okay, then full name, bio, and I guess username. Okay, then after that we have image button, not an image button but image view, and that is my pictures. Then another image view, that is saved pictures. Okay, now I'll link these data members in my onCreate method, and I'll directly fast forward to that point. Now along with this I also need a Firebase user ID, so I'll create a Firebase user, and I initialize it over here, Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user. Okay, then after that I'll create a method called user info, so that to display all the text, user info. Now I'll create this method, and inside this I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child users. dot child profile id. Okay, we need to create a profile id. Okay, and for now I'll save the user id in the profile id. I am doing so because I want to show other users profile also in the same id. So I'll write f user dot get uid. Okay, now back in our this method user info dot profile id dot add value event listener, new value event listener, and inside on data change I'll write user is equal to data snapshot dot get value, and the value is user dot class. Okay, now after that Picasso dot get dot load user dot get image url dot into image profile. Okay, along with that username dot set text user dot get username. Okay, then full name dot set text, okay, user dot get full name. That is get name, not get full name. Okay, and similarly for bio dot set text, okay, user dot get bio. Okay, now after this, first I'll close this over here. Okay, now after this I want to get the followers and following count, so I'll create another method, that is get followers and following count. Okay, now I'll again create this method. Now over here I'll create a database reference. Okay, I'll call it ref, and Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child follow dot child profile id. Okay, done. Now after that reference dot child followers dot add value event listener, new value event listener, and inside on data change I'll write followers dot set text, and that is first to convert it to string, data snapshot dot get children count. Okay, and then similarly again reference dot child following dot add value event listener, new value event listener, following dot set text, again first convert it to string, and then data snapshot dot get children count. Okay, then similarly another method to get the okay, first I need to give a semicolon over here. Now another method to get the post count, get post count. Okay, I'll create this method get post count, and inside this I need to write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child posts, dot add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, and then inside this I'll create a counter which will count the number of posts, initialize it to 0, and then I'll run a for each loop. For data snapshot, I'll call it snapshot data snapshot dot get children. Okay, then and inside this I'll get post is equal to snapshot dot get value, and inside this at posts dot class. Okay, it is not posts but simple post. Okay, then after this I'll check if post dot get publisher dot equals profile ID. Okay, then I'll write counter plus plus. Okay, then after this for each loop, posts dot set text counter dot to string. Okay, string dot value of counter. Okay, now if we run this, we should be able to see our current profile. Okay, so let's give it a try. Okay, so once the application starts running, if we go to the profile section, so everything is working fine, but there are a few mistakes. The first, that our options icon is not visible over here. Second is this menu option is not visible over here, and this text is overlapped. Okay, and the image is not showing, that is because the network is slow. Okay, this should work. Okay, so let's fix these. Okay, so first in the fragment profile, instead of image view, I'll change it to image button. Okay, and then I have the ID source as I see my pictures. Okay, so I'll go in drawable section, look for I see my pictures, and in the XML file I'll change it a little bit. Okay, I'll copy it like I see save. So inside I see save, the color is over here as this, so I'll copy it from here, paste it over here. Okay, and this is, I'll copy this again, and this is the same. Okay, so now this should work, and I'll do the same for my IC options. So in IC options, okay, I'll change this to this. Okay, and now if I go to my profile fragment, all the things are visible, and as this following text was overlapping, I'll try to reduce the size. So the size over here will be, let's say text size 10 sp or 12 sp. Okay, similarly over here text size 12 sp. I'm sorry, text size is 12 sp. Okay, and now if we run this, I think everything should be fine. Okay. Okay, so now you can see once the Gradle build has finished, if we go in the profile section, we can see everything is fine, posts, followers, following, and the following value is 1 because over here we are following Sneha. Okay, and the image will also load over here. Okay, if you will wait for some time, then it will load. Okay, so this is for the current user's profile, but we also want to redirect other users' profile. Okay, so we will see that in the next video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in the last tutorial we designed the user profile and wrote a part of the Java code. Okay, so in today's video what our basic target is that whenever user wants to see other users profile, then also we should be redirected to the same profile fragment. Okay, so for that first I'll go in my comment adapter, and whenever anyone clicks on the comment, then the user is redirected to profile fragment where the profile is of the user who has put that comment. Okay, so in the bind view holder, okay, over here I'll write holder dot comment dot set on click listener, new on click listener, okay, and inside on click I'll write intent is equal to new intent, and the intent will be from m context to main activity dot class. Okay, then I will put some extra details, intent dot put extra, and the extra is publisher ID. Okay, and it is stored in comment dot get publisher. Okay, and then I'll start this activity, m context dot start activity, then intent. Okay, and I want the same for the image profile. Okay, so again I'll write holder dot image profile dot set on click listener, set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, and then inside this I'll just copy these 3 lines and paste it over here. Okay, now to check if the intent carries some details in our main activity, we are going to extract the bundle, and all the data that is transferred via intent comes in bundle. Okay, so over here I'll write bundle intent is equal to get intent dot get extras. Okay, and then I'll check if it has some data, that means it is redirected from our comment activity. If intent is not equal to null, okay, that means it has some data, then I'll extract that data, string profile ID is equal to intent dot get extra dot get string, and the ID is publisher ID. Okay, and then I'll add it to shared preference, because that is the only way we can transfer our data from activity to a fragment on that same activity. Okay, so for that I'll write get shared preferences, and I'll name it, let's say, profile. Okay, you can give any name you like, profile, and the mode is private. Okay, then I'll open the editor by edit and then put string, and the string is profile ID and the value is stored in profile ID. Okay, and then I'll apply the changes. Okay, and then I want to write get support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace r dot id dot fragment container comma new profile fragment. okay, and then dot commit. Done. And in the else block I'll simply cut and paste. Okay, so now we need to extract the values in our profile fragment. Okay, so I'll go to profile fragment, and over here where I am setting this profile ID as current user's ID, I'll write string data is equal to get context dot get shared preferences, and the shared preference name was profile. Okay, and the mode is mode private. Okay, and then dot get string, and the string was profile ID. Okay, and then our default value is none. Okay, I need to write inside quotes none. Okay, and now I'll check if data dot equals none, that means no data is stored, then our profile ID be current users UID. So I'll just paste it over here, else profile ID is equal to data. Okay, so now if we click on any comment or the image beside the comment, then we should be redirected to profile fragment. So let's check that. Okay, so once the application starts running, if you click on comments, okay, and if you click on any comment or the comment image, then you should be directed to the person who has this username Rishabh Kumar, and that is Rishabh Kumar. Okay, so let's see, and yes, you are redirected to Rishabh Kumar. Okay, and you can see the image is also here, but there is a slight mistake that if we are in profile fragment, then our bottom navigation should also show this as selected. Okay, so we'll fix that. Okay, so for that, over here in our main activity, bottom navigation view dot set selected item ID, and the ID is r dot id dot nav profile. Okay, so this part is done. Now the next thing is that if the profile loads for other user also, then also it is showing edit profile. Okay, whereas in the original Instagram it shows follow or following as per the condition. Okay, so let's fix that. So first we are going to create a button over here. Okay, private button, the name is edit profile. Okay, and I'll also link it over here. So I'll write edit profile is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot edit profile. Okay, and now over here at the end I'll write if profile id dot equals Firebase user dot get UID, that means we are viewing our own profile, then the text will be the same. Okay, so edit profile dot set text, and the text is edit profile. Okay, and if that is not the case, that means in else block I'll create a method to check the following status. So I'll write check following status. Okay, and now inside this check following status I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is follow dot child f user, that is our current user, dot get UID dot child following, so that to check if the current user is following the person whose profile is so as to check if the current user is following the person. Okay, and to this I'll add a value event listener, new value event listener, and inside this I'll write if data snapshot dot child profile id dot exists. Okay, then we'll write edit profile dot set text, and the text will be following, else edit profile dot set text, and the text will be follow. Okay, and then I'll give a semicolon over here. Now the next thing is to add functionality to this edit profile button. Okay, so for that I'll write edit profile dot set on click listener. Okay, new on click listener. Okay, and inside this I'll extract the text from that button, so I'll write string button text is equal to edit profile dot get text dot to string. Okay, and then I'll check if button text dot equals edit profile. Okay, that means we are viewing our own profile and we want to edit it. Then we need to go to edit profile. Okay, and we have not yet created the edit activity, so we'll do that later. Okay, so I'm just commenting it out. Okay, and if that is not the case, that means the text is either follow or following. Okay, so according to that we'll add queries to our database. Okay, again I'll write if button text dot equals follow, that means the user is not following already and wants to follow. So for that I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child follow dot child f user dot get uid dot child following dot child profile id dot set text, set value as true. Okay, and I'll break it from here. Okay, and similarly Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child follow dot child profile id dot child followers dot child f user dot get uid dot set value as true. Okay, and if that is not the case, that means the text is following, and if user clicks on following, then we unfollow it. Okay, so to unfollow, that code will be exactly same, just a slight change. Copy it from here, paste it over here, and instead of set value it will be remove value. Okay, so now we would be able to follow and unfollow the user. Okay, now along with that, one thing that I missed in the comment videos were to able to delete a comment. Okay, and to start deleting a comment, we need to first add a comment ID. Okay, so inside this comment I'll create another string private. Okay, at the top private string ID. Okay, over here I'll remove this okay, and create a new constructor with all the 3 values. Okay, I don't need these, and I'll add the getter setter for the ID. Okay, done. Okay, I missed a semicolon over here. Okay, now similarly, where I am adding the comment in my comment activity, over here, okay, I also need to add a push ID. So for that I'll first create a push ID. So string ID is equal to, okay, before that we need to create a database reference. So I'll create database reference, and it is, and I'll call it ref is equal to Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child comments. Okay, now the ID will be ref dot push dot get key. Okay, and now over here I'll add it in my map. So for that I'll write map dot put, and I'll put the ID, and the ID is the ID variable. Okay, and now over here, instead of pushing over here, okay, first there will also be a post ID, child post ID. Okay, so now instead of all this I can simply write ref. Okay, and then I'll remove this push to a child, and the child is ID. Okay, so now the work is same, but we get an ID also as our part. Okay, so first let's check this, and then we will add the deleting feature. Okay. Okay, so once the application starts running, first I'll delete the comment branch that I had earlier. Okay, and I added 2 new comments, or the same comments. Okay, so now in my database you can see the structure is same, but along with comment and publisher I have extra value, that is ID. Okay, so now we can delete this comment using this ID. Okay, so back in our comment activity, in our on create, okay, over here I'll write, okay, not in comment activity but in comment adapter, I guess. Yes. Okay, so over here I'll write holder dot image view, item view, I'm sorry, item view dot set on click listener, on long click listener, new on long click listener. Okay, and then I'll check if the comment is from the current user or not. Okay, so for that, if comment dot get publisher dot ends with, okay, Firebase user dot get UID. Okay, so if that is the case, then I want to show an alert dialog. Alert dialog AD, or alert dialog is equal to new alert dialog dot builder. Okay, and the builder takes a context, so the context is m context dot create. Okay, now I'll add a title, so I'll add alert dialog dot set title, and the title is, do you want to delete? Okay, this seems fine. Okay, then I'll add buttons, so alert dialog dot set button, and the button is alert dialog dot button neutral. Okay, that means on the left side, and the text says no. And then I'll add an on click listener, so new dialog interface dot on click listener, and if the text is no, then I'll simply dismiss the dialog, so dialog dot dismiss. Okay, and then alert dialog dot add button, add set button, and the button will be positive, alert dialog dot positive. Okay, and the text says yes. Okay, if that is the condition, then dialog interface dot on click listener. Now we need to query to that row, that branch in our database, and then delete it. So for that I'll write firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is comments, and the child is post id. Okay, so we don't have a post id, but we need a post id. Okay, so I can receive it through the constructor, so I'll create another value, string post id. Okay, and I'll accept it over here, string post id, and over here I'll write this dot post id is equal to post id, and in my comment activity I'll also pass this. Okay, post id. So now back in our comment adapter, over here now we can use that post id. Okay, and then to that post id child, comment dot get id. Okay, dot remove value. I'll break it from this point. Okay, and then I'll add an on complete listener, new on complete listener. If task dot is successful, that means we have deleted the comment successfully, then we'll just display a toast. So the toast says comment deleted successfully. Okay, and then after this dialog dot dismiss. Okay, so now after this alert dialog I'll write alert dialog dot show. Okay, so now let's try running this. Okay, so once the application starts running, if I try deleting a comment, it gets crashed. And the problem is, in comment activity I have passed the post id, but I am getting the post id later. Okay, that means null is being passed. So I'll simply cut it from here. Okay, and paste it anywhere before this. So like over here. Okay, and now let's try running it again. Okay, so once the application starts running, if you go in the comments and long click, so you get the alert dialog saying do you want to delete, and then if you click on yes, so the comment gets deleted from the database also. Okay, and then you can add. Okay, so another flaw that I just noticed was that if I add a comment, let's say comment test2 and post, so the comment is being added, but the edit text still has that comment. Okay, so we will fix that also. So in our comment activity, once we are pushing the comment to database, okay, so then we want our add comment to be null. Okay, so add comment dot set text, and the text is this. Okay, so that was for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to add the adapter and item, basically program this recycler view which we have over here, and if we get time we can also move with this saved section. Okay, so let's start. First I'll create the photo item. So in the layout I'll create a new layout resource file. The name is photo item. Okay, it will simply be a relative layout. The width is wrap content. The height is also wrap content. Now inside this relative layout we will have a image view. Okay, and the width and height both will be 80 dp. Okay, and it will have a margin from all the sides, let's say 2 dp. Okay, and an id, and the id is post image. Okay, so our item is done. The next thing that we need to do is we need to create a adapter. Okay, so inside adapter class I'll create a new Java class and I'll call it photo adapter dot Java. Okay, now inside this, first of all I'll create a view holder. So public class view holder extends recycler view dot view holder. Okay, and then I need to create constructor matching super. Okay, now inside this I'll have only one item, and that is public image view, and that is post image, because our item has only one element, one XML component, and that is the post image. So I link it with my XML component over here. I'll write item view dot find view by id r dot id dot post image. Okay, now back in our photo adapter, over here I'll write extends recycler view dot adapter, and inside angle brackets I'll write photo adapter dot view holder. Now I'll need to implement methods. Okay, now inside this adapter I expect some values from the user, and that I'll take via constructor. That means when the object is created. So the first, as always, is the context. Context and a list of posts. Okay, private list of posts, and I'll call it m posts. Okay, now over here I'll write view is equal to layout inflator dot from, and the context is m context dot inflate r dot layout dot photo item, and the view group is parent. Okay, and attached to root is false. Okay, then I'll return new photo adapter dot view holder, and the view holder takes a view. Okay, and over here get item count, I'll return m posts dot size. Okay, now in my bind view holder, first of all I'll get the current post. So post is equal to m posts dot get, and the index is position. Okay, now the next thing is Picasso dot get dot load post dot get image URL dot I'll add a placeholder, so that until the image loads, this image will be shown. Okay, and you can add any image of your choice. For now I'll simply add the IC launcher, r dot map dot IC launcher dot into holder dot post image. Okay, so over here our work is done. Now we will go to our profile fragment. Okay, and over here now we will create data members for the recycler view, adapter, and list. So let private recycler view, and the view is, let's say, recycler view private photo adapter, and we will call it photo adapter only. Okay, then a list, private list of post, okay, and I'll call it my photo list. Okay, now I'll link these in my on create view. Okay, so over here I'll write recycler view is equal to view dot find view by id, r dot id dot recycler view pictures. Okay, then recycler view dot set has fixed size as true. Okay, then I'll add the layout manager. So over here we are not going to use a linear layout, so instead of that we will use a grid layout. Okay, so to create a grid layout I'll write new grid layout manager. Okay, then it takes the context, so get context and the number of columns in a row, so I'll say 3. Okay, now similarly I'll initialize my photo list is equal to new array list, and so for the photo adapter is equal to new photo adapter. Okay, and the photo adapter, okay, I forgot to create a constructor over here, so I'll create a constructor for the two. Okay, now inside my photo adapter I need to first send the context and then the list, so the list is my photo list. Okay, now I need to get all the data, get all the photos of the current user, so for that I'll create another method called, let's say, my photos, capital P. Okay, so inside this I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is posts with capital P. Okay, and dot add value event listener, new value event listener. Inside on data change I'll first clear my list. Okay, then next I'll write for I'll run a for each loop for data snapshot data snapshot dot get children. Inside that I'll get the post is equal to snapshot dot get value, and the value is of class type post dot class. Okay, now I'll check if post dot get publisher dot equals profile id. We have a profile id over here, so that means the post is given by the is made by the current user. Then I'll simply add it to my list. Okay, so I'll write my photo list dot add post. Okay, now after this for, over here I need to reverse the order so that the latest image shows up at the first. So for that I'll write collections dot reverse my photo list. Okay, and then I'll notify the adapter. So the adapter name is photo adapter dot notify dataset changed. Okay, now I'll give a semicolon over here, and now we should be able to see all the posts that is made by the current user in the profile fragment. Okay, so let's give it a try. Okay, so before running the application I had to add one more line, that is recycler view dot set adapter photo adapter. I always miss this line. Okay, so now once the application starts running, first thing is that I had to upload a few images, and you should too if you have not uploaded in the current profile you are using. Okay, the next, if you go to your profile, you can see there are the images over here. Okay, but the styling looks a bit ugly, so you can customize it however you like, and I don't know why the profile image is not loading over here. It will load in some time, the internet is dead slow. Okay, but you can see the posts count is now changed to 4, so that means everything is working. Okay, so first I'll do a little bit modifications in my photo item. Instead of making it wrap content, I'll make it match parent, and our grid layout manager will automatically divide it into 3 parts. Okay, and instead of making it 80, I'll make it 100. Okay, so now let's run this again. Okay, so once the application is up and running, now if we go to the profile section, so you can see the image looks a little bit less uglier. Yes, it is not exactly as we have in Instagram, but that is just basic designing things. You can do it on your own. Okay, so now the next thing that we are going to say is how to save a post and then again show it to the user when he clicks on this button over here, the saved button, this button I was talking about. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is in our post adapter, we need to add functionality to the save image view. That means when it is clicked, we store the data to our database, that means real-time database, and if it is already saved, then we should remove it. Okay, so for that I'll set an on click listener first, save.set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, and then I'll check if holder dot save dot get tag dot equals save. Okay, so that means I am using the same technique I used in this functionality. Okay, so if this is the case, then I'll add data to our database. So for that I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child saves, okay, dot child f user dot get uid, okay, dot child will be post dot get publisher, get post id dot set value as true. Okay, I'll break it from here, and if this is not the case, then I'll copy this simply, and instead of set value we will have remove value. Okay, remove value. Okay, now we need to check if the post has already been saved by the user in any of the previous sessions. Okay, so for that I'll create another method over here, and the method name is saved. Okay, that means it checks if it is saved, and it takes 2 items. The first is our post id, and the next is our save image view. Okay, so I'll create it over here below all this, private void is saved. It takes a post id and image view image. Okay, now inside this again I'll query to our database, Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child. Our child is saves. Okay, dot child Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user dot get uid. Okay, dot add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, and inside this I'll check if data snapshot dot child, and the child is post id dot exists, that means it is present in our database. Okay, then I need to change the image view. Okay, so for that first I need to add a image view in our drawable folder. So I'll go to image asset, okay, and over here look for the same thing but filled. Okay, so if I try bookmark, yes, so here it is. Okay, I'll hit OK, and the color will be hololight. Okay, the name is IC Save Black. Hit next, hit finish. So if it exists, then I'll change the look of this image view. So image dot set image resource, and the resource is r dot drawable dot ic save black. Okay, and also image dot set a tag, and the tag is saved. Okay, else image dot set image resource r dot drawable dot ic save. Okay, and image dot set tag, the tag is save. Okay, so if there is a typo, then also your program will not work. Okay, so now back in our profile fragment. Okay, I missed a semicolon over here. Now back in our profile fragment, we again need to add that recycler view. Okay, so I'll do it private recycler view. Recycler view saves. Okay, that will show our saved photos. Okay, then again a post adapter. Post adapter saves. Okay, you can try using the same recycler view also if you want. Okay, that you can try on your own. The next thing is private list post, okay, and its name is my saved posts. Now in our recycler view, again recycler view saves is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot saves. Okay, so recycler view saved is the name. Then recycler view saves dot set has fixed size as true. Okay, again the layout manager will be grid layout. So I'll write recycler view saves dot set layout manager, new grid layout manager, then the context and the columns, number of columns. Okay, then next I'll initialize my list. So my saved posts is equal to new array list. Okay, then post adapter saves is equal to new post adapter, get context my saved posts. Okay, then I'll link it with my recycler view. Post adapter saves. Okay, now I'll create a method get saved posts, so that all my saved pictures are stored in my saved photo list. Okay, so get saved posts. Okay, now inside this method, now actually in my DB, when I am saving a post, then I am not saving the post but only the post ID. So first I need to extract all these IDs, and then again I will query to my post branch and get the images with the respective queries. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so first I'll create a array list. So of string type that will store the IDs. I'll call it saved IDs. Initialize it over here. Okay, then I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child saved saves, I am sorry, dot child f user dot get uid, okay, dot add value event listener, new value event listener, and inside this I'll write for inside parenthesis for data snapshot data snapshot dot get children count. Okay, then I'll simply store the IDs in my saved ID list. So I'll write saved IDs dot add snapshot dot get key. Okay, now after this, over here I'll again query to my posts branch. Okay, so Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child posts dot add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, now inside this I'll first clear my saved posts dot clear. Okay, now I'll query through each sub branch. So for data snapshot, okay, so snapshot 1, okay, and I'll call this also data snapshot 1, okay, so that we don't have an error over here. Okay, so the error over here is that we should write get children instead of get children count. Okay, so data snapshot 1 will loop through data snapshot 1 dot get children. Okay, then inside this I'll get the post is equal to snapshot 1 dot get value, and the value will be of post class. Okay, then inside this I'll again run a for each loop for string id which is in saved IDs. Okay, if post dot get post id dot equals id, then I'll add it to my list. So my saved posts dot add post. Okay, so now once this is done, okay, over here I'll write post adapter dot saves dot notify data set changed. Okay, so this is also done. Now let's try running this. Okay, so once the application starts running, it doesn't work at all. Okay, because we missed a few things, or a lot of things you can say. Okay, so in our profile fragment over here, first I'll customize the visibility. So this recycler view dot set visibility, and the visibility is visible. Okay, and similarly recycler view saves dot set visibility, and the visibility is gone. I'm sorry. Okay, now I need to add an on click listener to that saves image button. Okay, so I have it over here, saved pictures and my pictures. So I'll add the on click listener to them right over here, my pictures dot set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, and when this is clicked, this will still be the same. So I'll simply copy it and paste it over here, and then saved pictures dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and then I'll paste it but change the visibility. So now this will be gone and this will be visible. Okay, and now let's check that I have linked it over here. So yes, I have done. So now let's try running this. Okay, so once the application starts running, if you click on this, then you can see the style has changed. You can add a snack bar over here if you want. And in our database, now you can see we have a saves branch that has a post ID and then the user ID and the value is true. Okay, now over here if we go to profile and then go to this section, so you can see that instead of showing the photo, it is showing the post item. So that means over here we have used a post adapter. Yes, so we should be using photo adapter over here. Okay, and now it should be photo adapter. Okay, so now let's run this again and see. Okay, so now you can see once it opens, it is already saved, and in the profile section if we go to the saved column, then we can see that image. Okay, so the saved feature is also working fine. Okay, so this was for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to create the post detail fragment. Okay, so that fragment will open whenever any item from this recycler view is clicked. Okay, so I'll go in my fragments section. Okay, new, and then fragment. Okay, and a blank fragment. Okay, and I'll call it let's say post detail fragment. Okay, hit finish. Now once it opens, I don't need all these stuff, so I'll simply just remove them. Okay, everything. Yes, and in my fragment I'll design my layout. Okay, so instead of a frame layout, I'll be using a relative layout. Okay, now inside this I'll not have a text view, but I'll have an app bar layout. Okay, and this app bar layout will have a width of match parent. Okay, I'll leave a space over here. Height also will be match parent. Okay, it will the height should be wrap content. Okay, then the ID is bar. Okay, and I am sorry, and then it will have a background. Okay, and the background is of type question mark Android ATTR as in attributes. Okay, and then window background. Okay, now inside this app bar I'll first have a toolbar. Okay, and the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content. Okay, and it will have an ID, and the ID is toolbar. Okay, and it will also have the same background as our app bar layout, which is question mark Android ATTR and then window background. Okay, now inside this we will have a relative layout. The width is match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, and inside this relative layout we will just have a text view. Okay, so I'll create a text view. The width is wrap content, height is wrap content. The text size will be our standard 18 SP. Okay, the text style will be bold. Okay, and then the text is photo, means the current picture. Okay, and the text color, let's say color primary dark. Okay, that seems fine. Okay, so our text view is over. Now after this app bar layout, instead of creating a image view and other stuff, simply I'll use my post item which I have over here. Okay, and so to use that I need to create a recycler view over here. Okay, so I'll create a recycler view. The width will be match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, it should be below the bar. Okay, and its ID will be, let's say, recycler view. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so now in the latest update, if you open one picture, then the subsequent pictures are below it. Okay, so if you want, instead of passing one item to this recycler view adapter, you can pass a proper list of all the items. Okay, so that is a customization that if you want you can do. Okay, so now in our post detail fragment, first we will need some values. Okay, so first will be a post ID which I am intending to take via shared preferences. Okay, so that is a good way to do so. That will be post ID. Similarly, we have done for the profile ID when we were redirecting to profile fragment. Okay, then we will have a recycler view called recycler view. Okay, then our post adapter for this recycler view, as we are going to use the post item, as I said, post adapter, I will call it post adapter, then private a list of post that we will pass to the post adapter. Okay, so I need to import these. I'm sorry, I need to import these. Okay, I'll call it post list. Now inside this on create view, I'll just cut this off. Okay, and call it some view, and here is that view. Okay, now inside this I need to first get my post ID. Okay, that should be our primary target. So to get the post ID, I'll write post ID is equal to get context, which is necessary to call the shared preferences, then get shared preferences, okay, and we can call our preference name as prefs, or you can use the profile preference only that we have used while the profile fragment. Okay, that is also fine, since the string will have a different name. Okay, so the mode is private, then get string. Okay, and the string will be, let's say, post ID. Okay, so the string has the name post ID, and if it has no value, then it is none. Now after this I will link my recycler view. So recycler view is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot recycler view. Okay, now after this recycler view dot set has fixed size as true, then recycler view dot set layout manager, new linear layout manager, and the context is get context. Okay, then after this I'll initialize my post list. So post list is equal to new array list. Okay, then post adapter is equal to new post adapter. Okay, and it first takes the context. Okay, and then the post list. So I was talking about this list. Okay, for now I'll just send the single value which the image is clicked. okay, but if you want you can send more than one items. Okay, then after this I'll attach it to the recycler view. So recycler view dot set adapter post adapter. Okay, now after this we need to fetch the post which has the post id. Okay, this post id. So for that I'll query in my database Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, I'm sorry, dot child, and the child is posts dot child post id. Okay, our post id. Okay, and then inside this I'll add a value event listener, new value event listener, and inside on data change method I'll simply write post list dot clear post list dot add data snapshot dot get value. Okay, and inside I'll write post dot class. Okay, and then I'll notify my adapter. So post adapter dot notify dataset changed. Okay, so this fragment is also done. Now we actually need to call this fragment. Okay, so for that I need to go to my photo adapter. Okay, and over here in my on bind view holder I'll write holder dot post image. Okay, dot set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, and then inside this I'll add the post id to my shared preferences. Okay, so for that I'll write m context dot get shared preferences. Okay, and the shared preferences as we have named their prefs. Okay, and then I'll have it in mode private. Okay, I'll open edit, that will enable me to add data. Okay, then I want to add a string, so I'll write put string, and the string is post id as we have named over there, and the post id is stored in the post object. So post dot get post id. Okay, and then simply I need to write apply, so that to apply the changes. Okay, now I need to call that post detail fragment. Okay, so for that over here I'll write fragment activity, then the context which is m context. Okay, dot get support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace, and the id of the container is r dot id dot fragment container, and in place of that we want our post detail fragment. So new post detail fragment. Okay, and then commit. Okay, so this is done. Okay, now since we are redirecting, I want to redirect some few other things also to different places. So I'll go in my post adapter. Okay, and in my post adapter over here I want to redirect users to profile to the profile fragment whenever user clicks on the username or the image profile or the in the description the name of the publisher. Okay, so let's do that. First is holder dot image profile dot set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, then similarly again I'll add to my shared preferences m context dot get shared preferences, and this time we'll add the data to profile since we want to redirect it to profile fragment. Okay, and over there we are seeking data from this shared preference which has the name profile. Okay, I'll again open it in private mode. edit so that I can add a data dot put string, and the string is profile ID, okay, and the ID is post dot get publisher, okay, and then simply apply. Okay, I'll break it from here. Now the next thing is again to call the profile fragment, okay, so again I'll write fragment activity. The context is mContext dot get fragment support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace r dot id dot fragment container comma new profile fragment, okay, dot apply commit. Okay, so this is done, and I want the same to happen for username and publisher. Okay, so I'll simply just copy this, paste it twice, and over here instead of image profile it should be username and publisher. Okay, and instead of publisher I think over here I have used, yes, I have used author. Okay, so over here it will be author. Okay, and similarly I want the post detail fragment to open whenever the user clicks on the post. Okay, so from the photo adapter I'll again simply copy this and paste it in my photo adapter, in my post adapter, and the name is also post image. Okay, so everything is done. Now let's try running this. Okay, so once the application starts running, the result was not as expected because I made a slight mistake that instead of capital I have put small I, so I had to change this. Okay, so you do the same, and then once the application starts running, now all the functionality works fine. Okay, so if we click on this, we are redirected to the post detail fragment. Okay, and similarly from here if we click on this, then again we are redirected to the post detail fragment. Okay, so the net is slow, so it is taking a little bit time to load, and if we click on this description or the name over here, then we should again be redirected to profile fragment with Sneha open. Okay, so let's see that, and you can see that Sneha is opened over here, and Sneha doesn't have any profile image, so no image is showing, and it has 2 posts, but the image is not loading because as you can see my internet is down today. Okay, but the functionality is fine. Okay, so that was for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to add the edit profile feature. Okay, so for that first I'll create a new activity, an empty activity, and I'll call it edit profile activity. Okay, and I'll directly start with the design. Okay, so I'll go in the edit profile activity, wait for the sync to finish. Okay, so once the sync has finished, I'll change this constraint layout to linear layout. Okay, and the orientation will be vertical. Okay, now after this, as always, we need to add the app bar layout. Okay, the width is match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, its ID is as always bar, and the background is also same as always, that is question mark Android colon attr as in attributes and window background. Okay, now inside this app bar layout we'll have a toolbar. Okay, the toolbar will also have width as match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, the ID is toolbar, and it will also have the same background as our app bar layout, that is question mark window background. Okay, and now inside this toolbar we'll have a relative layout. Okay, the width is match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, and inside and inside this relative layout we'll first have an image view. Okay, the width and height both of the image view are wrap content. Okay, the source is IC close. Okay, I think we have used that icon. Yes, so we already have IC close. Okay, then some constraints like center vertical should be true. Okay, align parent start should be true. Okay, and I'll also give it an ID of, let's say, close. Okay, now after this image view I'll have a text view. Okay, the width is wrap content, height is wrap content. Okay, and the text says edit profile. Okay, sorry, the spelling is wrong. Okay, then center vertical as true. Margin from starting should be 10 dp. Okay, 10 dp should be fine. And then text size will be our standard 18 sp. Then text color will be color primary dark, and it should be at the end of our the close icon. Okay, the close image view. Okay, so now after this text view we'll have another text view. Okay, the width is again wrap content, height is wrap content. Okay, then after that it will have the text that says save. Okay, then after that it will have a margin from the right side of, let's say, 10 dp. The text size will be a little bit smaller as we are having it in caps, or let's try with our standard 18 sp only. We'll see if we need to change. Center vertical again as true. Align parent end true. Text color is color primary dark. Okay, and I'll also give it a ID. The ID is save. Okay, so I think yes, our toolbar is done. Okay, now over here I'll have another linear layout. The width is match parent, height is wrap content, orientation is orientation is again vertical. Okay, and let's give it a padding from all the sides of 10 dp. Okay, that is the standard padding size. Okay, then after that inside this linear layout we'll first have a circle image view. The width and height, as we had in our profile fragment, it will be 80 dp and 80 dp. Okay, now for now let's try with our source as map IC launcher. Okay, then to bring it in center we can give layout gravity as center. Okay, then we need to give it an ID. ID, and the ID will be image profile. Okay, then margin from all the sides of 10 dp will be fine. Okay, so our image view is done. Over here the profile image of the user will be displayed. Okay, then after this we have a text view which gives us the option to change the image. Okay, so text view, width is wrap content, height is also wrap content, and the text is change photo. Okay, that seems fine. Change photo. Okay, then again I want this also to be in center, so layout gravity is center. It will have an ID of change photo. The text color will be color primary. Okay, and text size, our standard 18 sp seems fine. Okay, so now before adding all the other text fields, that is for name, username and bio, I want all of you to add a dependency. Okay, and the dependency is for the material edit text. Okay, so you can search in GitHub or directly in Google. You need to come to this link. Okay, and then to install it or to add it in your file, you just need to copy this line. Okay, we don't use compile anymore, it is depreciated. Instead of that we use implementation. Okay, so over here we'll write implementation, paste and sync the project and wait for the Gradle build to finish. Okay, so once the build is finished, we'll go back to our activity edit profile. Okay, now after this we'll use that we downloaded just now, that is material edit text. Okay, and the width is match parent, height is wrap content. Okay, it will have an ID. Okay, and the ID is full name. Okay, the hint will be full name. Okay, and it should have a margin from top, I guess. Let's say, let's try 20 dp, not sp. Sp is for text. Okay, and then another thing that we have is a floating label, and that is normal. Okay, so this is for the effect which you will see when we run the app. Okay, so this is done. Now we'll have another two like this, one for the username and another one for the bio. Okay, so this full name will become username and this full name will also become username. This full name will become bio. This is also going to become bio. Okay, seems fine. So our basic profile design is complete. You can add more features like we have in our Instagram of custom settings, advanced settings, but since it is a Firebase tutorial, so I will not go in that detail of the basic designings. Okay, my target is to focus on Firebase. Okay, so the design is done. Now we'll go to our edit profile activity. Over here first we will link all these XML components. So for that I'll create data members. So first is private image view, and the image is that close icon that we had. Then circle image view, our image profile. Okay, then after that we had a text view, save. Then we had another text view, okay, that is change photo. I'm sorry. Then we had material edit text. Okay, one for the full name. Then we had another one for username, and the last one for bio. Okay, so now I'll link these components in my onCreate method and I'll fast forward the video at that point. Okay, now after this we would also need a Firebase user, means for our current user. So private Firebase user and F user. Okay, then again I'll initialize it over here. F user is equal to Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user. Okay, now I'll query to my current user and get the values for the name, the image and the bio. Okay, so that when the user opens the edit profile activity, then the previous values of those fields are already present in the edit text and in the image, circular image view that we have. Okay, so for that I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is users, capital U. Okay, dot child F user dot get UID dot add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, and inside on data change we will extract the user using our model class. User is equal to data snapshot dot get value, and the value is of type user dot class. Okay, then after this we have full name dot set text, and it is user dot get name. Okay, similarly we have username dot set text, and the text is user dot get username, and the same goes for bio dot set text user dot get bio, and for the image we use Picasso dot get dot load, and the URI is user dot get image URL dot into, and the image view is our circular image view which has the ID of image profile. Okay, so this part is done. Okay, so now next we will add the on click listener to our close image view that we have. So close dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and basically the functionality of close is when we click on that, then we are redirected back to our profile fragment. Okay, so for that we just need to write finish and our task will be done. Okay, and then after that when the user clicks on change photo, then we want to select an image from the gallery. Okay, so let's write code for that. So change photo dot set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, and when clicked we write crop image dot activity dot set crop shape, and the crop shape is crop image view crop shape dot oval. Okay, so this seems fine. Then we need to start and then pass our activity name. So our activity is edit profile activity dot this. Okay, that means when this task will be done, then the result will be redirected to this activity. Okay, so now I want the same functionality when we even click on the image view. Okay, so over here it will be image profile. Okay, and now as I said, this activity whenever gets executed, it returns some value, and it is returned in the activity mentioned over here. So for now it is edit profile activity, that means we are going to get some result over here. So for that we need to override the method on activity result. Okay, and then inside this we are going to check if the result we are getting is from this crop image. Okay, so to do so we just write a simple if condition, if request code is equal to crop image dot crop image activity request code. Okay, and result code is equal to result. Okay, that means the execution of that activity was successful. Okay, and if this is the condition, then we will get our result. Okay, so the result is of type crop image dot result. Okay, or we call it activity result. Okay, I'll call it simply result, and we get the result from crop image dot get activity result, and then we need to pass an intent, and the intent is data. Okay, so we get our result, and then we can get our URI from result. Okay, so but before that we need to first create a few data members to store our image URI, to store the reference to our Firebase storage. Okay, so for that I'll create a few variables. First one is our URI, which will store our image. I'm sorry. Then we'll have a storage task, which will help in us to get the, what do we say? Yes, that will help us to get the image URL. Okay, so I'll call it upload task. Then I'll have a storage reference, and I'll call it storage ref. Okay, and I'll also need to initialize my storage ref. Okay, so for that, storage ref. So now over here I'll add storage ref is equal to Firebase storage dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and I'll create a folder uploads. Okay, I'll store my images over here. Okay, now back in our on activity result, I'll extract the URI. So for that I'll write m image URI is equal to result dot get URI. Done. So once this is done, an else block I'll add, which displays a toast. Okay, and the toast says something went wrong. Okay, so now we need to add that image, the image that we have in our m image URI, to the storage. So I'll create a method upload image that will upload the image in our storage and return the download URL. Okay, so I'll create it over here, private void upload image. Okay, now inside this first I'll have a progress dialog. Okay, progress dialog pd is equal to new progress dialog. The context is this. Then progress dialog dot set message, and the message is uploading progress dialog dot show. Okay, now after this we write our actual code to upload image. So first I'll check if the image URI has some value. So m image URI is not equal to null. Okay, and if that is the case, then I'll create a file path. So storage reference, call it file ref, and that will be my storage ref dot child, and the child to be a unique name, I'll write system dot current time in millis, okay, because time is always unique, plus dot jpeg, that will be our extension. Okay, so now I'll use my upload a task. So upload a task is equal to file ref dot put file, and the file is mmaguri. Okay, now after this I'll write upload a task dot continue with task. Okay, and it has a continuation. Okay, and inside this we will write like if task dot is successful. Okay, if the task is not successful, then we will simply throw the exception, throw task dot get exception. Okay, and if the task has executed successfully, then we will simply write return task dot get, sorry, not task but file ref dot get download URL. Okay, and now over here I'll write add on complete listener, new on complete listener. Okay, now this new on complete listener will have a type of URI. Okay, this task is also of type URI. Okay, now inside this I'll again check if task dot is successful, that means we have got our image URL. Then I'll simply extract it, URI download URI is equal to task dot get result, and our URL is download URI dot to string. Okay, now we will add it to our database. So to do so, Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is users capital U dot child f user dot get UID. Okay, and then inside that child and image URL, so I'll first check the spelling of image URL. Okay, so this is the spelling, image URL dot set value, and the value is URL. Okay, the string which we have over here. Okay, and once this is done, we can also dismiss our dialog. Okay, and if it is not successful, then we'll display a toast, the toast which says upload failed. Okay, then a semicolon will be over here, and we will have an else over here which has a toast, and the toast says no image selected, which is the condition when image URI is null. Okay, so this method is also done. This should now upload the image and return us our download URL. Okay, so back in our on create view, we also want to upload the remaining data, that is the name, the username and the bio. Okay, so for that I'll add an on click listener to save dot set on click listener, new on click listener, Okay, and then simply I'll create another method, that is update profile. Okay, and I'll create it over here, private void update profile. Okay, and it has a hash map of type string and object, and I'll call it map is equal to new hash map, then map dot put and full name, and the full name we can get from full name dot get text dot to string. Similarly for username, map dot put username and username dot get text dot to string. Similarly for the bio dot get text dot to string. Okay, now once we have our hash map, we'll update it in our database. Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is users. Okay, so over here you can see in this entire edit profile activity.java we have written this part, Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child users 3 to 4 times. So a better way would be you create a database reference variable and it is queried till users. Okay, and the rest of the part you can add to that database reference. Okay, so you can do that on your own if you want. Dot child, and the child is current user dot get uid dot update children, and the value is a map. Okay, and it is done. So the task is done over here. Now the last thing that we need to do is to call it from our profile fragment. Okay, when the user clicks on the edit profile button. Okay, so I'll go to my profile fragment. Okay, and yes, so over here it is written go to edit activity. So now I will actually go to edit activity, start activity, new intent, get context, edit profile activity dot class. Okay, and one more thing that I would like to add, that in the previous few videos many people were having the doubt that the current users posts are not visible in the home screen. Okay, so that is because in my home fragment in the following list I have not added the current users ID. Okay, so a simple hack will be to add the current user ID to the following list. Following list dot add, and do we have a Firebase user over here? No, so I'll create a Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user dot get uid. Okay, so now by this what has happened, that inside the following list we also have the current user, and that means that we will also look for the posts by the current user, and now that will be visible in our home screen. Okay, so now let's try running this. Okay, so once the application has started running, you can see the current user posts are also now visible. Okay, now if we go in our profile fragment over here, and if we click on edit profile, so our edit profile comes over here. The previous profile image is over here, our name is already over here, our username is here, and our bio is also here. So we don't have a bio. I'll try adding some bio. Okay, so like I am a Android, Flutter and MERN enthusiast. Okay, This is fine for now. And Rishabh Kumar, I'll add a underscore in between. Okay, and for change photo I get the option to select something. For now I'll just select camera. Okay, and this is the image. I'll simply click on it. It is done. So you can see we have a oval selector over here. You can increase or decrease its size, then crop, and the uploading is taking place. Okay, so my network connection is down a little bit, so it might take some time. Okay, and it is done. So you can see the picture has changed, but now there's an error that our bio and this username has again came back to the original. Okay, means the initially what we had. Okay, so I'll write it again and then we'll fix it maybe in the next video. I am an okay, over here I'll add a underscore and then click on save. And now if I come to my database, you can see my bio has been updated. Okay, my username has been updated and my image URL has also changed. Okay, so this is how you can update your profile. Okay, now one thing that I missed was that after we click on this save, we should come back to our profile fragment. Okay, so that is also one thing which we will fix in the next video. Okay, so this was for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to start with our notification fragment, which is this fragment. Okay, so this fragment is completely left. So in this video we will design the notification fragment at least. Okay, so I have also switched from Visor to AnyDesk because Visor was causing a little bit error and it was also a little bit bigger. Okay, so AnyDesk is very much simpler and it is also smaller in size. So if you want, you can try this. Okay, so to start with our notification fragment, I'll first go in my fragment notifications.xml, remove this text view. Okay, and then I'll change this frame layout to relative layout. Okay, and then inside this we will have a app bar layout. Okay, and the width is match parent, height is wrap content, it has an ID and the ID says bar. Okay, then it also has a background. Okay, and the background is like question mark Android colon ATTR window background. Okay, now inside this app bar we have a toolbar. Okay, so toolbar, and the width is again match parent, height is wrap content, the ID is toolbar. And it will also have the same background like this one. So I'll copy it from here, paste it over here, and then inside this toolbar I'll have a relative layout. And the width is match parent, height is wrap content again. And inside this relative layout I'll have a text view. Okay, sorry, capital T, text view, and the width and height both are wrapped content. Okay, and then the text says notifications. Okay, so we also have an option to write the title manually in Java. Okay, but I am writing it inside this XML so that I can customize the text view. Okay, and if I write it inside my Java file, then it is little bit tough to customize this text that we have over here in the place of title. Okay, so I'll give it a size, and the size is our standard 18sp. Okay, and the style will be bold, and the color can be color primary dark. Okay, seems fine. So now after this app bar layout, we will simply just have a relative layout that will show the list of notifications. Not a relative layout but a recycler view, I'm sorry. There will be a recycler view. The width will be match parent, height is wrapped content, okay, and it has an ID, okay, and the ID is recycler, I'm sorry, it has a ID, okay, and the ID is recycler view. Okay, then, and it should also be below bar. Okay, so layout below bar, which is our app bar layout. Okay, so this is done. This will be our basic notification fragment design. Okay, so I'll close this. Now the next thing that I need to do is to create a notification model. Okay, so inside this model I'll double click or right click, go to new, a Java class, and the class name is notification. Okay, and then inside this add it to git. Now inside this there will be a few data members, all are private string user ID, okay, then private string text, private string post ID. If the notification is related to a post, then this will come to play. Okay, and then we have a boolean, which is post. Okay, so that means it will this will store the value whether the notification is from a post or from something else. Okay, so then I'll complete this model class. So to complete this model class, I'll require two constructors, an empty constructor first and a parameterized constructor, and also the getters and setters for all of them. So my model class is ready. Okay, now after this, since I am using a relative recycler view inside my fragment notification, I need to create a notification item. Okay, so for that, in my layout I'll create a new layout resource file, and the name will be notification item.xml. okay, I don't need to write .xml, that is written automatically. Now inside this I'll change this constraint layout to relative layout. Okay, and the width is match parent, height should be wrapped content. Okay, now inside this first we'll have a circle image view. Okay, so that will tell who from whom the notification is. So circular image view, and the width and height will be 40 dp. Okay, the same we have in our post item. Okay, so that the app looks uniform. Okay, and then I'll give it a ID. The ID says image profile. Okay, now after this I'll have a linear layout. Okay, the width is match parent, height is wrapped content. Okay, and it has a margin from starting, and that is 5 dp. The orientation is vertical. Okay, and then it should be at the end of image profile. Okay, now inside this linear layout I'll have a text view. Okay, the width is wrap content, height is also wrap content. I'm sorry, height is also wrap content. Okay, then after that it has a ID. Okay, and the ID is username, and as you can understand, this text will display the username from whom the notification has been generated. Okay, then the text style should be bold. Okay, and the text color can be color primary dark. Okay, so this seems fine. I'll add some text to check, and the text is Bishop. Okay, so this is fine. Over here also I'll add some image for testing src r, I'm sorry, it is mip map IC launcher. Okay, so then after this I'll have another text view that will contain the main notification. Okay, so a text view, the width is wrap content, height is also wrap content. Okay, and it has the ID. Okay, and the ID says comment. Okay, and it has a max lines of, let's say, or we can also remove this max lines. Okay, so that is not that much required. Okay, so this will be our comment. Okay, so let's add some demo text. Okay, text, and the text is lorem ipsum. Okay, so this is how our notification will look like, and if it is a post, then we should also display the post image over here. Okay, so after this linear layout, for that I'll add a image view. Okay, not a circular image view, but a simple image view. The width and height both will be 40 dp. Okay, height will also be 40 dp. Okay, and then it will be at the parent end, so align parent end as true. Okay, and I'll also give it an ID. Okay, and the ID is post image. Okay, so this is fine. Okay, and now I think I need to add a thing over here, and that is start off, means to start off, and the ID is post image. That means the comment should not overlap with the image that we have over here. Okay, so then our notification item is also finished. Now the next thing that we need to add is our notification adapter. So in the adapter package I'll create another Java class. Okay, and I'll call it notification adapter. Now inside this notification adapter I'll first create my view holder class. So public class view holder. Okay, and it extends recycler view dot view holder. Okay, and then we'll fix this error. Okay, now inside this view holder I'll create a few data members that are eventually the components of our notification item. Okay, so all will be public image view. Okay, and the image is image profile, sticking to the camel case naming convention. Okay, then again public image view post image. Okay, then public text view username, public text view, and the last one is comment. Okay, now I'll link these in our constructor. So over here I'll add image profile, is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot image profile r dot id dot image profile. Okay, then post image is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot post image. Okay, then username is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot username. Okay, then the last one is comment, and comment is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot comment. Okay, now back in our notification adapter class, over here I'll write extends recycler view dot adapter. Okay, and then inside this there will be notification adapter dot view holder. Okay, then I'll fix this error also. We need to implement these three methods like we always do. Okay, now inside this we will also expect a few things from the user, and for that I'll create a constructor and a few data members. Okay, so the first one is context. The context is mContext. Okay, then a list of notification that needs to be displayed, and I'll call it notifications. Okay, I need to import this. Okay, then after that I'll create a constructor for these two. Now inside my view holder class I'll write view is equal to layout inflator dot from. Okay, and the view group is parent. Okay, and the attached to root will be false. Okay, now after this I'll write return new notification adapter dot view holder, and inside this view holder we'll pass this view. Okay, now after this over here in get item count, instead of returning 0 I'll return notifications dot size. Okay, now inside my on bind view holder, first I get the current notification is equal to notifications dot get, and the index is position. Okay, now after that we need to get the user info so as to display the username and the image that we have for the user. Over here you can see the circular image and the field for the name. Okay, so first I'll remove this default values that I have added for testing. Okay, so these are gone. Okay, so for that first I'll query to my users branch that I have over here. Okay, and get the current user, and then finally get its name and the image URL if it has any. Okay, so for that I'll create another method that will be easier so that my on bind view holder doesn't get clustered. So let's say I'll call it get user. Okay, and it will take a few things. The first one is image profile. Okay, so that is holder dot image profile and holder dot username. Okay, so now over here I'll create private void get user. Okay, and it takes a image view. Okay, and the image view is image profile, or we can call it image view over here. and it takes a text view, and the text view can also be called text view for now. Okay, now inside this I'll query to my database. So for that, Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is users. Okay, then I'll get the publisher ID. Okay, so over here in notification we have a publisher ID. Okay, let's check. Yes, okay, we don't have a publisher ID, but we have a user ID. Okay, so I'll send this user ID notification dot user get user ID. Okay, that is the getter method, and over here I'll receive it as string user ID. Okay, then inside this dot child, and the child is user ID. Okay, then to that I'll add the value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, and inside on data change I'll get the current user, means the user whose user ID we have received. Okay, so user is equal to data snapshot dot get value, and the value has a class type user dot class. Okay, now inside this I'll write Picasso dot get dot load, and it will load user dot get image URL dot into the image view that we have received over here. Okay, and then we'll also set the username. So for that I'll write text view dot set text, and the text is user dot get username. Okay, now one thing that we need to do over here is we need to check if some image has been uploaded by the user or not. Okay, so for that I'll write if user dot get image URL dot equals, and if it equals default, okay, then over here instead of loading it with the help of Picasso, I'll write image view dot set image resource r dot mipmap dot ic launcher. Okay, and this will be the else condition. Fine, so this was our get user info method. Now back in our on bind view holder, we'll check if the notification is post or not, and if it is post, then we will also display the post image. Okay, so I'll write if notification dot is post. Okay, so if it is post, then we'll write holder dot post image dot set visibility to visible. Okay, and I am doing this over here because when it will not be a post, then I am planning to make the post image invisible. Okay, so that is why I need to add the visibility option inside this if condition also. Okay, so then I'll create another method to get the post image. Okay, so get post image. Okay, and it will take a few things. First, the holder dot post image, the place where we will display the post image. Okay, and then the post ID also, notification dot get post ID. Okay, now I'll create this method over here. I forgot to give a semicolon over here. Now over here I write private void get post image. Okay, and it first takes a image view. Okay, and we can call it image view, then string post ID. Now inside this I'll again query to our database, Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is posts dot child post ID dot add value event listener, new value event listener, and inside on data change I'll write post is equal to data snapshot dot get value, and the value has a class type of post dot class. Okay, and then simply I'll load that image. Okay, so for loading an image in Android we are using Picasso. So Picasso dot get dot load, and the URI is post dot get image URL dot into image view. Okay, now until it is loading, if you want to show something else, okay, so we have a feature in Picasso and that is called placeholder. So dot placeholder, so that means this will hold the place until the image is loaded, and for now it is simple r.mapmap.ic launcher. Okay, so this method is also done. Now back in our on bind view folder, I'll add the else block, and in the else block we'll make this post image invisible. So folder dot post image dot set visibility, and the visibility is gone. Okay, so I'm using gone instead of invisible because if it is invisible it will be hidden but the space will still be taken up. Okay, but if I have gone, then the space will also be left. Okay, so this is done. So the else block is done. Now I'll add a on click listener. Okay, so holder dot item view dot set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, and inside on click I'll check if notification dot is post. Okay, so if it is post and we click on it, then we should be redirected to our post detail fragment. Okay, so for that I'll write context dot get shared preferences, and the preference that we have in our post detail fragment is prefs. Okay, so I'll simply copy this for now, and over here I'll paste it. I'm sorry, and the mode is private, mode private. Okay, now inside this I'll write edit dot put string, and the string has the name post id. Okay, so I'll copy this, and over here I'll paste this post id, and the value will be notification dot post id get post id. Okay, and then we need to apply. Okay, that means save the changes. So I'll take this from here. Okay, so now we have added it to our shared preferences. Now we need to call the post detail fragment. Okay, so to call the post detail fragment, over here we will write inside two brackets fragment activity, and the context is mContext. Okay, dot get support fragment manager. Okay, dot begin transaction dot replace, and we have it as r.id dot fragment container, and I want to replace it to new post detail fragment. Okay, and then commit means commit this change. Okay, so this is done. So this is the case when it is a post, and if it is not a post, then we want to redirect it to the profile fragment. Okay, so in the else block I'll again open my shared preferences mContext.get shared preferences, and in my profile fragment, okay, I have the preferences with name profile. So I'll copy this from here, paste it over here, and the mode is again private. Okay, the dot edit dot put string. Okay, and the string name is, now in our profile fragment the string name is profile id. So I'll copy it from here, paste it over here, and the id is post I think notification dot get user ID. Okay, and then again I need to apply this, break this line from here. Then again I need to go to the profile fragment, so I'll simply copy this, paste it over here, and instead of post detail fragment it will be profile fragment. Okay, so with this our notification adapter is complete. Now we just need to attach it in our notification fragment. Okay, so I'll go to notification fragment, and over here I'll cut this. Instead I'll return a view. Okay, and then I'll create a view. Okay, I'm sorry. So this is done. Now inside this, first I'll need a few things. The first thing is recycler view. So private recycler view, and the name is recycler view. Then private notification adapter, and I'll call it notification adapter. Then private list notification, and I'll call it notification list. Okay, I need to import this. Okay, now inside this I'll write recycler view is equal to view dot find view by id r dot id dot recycler view. Okay, then recycler view dot set has fixed size as true. Okay, then recycler view dot set layout manager new linear layout manager. Okay, and the context is get context. Okay, now after that it is notification list is equal to new array list. Okay, and then notification adapter is equal to new notification adapter. Okay, and the context is get context. Okay, and the list is notification list. Okay, now I need to attach it to the recycler view. So recycler view dot set adapter, and the adapter is notification adapter. Okay, now after that I need to read all the notifications. Okay, so I'll create a method read notifications. Okay, now I'll create this method. So now over here I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is notifications. Okay, so we don't have a branch notifications till now, but we will add it after this. Okay, so notifications dot child, and the child is Firebase auth dot get instance dot get current user dot get uid. Okay, then after that we'll add a value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, now inside this inside on data change I'll write for, means I'll run a for each loop for data snapshot data snapshot dot get children. Okay, then inside this I'll write notification list dot add, and this will be snapshot dot get value, and the class type is notification dot class. Okay, so this is done. Now after this I'll reverse the notification list so as the latest notification is on the top. So collections dot reverse and the list is notification list. Okay, and then I'll notify my adapter. So notification adapter dot notify data changed. Okay, so our notification fragment is also complete. Now the last thing that we need to do is we need to add notifications when some things happen. Okay, so for that, first in my post adapter, okay, where I have that like feature. Okay, so if when you can see, when the holder clicks on like, I am adding this like in my database. Okay, over here. Okay, you can see Firebase database.get instance.get reference likes, and inside like the post ID and then the user who is liking it. Okay, so if this is the case, then I want to show a notification to the user. Okay, so for that, over here I'll add this add notification, or maybe yes, add notification sounds good. Add notification. Okay, and it will take post dot get post ID. Okay, and post dot get publisher. Okay, so I'll create this method over here, private void add notification. Okay, and it first takes a post ID and it takes a publisher ID. Okay, now inside this I'll create a hash map of type string and object. I'll call it map, and it is equal to new hash map. Okay, now I'll add these data to my map. So map dot add map dot add, and the first value is, in my notification I have user ID. Okay, so the first value will be user ID, and the user is publisher ID. Okay, then map. Okay, so instead of add it is put. Over here also map dot put, and then after user ID we have this text. Okay, so I'll paste it over here, and the text will be, since we are liking the image, so it will be liked your post. Over here it will be a dot, then after that map dot put, then the next thing that we have is the post ID, and paste it over here, post ID, and the post ID we have it post ID, and the last thing that we have is post. So copy it, paste it over here, and it is a post, so it will be true. Then after that I'll store it in my database. So to store it inside database, Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child. Okay, and the child is notification. We added as notifications. Okay, and then the child is, what do I say, publisher ID. Okay, no, not the publisher ID, but the current user. Okay, so I'll write Firebase user. Okay, we have a Firebase user dot get UID. Okay, and then dot push means to create a unique branch, dot set value, and the value is map. Okay, so this means whenever we like a picture, we should get a notification in our notification fragment. Okay, so let's test this. Okay, so once the application starts running, if I like this image and I'll also like another image. So if I like this image, so you can see I have liked two posts of this Rishabh Kumar. Okay, and the current user is also Rishabh Kumar. So I should be able to see these notifications in this profile only, which is not technically correct, but it is appropriate for the demonstration purpose. Okay, so if I go in notifications, I am able to see two notifications. Okay, so this looks a little bit ugly, so let's fix that first. Okay, so for that, first in my notification item over here, I'll add a padding from all the sides, and the padding will be of 10 dp. Okay, and along with that, in post adapter, not in post adapter, in notification adapter over here, in notification adapter I forgot to add the comment. Okay, so over here I'll write holder dot comment dot set text, and the text will be notification dot get text. Okay, we use getters. Okay, so now let's run this again and see. Okay, so once the application starts running, if I go in the notification, then I am able to see the notification, and it looks a little bit better than how it looked previously. Okay, so and now if I click on any of the post, then I am redirected to my post detail fragment. Okay, you can see for anyone. Okay, so now the next thing is in my user adapter. Okay, I'll close all these. In my user adapter, whenever the current user follows some other person, then the other person should get a notification. Okay, so in the user adapter over here, where we have this button follow, and if the text is followed and if the user clicks on this, then we are adding them as friends in the database. Okay, so at that point I also want to send a notification. Okay, so over here I'll write add notification. Okay, and over here we just need the user id. Okay, so user dot get id. Now over here in user adapter, below all this, I'll write private void add notification, and it takes the user id. Okay, and inside this I'll copy all the things that I have written inside post adapter. Okay, all these things. Paste it over here. I need to import hash map, import class. Okay, and over here the user id is not publisher id but user id, and the text will be started following you. Okay, and the post id will be empty or null, because is post is false, so we will not need this. Okay, so now what will happen when someone follows you, then you will get a notification, and if you click on the notification, then you will be redirected to the profile of the user who just followed you. Okay, so this was about notification fragments. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to create the followers activity. In this activity we will be able to see the list of people whom we are following, whom we are followed by, and the list of people who like our posts. Okay, so for that, first in this I'll create a new activity. Okay, and I'll call this followers activity an empty activity indeed. Call it followers activity, or you can name it whatever you like. Okay, so in my activity dot followers, let's give this a minute. Okay, so once the sync has finished, I'll remove this constraint layout and add a relative layout instead. Okay, now inside this relative layout, I'll first have a toolbar. Okay, and the width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, it will have a background. Okay, and the background is question mark Android :attr, which stands for attributes, and then window background. Okay, now after this toolbar we will have a relative layout that will show us the list. That is the very basic design that we will be following. In the recent update you can see the followers, the following, and likes means all three in the same screen with three different tabs. Okay, so as this is a tutorial about Firebase, I am not going that deep inside the design. If you want, you can do it yourself. Okay, so the relative layout width will be match parent, height will be wrap content. Okay, and it should be below the toolbar. Okay, so for that I need to give this an ID of toolbar. Okay, and over here it should be below toolbar. Okay, and it will also have an ID, and the ID is recycler view. Okay, so our basic design of our followers activity is done. Now in our .java file, first of all I am expecting few things. Okay, the first one is the string ID. Okay, so it will be private string ID, that will be the ID of the user, okay, whose followers or followings list we will get. Okay, then title means as in what to show, either the followers list or the following list or the likes list. Okay, then similarly I'll have a list of string. Okay, that will be the ID list. So this will have the list of IDs who will be shown in this followers activity as a list. Okay, now after this, for our recycler view we will have a recycler view variable. I'll call it recycler view, and then we'll use our user adapter that we had. Okay, so user adapter, then a list of users, because this user adapter takes a list of users. I'm sorry, it will be only users, and I'll be calling it musers. Okay, now inside this on create method, first we will initialize our intent. So intent is equal to get intent. Okay, then I need to get the ID, so ID is equal to intent dot get string. Okay, the get string extra, and the name is ID. Okay, similarly for title is equal to intent dot get string extra, and the name is title. Okay, now after this we will first program our toolbar that we had. So I'll write toolbar. Okay, so till now what we were doing, that we were programming it inside our XML only, but this time we will be doing this inside our .java file. Okay, so toolbar is equal to find view by ID r.id.toolbar. Okay, now inside this I'll write set support fragment manager, set support action bar, and the bar is our toolbar. Okay, then get support action bar. Okay, so if you don't set the support action bar and try getting the support action bar, then you will get an error. So it is very necessary to first set the toolbar and then get the toolbar. Okay, so you can see it is showing error over here, and that is because it is having a conflict in types. Okay, so let's fix this. Over here where we have toolbar, I'll remove this toolbar. Okay, and over here I'll import it once again. So I'll be using the Android X version. Okay, and now you can see the error is gone. Okay, so get support action bar, and then we will set the title. So the title will be what we get over here. Okay, title means the value we get from our intent. After that we will write get support action bar dot set display home up as enabled, and that should be true. Okay, then after this toolbar dot set navigation on click listener. Okay, and then inside this I'll call the new on click listener. Okay, and inside on click I want to finish. Okay, so this means over here this means that it will have a back arrow, and that will be directed to the parent, with parent root means from where this activity has been called. And if we click on that button, we simply want to finish this activity. That means pop out this activity and go back to the activity from where it has started. Okay, so the toolbar part is done. Now we will initialize our recycler view. So for that I'll write recycler view is equal to find view by id r.id.recycler view. Okay, then I'll initialize recycler view dot set has fixed size as true. Okay, then then recycler view dot set layout manager, and our layout manager will be new linear layout manager. Okay, and the context is this. Then we will initialize our user list. So I'll write musers is equal to new array list. Okay, and same we will initialize our user adapter. So user adapter is equal to new user adapter. Okay, and then it will first take the context. So the context is this. Then m users, so I'll give user m users, that is the list we have, and bool is fragment. So since we are not in a fragment, it is an activity. Over here I'll give false. Okay, so while we were making this user adapter, at that time we told that I told that we will have this bool is fragment, which will come in play when I try to use this user adapter from different places, like from a fragment also and from an activity also. So you can see till now whenever we have used user adapter, it was from a fragment. Okay, but now we are using it from an activity. So now this is fragment will come into play. Okay, so we'll see this. Then after this I also need to initialize my id list. Okay, that is also important. So new array list, our id list is initialized. Now let's check what we want to display. Okay, so the switch, and then it is title. So the first case is we want to display followers. Okay, so if this is the case, then we should run this function get followers, which we will write in a minute. Okay, and then simply break. Then the next case is that we want to display followings. Okay, so if this is the case, then we should run get following. Okay, and then after that again break. Okay, then the last case is case likes. Okay, so I'll write a function get likes. And then break. Okay, so now after this, over here I'll create my get likes method first. Okay, so private. Okay, we don't need to do this much. Simply I'll come over here and create this method. Okay, now inside this get likes, I'll query to my database. So for that, Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child name is likes. Okay, so let's check if this is the name that we have in our database. Okay, so you can see this is the name. We have all our likes stored in the branch likes. Okay, so the name is correct over here. Now after that, inside this likes I have the child ID. Okay, then to that I'll add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, now inside this on data change, first of all I'll clear my id list dot clear. Okay, then after that I'll run a for each loop for data snapshot data snapshot dot get children. Okay, this get children returns an iterable. Then I'll add it to our id list dot get key, id list dot add, I'm sorry, snapshot dot get key. Okay, so this is done. Now after this we want to show users. Okay, that means we will fetch the users from this id list and then display it on our adapter or on our recycler view, I'm sorry. Okay, so this was get likes. Now let's create get following. So inside this following, again I'll query to my Firebase database. Okay, so for that I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child, let's see our child name where we store all the followers and following list. The child name is follow. Okay, so follow, and then child we are getting the followings. So first the child will be the user id. Okay, and then it's following list. Okay, so the following is this. Over here you can see we have the user id and then we have a following branch. Okay, so I want to retrieve the following branch, so I write following. Okay, and then I'll add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, now inside this on data change I need to write the same thing. Okay, this will be same. Okay, and then the same goes for our get followers. I'll create this method get followers. Now over there the branch will also be same. Okay, I'll copy this. I forgot a semicolon over here. Paste it over here, and now instead of following we will write followers. Okay, and then give the semicolon over here also. Okay, so now the last thing that is left is to create this show users method. Okay, so I'll create this in followers activity. Okay, so over here I'll write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot child, and the child is users. Okay, then dot add value event listener, new value event listener. Okay, so now over here we will write, first of all clear our user list. Okay, we don't have user list but we have users dot clear. Okay, then after that again we'll run a for each loop for data snapshot data snapshot dot get children. Okay, then we'll get all the users, so we'll retrieve each one of them one by one. So first I'll create a user object. User is equal to snapshot dot get value, and the value has a class type of user dot class. Okay, then after that inside this we'll run another loop for string id, and it is from the id list. Okay, so we'll check if the this user's id is present in this id list, and if it is true then we will add it to our users list. Okay, that is users. Okay, so inside this I'll write if user dot get id dot equals, and it equals to id. So if this is true then users dot add and the id. Okay, or you can write id, you can write user dot id, as they both are same, so it hardly matters what we write over here. Okay, so there's a mistake. This is a users list, so we need to write the users and not the user id. That is my mistake, I'm sorry. Okay, now after this we'll notify our adapter. So for that I'll write user adapter dot notify dataset changed. Okay, and I need to give a semicolon over here. Okay, so it still has some error, and the error is over here. I've given semicolon 2 times. Okay, now the error is gone. So our followers activity is complete. Now let's call this followers activity. Okay, so for that, first in our profile fragment over here, okay, I'll write in at the last of our onCreate method. Over here I'll write followers, which is a text view, dot set on click listener, and then a new on click listener. Okay, now inside this on click, I'll call my followers activity. Okay, so for that I'll create an intent is equal to new intent, which will go from get context, which will return our context of the current fragment, to followers activity dot class. So then we need to attach the two values, that is the id and title, which we are taking over here. So I'll write intent dot put extra, and the string name is id. Okay, and the id is profile id. Okay, so we are taking a profile id in our profile fragment. You can see over here we have this. Okay, and we are getting it over here from our shared preferences. Okay, so this is fine. We have our profile id, and the next thing is title. So intent dot put extra, and it is title. Okay, so now since it is being clicked on followers, we want to display the followers list. Okay, so I'll copy the spelling of followers from here so as to avoid any mistake. Okay, and paste it over here, and then we will simply call this. Okay, so for that I'll write start activity and this intent. Okay, now we will have similarly for following. Okay, so I'll just copy this, paste it over here, and change the name from followers to following, and the text from followers to followings. So this is fine. Now it should work. Okay, now the last thing is for the likes. Okay, so for the likes I'll go in my post adapter. Okay, over there when we have that likes text, we will call this activity on that. Okay, so for that in our on bind view holder, okay, which is this one, right, holder dot likes. Okay, so let's see what I have given the name. The name is number of likes dot set on click listener, new on click listener. Okay, now inside this I'll create the intent is equal to new intent. Okay, and the context is m context, and we want to call the followers activity, so followers activity dot class. Okay, and then we want to add two things. Okay, so I'll simply copy it from here, paste it over here, and change the title from followings to likes. Okay, so this will be likes, and this start activity is called on m context dot start activity, and the id over here is user. Okay, we should have a user. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we have a post over here, so instead of user I'll write post dot get publisher. Okay, so that is the user who has published this post and who is capable of seeing the likes on his post. Okay, so this part is also done. Now the next part is in our user adapter to check from where the method is being called. Either it is being called from a post or from a fragment, and then render accordingly. Okay, so over here let's see if we have already written that, and no, we haven't. Okay, so what we are going to do is, if the user is being clicked from a fragment, then we want to simply redirect it to the profile fragment, and if it is being called from an activity, then we want to redirect to the main activity. And inside this main activity we have a shared preference which checks if it has some value, and if it has, then it is redirected to our profile fragment. Okay, so we'll use these. So over here I'll write holder dot item view dot set on click listener new on click listener, and inside this on click method I'll check if it is a fragment. So if is fragment, that means it is being called from a fragment, then simply I'll write mContext dot get shared preferences, and the preference name is profile. Okay, and then the mode is private. Okay, so it is mode private. Okay, then after that edit, then put string, and let's see what we have as the string name in our profile adapter, in our profile fragment. Okay, so in our profile fragment the key name we are expecting as profile id. Okay, so the key name over here will be profile id, and then in this place we will pass user dot get id. Okay, so this is done, and now after this we need to apply the changes, so dot apply. Okay, then after that we will change the fragment. Okay, so to change the fragment we write fragment activity, then mContext, and then we write dot get support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace, and we want to replace our r.id dot fragment container with new profile fragment dot class. Okay, so we don't need to write dot class. Okay, and then after that we need to write dot commit. Okay, so as to commit the changes. Okay, so this is done, and if it is not a fragment, then we want to call our main activity. So that I'll write intent is equal to new intent, and the intent is mContext, from mContext to main activity dot class. Okay, and then we write intent dot put extra. Okay, and over here in our main activity, let's see what is the name. Okay, and the name is publisher id, so I'll copy it from here, paste it over here, and then the value will be user dot get id. Okay, so this is done. Now we want to call the main activity, so for that mContext dot start activity, and the activity is intent. Okay, so it is done. Now after this we should be able to see our followers activity, so let's run this. Okay, so once the application starts running, if you go to the application, and then you can click over here to go to the followers activity and see all the likes. Now since I am the current user and I have only liked it, so I'll not be able to see it. Okay, then if I go to the profile fragment, and over here if I try to see the following list, okay, so if I click on this, I should be redirected to my followings list. Okay, and you can see I have two followers, that is Ram and Sneha, and they both don't have a image, so that is why we are not able to see the image. Okay, and I don't have any followers, so this will not work for now. If I'll open it, then it will just be an empty screen with the title following. Okay, and you can see that. Okay, so this was about the followers and following activity. In the next video we will be starting with the stories. Okay, the Instagram feature that we have to display the stories, we will be working with that. Okay, thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So this is the last video of the Firebase series. By this time I believe all of you have understood how to use Firebase as a backend. Now I know this is not the complete Insta clone, but the motive here was to understand Firebase. Anyways, I'll upload the complete project on GitHub so you can have a look over there. Okay, so let's continue with the video, and in this video we are going to add the options menu and the sign out feature. Okay, so for that first I'll create a new activity. Okay, and I'll use an empty activity. I'll call it options activity. Okay, so now in the activity options I'll change this constraint layout to linear layout. Okay, and the orientation will be, let's say, vertical. Okay, now inside this linear layout I'll first add our toolbar. Okay, so toolbar with width be match parent, height be wrap content. Okay, and its background should be question mark Android attr and then window background. Okay, so now after this toolbar, the next thing that we'll have is our text view. Okay, and the width is match parent, height is wrap content, id is settings, the text is also settings. Okay, and when we want to keep a text static, we generally add it to our string resource. So I'll click option enter, extract string resource, and then add this. Okay, so now that yellow highlighting is gone. Okay, then after that text color should be color primary dark, then layout margin and margin from all sides can be 10 dp. Let's try that. Okay, now we need to increase the text size because this is very small and our standard size is 18 sp, which we have kept through the entire project. Okay, so this is text size and that is 18 sp. Okay, so this is done. Now another one like this, copy it here, paste it here, and the id should be logout and the text should also be log out. Okay, this string is not here, although we need to add it to the string resource, and it is done. So this is how our basic options activity will look. Okay, now you can add all the other features as we have in the actual Instagram. Okay, so back in our options activity, first I'll declare few data members. So they are private text view, and that is settings, private text view, logout. Now I'll link these, and for that I write settings is equal to find view by id r.id.settings, then logout is equal to find view by id r.id.logout. Okay, then after that we'll write the code for our toolbar. So that is Android X toolbar is equal to find view by id. Okay, r.id.toolbar. Okay, let's check that we have given it an id or not, and no, we have not. So let's add the id, and the id is toolbar. Okay, so the id is given. Now we should set support action bar, and it takes our toolbar. Okay, then after that get support action bar dot set title, and the title is options with a capital O. Okay, then after that get support action bar dot display home, set display home up as up enabled, should be true. Okay, and then after that toolbar dot set navigation on click listener, new on click listener, and then simply finish. So our on create method is done. Now the next thing is to add this logout feature. Okay, so over here I'll write logout dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and then to log out we simply write Firebase auth dot get instance dot sign out. Okay, now after this, since we have signed out, we want to redirect it to our start page. So for that I write start activity, new intent, and then it is options activity dot this, and then to the activity we want to go, and that will be our start activity. So start activity dot class, and along with that I also need to add flags so that our previous content doesn't affect the UI experience. So set flags, and then clear task. Okay, so by this all our previous tasks will be removed from the cache. So after that simple finish to close this intent. Okay, now the last thing is that how do we open this options activity. So for that, in our profile fragment we have that option. Okay, so in profile fragment I might have a option. So yes, you can see we have an option. So let's program that over here. I write options dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and then over here I simply want to start activity, new intent, and the intent will be get context comma options activity dot class. Okay, so now let's try running this. Okay, so once the application has started running, if we go to the profile fragment and then click this 3 dashes over here, so we are redirected to our options. Now if we click this, we go back here, and then again we can come here, and then now if I click on logout, I should be logged out, and you can see we are back in our start activity. So our logout feature is working fine. Okay, so this was for the video, and by this we finish the series. Thank you for watching.